In the era of universal awakening, monstrous creatures encroach upon the space necessary for human survival, leaving humanity with but one path forward. This path is to awaken one's innate talents and become a warrior. Upon reaching the age of 18, each individual is granted a singular opportunity for awakening. On the day of his awakening, Chen activated a system, awakening an SSS level talent, Endless Domain. By hunting these monstrous beings, he could acquire attribute points, luck points, maxed out, exclusive rewards abundant, skill points, maxed out, crowd control at his fingertips, domain points, maxed out, even deities must bow before him. Thus, Chen embarked upon an irreversible journey of vanquishing the world single-handedly. Cataclysm Monarch. Are we the calamity, or is he the calamity? Unknown Master Deity. Chen is too powerful. He may launch a counter-invasion. Mutated Beast God. His mounts and pets are all divine. Assembled strong warriors. God wields SSS-level skills. Young prodigies. How can he be at level 100 while we are merely at level 20? Chen. I am entirely composed of SSS-level attributes, but that was in the past. Now, all have transformed into super divine levels. In my domain, even gods shall meet their demise. Chapter 1. Brother, please cheer for me. No way. This is absolutely not permissible. A lowly voice, soft and endearing. Wuxianovel looked pitiful and helpless, her eyes misty as if on the verge of shedding pearls, while one hand waved fervently. She aimed to thwart the invader, while her other hand stuffed the remaining crystal bun into her mouth. Is it really necessary? I only had 2 buns. You devour the rest. Chen regarded Wuxianovel, resembling a protective puppy. He shook his head in exasperation. He had only consumed 2 out of the entire basket of crystal dumplings. The rest had been devoured by her. This was a daily occurrence. It is indeed quite significant. You finished your share, yet you still come to steal mine. Wuxianovel puffed her cheeks defiantly, her eyes glaring fiercely at Chen. Girls should not eat too much. It leads to weight gain, Chen admonished, adopting a tone of heartfelt concern. Having said that, he ceased to engage with Wuxianovel and hastened towards the school. Wait for me, Wuxianovel called out, quickly chasing after him. Today is the day of awakening. We must not be late, Chen reminded her. Indeed, today marks the day of awakening. This is a world of universal awakening, where upon reaching 18 or the final year of high school, every individual is granted a singular opportunity for awakening. This day serves as a pivotal turning point in one's destiny. Well, as it is after 18, a few extra months matter not. Do not dwell on the details. The matter of awakening is entirely reliant on fortune. Good fortune, successful awakening, leading to soaring heights. Bad fortune, failed awakening, resulting in a return to farming. But there are still 10 minutes left, Wuxianovel remarked, swallowing the crystal dumpling in her mouth. With her hands clasped behind her back, she skipped alongside Chen. The pair made their way towards Jiangxing No. 1 High School. 8 minutes later, at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, the Awakening Plaza was teeming with over 1,000 individuals, all awaiting their turn to awaken. At this moment, Principal Chi Dalong was delivering an impassioned speech. Students, today is your day of awakening. Each person's life allows for but one awakening. For those who awaken, strive diligently to cultivate, aiming for a prestigious university and contributing to humanity's enduring legacy. Do not despair if you do not awaken. After facing the harsh realities of society, you will grow accustomed. Ahem. Regardless, statistics indicate that the probability of successful awakening hovers around 20. As long as you're not particularly unfortunate, acquiring a talent remains within the realm of possibility. The principal's words, much like his hair, were rather lackluster. Though the sentiment was commendable, one could only absorb half of it. The remainder incited a desire to retaliate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the center of the plaza revealed a colossal hexagram, from which erupted a mysterious beam of light, soaring into the heavens as if bridging the divide between the celestial and terrestrial realms. Witnessing this spectacle, all understood that the awakening test was imminent. In an instant, over 1,000 high school seniors began to ready themselves, eager to partake in the event. They felt as though they could awaken their talents with absolute certainty, obliterating all in their path. All right, we shall commence the awakening shortly. We will proceed by class order. Class 8, step forward. Chi Dalong intended to say a few more words. However, seeing that the awakening array had already activated, he realized he could not afford to waste time. After all, activating the array consumed an exorbitant amount of resources, which amounted to significant financial implications for the school. He treats the school's funds as if they were his own, pocketing them without a second thought. Principal, this order is rather disorganized, he remarked. There are a total of 26 classes. Regardless of the arrangement, it has nothing to do with Class 8. Stop messing around. I am currently in communion with the divine, striving to awaken an S-class ability shortly. You should return home to farm. If I cannot awaken, What else can I do but inherit those billions back home? No, I must awaken. After the principal's arrangements, the students of Class 8 lined up one by one, advancing towards the central array in the plaza. The other classes instantly became lively. Lu Ruyan, failure. Chen Qingquan, failure. Zhang San, failure. Zhu Xiaoming, failure. Gao Qi Chong, F grade, wisdom fist. Kai Sukun. In the third year, Class 8 comprises a total of 52 students. The awakening process is remarkably swift. As long as one stands within the array and receives the baptism of mysterious powers, it concludes with a shudder. Brother, quickly cheer for me. It was now Luo Xing'er's turn. She tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, urging him to support her. Go for it. Su Chen made a gesture of encouragement. Awakening is not akin to childbirth. What should I cheer for you? A 95? How perfunctory. Luo Xing'er, noticing Su Chen's demeanor, pouted her lips and stepped into the center of the array. Chapter 2. Luo Xing'er SSS level, Su Chen F level, but the system has arrived. At this moment, Luo Xing'er was unusually quiet as she stepped into the magic circle. The instant she entered the array, the light column atop the hexagram trembled slightly. Immediately following this, an extraordinary radiance erupted from Luo Xing'er, a brilliance of gold. Gold. At the very least, she possessed an S-level talent. My goodness, gold. It has been decades since an S-level talent emerged from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Who could have imagined that Luo Xing'er would awaken to such a remarkable gift? What profession could it be? The envy and jealousy among the students in the square surged as they beheld Luo Xing'er, the stunning belle of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, whose extraordinary talent was now eclipsing even her beauty. It was not merely an S-level talent, but an SSS level. The gold was interspersed with green, symbolizing life and the healing arts. SSS level talent, the source of life. Witnessing the commotion stirred by Luo Xing'er, the entire square erupted in excitement. Faces alight with envy. Luo Xing'er was undeniably beautiful, the acknowledged flower of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, pursued by countless admirers. Yet, she remained indifferent, disdaining their advances. Today, many had aspired to awaken advanced talents in hopes of winning her favor, but the outcome was astonishing. Luo Xing'er awakened an SSS level talent. SSS level. The source of life. Jiangxing No. 1 High School had produced the most extraordinary support class. Principal Qi Delong was left speechless, his mouth agape. After a prolonged moment, he swallowed hard, neglecting to smooth his unruly hair, his demeanor utterly devoid of the authority befitting a principal. This was not surprising. Luo Xing'er's talent was simply too remarkable. SSS level. In the annals of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, only one SSS level had ever appeared, 500 years prior. In the last century, no S-level talents had emerged. Now Luo Xing'er was SSS level, and moreover, she belonged to the most formidable support class, the source of life. It was said that her extraordinary healing abilities could resurrect anyone of equal level or below, and her restorative powers were unparalleled. I am SSS level. Brother, praise me. Luo Xing'er exclaimed excitedly as she dashed out of the magic circle, approaching Su Chen with glee. Her eyes twinkled, eagerly seeking his admiration. Xing'er is amazing. Su Chen smiled. Internally envious. SSS level, what a phenomenal talent. Could it be attributed to genetics? After all, Xing'er's sister also possessed an SSS level talent, the chaotic ice phoenix. However, her sister attended Jiangxing No. 3 High School. Upon awakening her SSS level talent, she was promptly recruited by Kyoto University. With an SSS level sister, and now an SSS level sister herself. It could not simply be coincidental. How superficial, but I am still pleased. Luo Xing'er huffed, her eyes narrowing in a manner that rendered her even more enchanting. I hope for your protection, Su Chen remarked. Having a support class of such caliber was undoubtedly a blessing. Luo Xing'er is the SSS level source of life. Even if you awaken, F level is the best you can hope for. One healing from Luo Xing'er could prove fatal for you. Chen Hui, standing behind Su Chen, scoffed disdainfully. Chen Hui, the class's affluent and handsome boy, had long pursued Luo Xing'er, yet she consistently clung to Su Chen, which baffled him. Did he possess some innate inferiority? You can back off. Luo Xing'er did not wait for Su Chen's response. Her expression turned frosty as she shot a fierce glare at Chen Hui. The Chen family was a prominent clan in Jiangxing, yet she was no longer intimidated by them. Especially not by Chen Hui. Or rather, she had never feared anyone, considering her sister not only held an SSS level talent, but was also an 88 level powerhouse. You free, no? You two be quiet. The principal, noticing Su Chen's lack of movement towards the magic circle, found himself seething as he witnessed Su Chen, Chen Hui, and Luo Xing'er engaged in friendly conversation. However, he could not afford to offend Luo Xing'er, the prize gem of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. No, I must take a photo and hang it in the classroom. Since he could not reprimand Luo Xing'er, he thought to comment on their looks instead. Though you two are somewhat handsome, I can still manage to deal with you. Su Chen cast a glance at the principal, harboring disdain within, but outwardly maintained a facade of respect as he stepped onto the magic circle with anticipation. He was met with disappointment. The light column merely quivered slightly. a stark contrast to the brilliance that had accompanied Luo Xing'er's awakening. Not SSS level. An S level would suffice. Su Chen lowered his expectations somewhat. Even if he could not attain Luo Xing'er's SSS level, achieving an S level should not be too much to ask. Yet, as time passed, the radiance failed to soar. An S level would be acceptable. No. An A level would do. No. Surely a B level must come forth. Su Chen's hopes dwindled, becoming increasingly humble, even a touch pitiful. Gradually, as time slipped away and the awakening neared its conclusion, he found himself still unawakened. Not only was there no SSS level, but he had not even reached C level. In a flash, the light flickered around him. Su Chen, F level, world-destroying gun god. 5 seconds. The awakening came to an end. Su Chen had awakened successfully, albeit not as an SSS level, but rather as the most inferior F level. However, he was granted a fixed profession as a gunman. Before him, a 2-meter-long spectral spear materialized, robust and elongated, gleaming with a sharp edge that would surely prove lethal with even a few jabs. F level was not so bad. At least he had awakened successfully. Yet, how could an F-level talent be associated with a gun profession? Su Chen's spear appeared formidable, thick, long, and unyielding, instilling a sense of strength. A man ought to wield a gun. As an F-level talent, he was designated the world-destroying gun god. Did F-level cultivation of a gun possess promise? Although he could not soar to greatness, at least he would not return home to toil in the fields. Thus far, 4 individuals had awakened in Class 8. As for Luo Xing'er, her SSS-level talent was self-evident. The other 2 also possessed F-level talents, and both were support types. Now, Su Chen stood alone as the output. Even if merely an F-level world-destroying gun god, yet the spectral spear appeared undeniably fierce, eliciting shyness from numerous girls and envy from countless boys. Brother, it's merely talent. Achievement is unrelated to talent. Stepping down from the magic circle, he approached Luo Xing'er, who seemed uncertain whether to console Su Chen or celebrate. If consolation were warranted, it would be for Su Chen's successful awakening. Let us celebrate, Su Chen lamented, awakening to the disheartening F rank. At that moment, Luo Xing'er found herself at a loss for words. Haha, awakened. But alas, it's F rank. Chen Hui laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed from his eyes, though a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart. What if he were to fail his own awakening? Never mind that. Let him have his moment of mockery first. Get lost. Su Chen kicked Chen Hui in the rear. Damn it. I'm stuck with an F rank and you find it amusing? Chen Hui rubbed his backside, casting a resentful glance at Su Chen, resembling a disgruntled wife, as he approached the formation. I'll get you for this, Luo Xing'er threatened, shaking her fist at Chen Hui, glaring at him fiercely. Before long, she found herself surrounded, even by the principal and teachers, for she possessed an SSS-rank talent. Watching Luo Xing'er bask in the limelight, Su Chen felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Ding! Then, at that instant, a crisp, electronic voice resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this sound, Su Chen involuntarily shuddered. Could it be? Could it truly be? The system had arrived? System loading. Loading successful. System activation in progress. Activation successful. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Indeed, it was the system, a veritable system. However, it was rather verbose. Chapter 3, The Endless Domain of SSS-Rank Talent. Upon hearing the system's barrage of announcements, Su Chen's previously tranquil heart began to race. The system had finally come. What use do you serve? Su Chen inquired. In this world of awakening, the system better not stray from its purpose. It must be relevant to cultivation and not some frivolous millionaire system. This system is named the Invincible Combat Power System. Its primary function is to assist the host in becoming an invincible powerhouse capable of dominating the world with combat power in the trillions. System functionality is straightforward. Hunt exotic beasts to gain attribute points, which can be used to enhance various traits, including but not limited to luck and skills. The system responded to Su Chen, and a virtual light screen appeared before him. The functionality seemed simple, yet it was far from trivial. In fact, it was exceedingly formidable. As is well known, systems that allow for attribute allocation are incredibly powerful. Only those who are unable to partake in such advantages would dismiss them as weak. Is there anything else? Su Chen asked, gazing at the virtual screen, which displayed the system's dialogue alongside subtitles. Once the system concluded, Su Chen inquired further. However, he realized he needed certain items, such as a starter pack. I understand your eagerness, but please, do not rush. The system replied. Am I eager? Su Chen scoffed internally. Do I seem impatient? I know you are not in a hurry, but you may certainly feel a sense of urgency. Would you like to open a starter pack? The system sensed Su Chen's indifference and found it somewhat uninteresting. Open it, Su Chen replied. The system was indeed a good one, albeit excessively talkative. A starter pack? He was quite curious about what it might contain. Starter pack opening. Congratulations. You have obtained SSS-Rank Talent, Endless Domain. Congratulations. You have obtained SSS-Rank Talent, Elemental Realm Space. Upon the opening of the starter pack, he acquired 2 SSS-Rank talents. Seeing his gains, he nearly leaped for joy. An SSS rank. Previously, Xinger had awakened an SSS-Rank talent, while he had been cursed with the most inferior F-Rank. And now, the starter pack had delivered 2 SSS ranks. How could he not be thrilled? Fuse, Chen commanded, foregoing questions about how to cultivate these talents. Instead, he opted for direct fusion, as he had seen in novels where other systems would merge rewards seamlessly. He hoped his system was not semi-automatic. It better not require manual intervention. SSS rank talent, endless domain, fusing. SSS rank talent, elemental realm space, fusing. Indeed, fusion was possible. During the process, there was no discernible disturbance, yet Chen felt monumental changes occurring within him. Soon, the 2 SSS rank talents were fully integrated. Name, endless domain. Rank, SSS. Description, golden. Combat power, 1000. Effect, the endless domain is a support type ability, consisting of 9 tiers. After cultivating to the 9th tier, there exists a chance for advancement. Currently, the endless domain is at the 1st tier, spanning a range of 100 by 100 by 100 meters, reducing the target's attack and damage by 40. The virtual screen displayed a brief introduction of the endless domain. Upon reviewing the information, Chen quickly comprehended its implications. It meant that within a radius of 100 meters in all directions from him, the endless domain could mitigate 40 points of damage and attack from any target. Furthermore, it provided him with a combat power of 1000. And this was merely the 1st tier of the endless domain. What could the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or even 9th tiers entail? It was unfathomable how terrifying it could become. SSS rank truly was extraordinary. In his excitement, Chen turned his attention to the information about the elemental realm space. Name, elemental realm space. Rank, SSS. Description, golden. Bonus, comprehensive combat power increase of 150. Effect, the elemental realm space is an independent spatial world consisting of 9 layers of seals. Upon unlocking, it forms its own myriad realms. Currently, the elemental realm space is at the 1st layer, measuring 10 li in length, width, and height. This elemental realm space, while lacking combat power, offered significant bonuses, enhancing his overall combat power by 150, meaning it could amplify his strength by a factor of 15. Furthermore, the space could store items. With such a vast expanse, he could store as much as he desired, and it could even be upgraded. It was simply astounding. Chen was utterly astonished. 2 SSS ranks at the onset. Was this not excessive? System, version 10. Name, Chen. Level, 1000. Luck, 3000. Strength, 1650. Mount, none. Wealth, none. Skill, annihilation gun technique, basic, level 1000. Ability, endless domain, SSS, level 1000. Space, elemental realm space, SSS, 1st layer 000. Note, combat power, base equipment, X amplification factor. On his information panel, Chen was astonished to discover that his F-rank talent had vanished. It seemed, the system holds F-level talents in disdain, obliterating them without a second thought. It is not merely the system that looks down upon F-level talents. Even he himself finds them unworthy. His combat power, right from the start, stands at an impressive 1650. Typically, each individual begins with a base of 100 points. But his infinite domain bestows an additional 1000 combat power, while the Yuan realm space amplifies this by 150, resulting in a staggering combat power of 1650 points. At this moment, Luo Xinger approached Chen, who appeared lost in thought. She called out to him, prompting him to respond with a simple acknowledgement. The virtual light screen before him vanished. Meanwhile, the awakening ceremony continued in the plaza, though the majority faced failure. Among those who succeeded, most were either F or E level, with only a handful achieving C or D levels, and B and A levels were virtually unheard of. As for S levels, they were the rarest of prodigies, practically unattainable. In the distance, Chen Hui was boasting to others, his arrogance palpable. It was no surprise, given that he had awakened a C-level defensive deity talent, specifically of the earth element. To date, apart from Luo Xinger, he was the only one with such a commendable awakening. Everyone, I'll go comfort Chen, he chuckled, feeling a surge of confidence now that he had secured a C-level talent. Before awakening, he had been apprehensive, worried about the possibility of failure and the ridicule it might invite from Chen. But now, with his C-level talent, he felt justified in ribbing Chen. Get lost, Chen retorted as Chen Hui approached. You think you can prance around here? Keep your distance. Don't come near me. You're just a C level. While I haven't to even mention my 2 SSS levels. Just an F level here, so look up to me from now on. Chen Hui smirked, adopting a mocking demeanor, determined to provoke Chen despite the glaring disparity. Just a C level, he sneered. Stay far away. Luo Xinger shot a glare at Chen Hui. Is being a C level really that impressive? Am I being unreasonable for pointing out an F level? Chen Hui was on the verge of explosion, unable to tolerate Luo Xinger's defense of Chen. Previously, he would have accepted it in silence, but now, as a C-level genius, he bristled at the idea of her siding with someone he deemed inferior. I have an SSS level, so criticizing a C level seems entirely reasonable. Luo Xinger, hands on her hips, huffed in defiance. Chen Hui let out a cold snort, glaring at Su Chen with a promise that he would regret it. He then turned and departed, feeling that remaining would only further aggravate him. As time ticked by, approximately 3 hours passed. The awakening ceremony concluded, yielding 203 successful awakenings, 152 F levels, 27 E levels, 18 D levels, 4 C levels, 1 A level, and 1 SSS level. Meanwhile, 911 individuals failed to awaken, creating a disheartening ratio of 200-900. With the awakening period now over, the principal announced, "For those who did not awaken, you are free. To those who succeeded, please proceed to the auditorium." The principal, Chi DeLong, beamed with joy at the emergence of an SSS-level talent at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, alongside an A-level. Chapter 4. The grandfather and the young and beautiful grandmother. Shortly thereafter, the 203 awakened students gathered in the school auditorium, seated according to their talents. Luo Xing, with her SSS-level talent, occupied the front row, while the second row consisted of A and C levels, the third row held D levels, and the fourth and fifth rows were filled with E levels. The F levels sat at the back. Such is the nature of this world. The gifted and the strong are destined to hold a higher status. Even if they have just awakened their abilities and achieved no accomplishments yet, that alone suffices. First and foremost, congratulations to Luo Xing for awakening the SSS-level talent. Source of life. She is only the second individual in the history of Jiangxing No. 1 High School to achieve such a feat. Furthermore, congratulations to all of you who have successfully awakened. Your presence here signifies important matters that pertain to your futures. Principal Chi DeLong, seated at the head table, tested the microphone before commencing his speech. It was formal, yet he could not suppress his delight. As your principal, I am also your teacher, as well as your elder and mentor. While I celebrate your successful awakening, I also welcome you into the family of warriors. Together, we shall strive to make indelible contributions to the great Xia Empire and humanity. A millennium ago, this place was home to a highly advanced technological civilization, alongside some martial arts. However, on a fateful day, a cataclysm struck, having the global human population and ushering in the invasion of otherworldly beasts that became humanity's affliction. Fortunately, humans can awaken after reaching 18 years of age, empowering themselves to combat these beasts, leading to a gradual resurgence of human strength. Yet, the complete eradication of these malevolent creatures remains elusive. Ultimately, our ancestors realized that the threat of these beasts was not confined to our realm. The entire world and universe faced the same peril. Thus, the greatest enemy of humanity is the otherworldly beast. And the mission of those who have awakened is to hunt these beasts and safeguard our homeland and humanity. Now that you have awakened, this is merely the beginning. In a month, you will face the college entrance examination, where your strength, rather than knowledge, will be paramount. Those with outstanding results may gain admission to prestigious universities, paving the way for a more illustrious future. The principal took a moment to steady his emotions before continuing with a measured tone, recounting the broader context of the world. In truth, the information he conveyed had already been imparted by teachers earlier, or rather, each person was aware of the prevailing environment and circumstances upon their birth. Next, you will have the opportunity to embark on field training based on your talents and capabilities. Of course, those with strength may venture into dungeons. Remember, in 7 days, Jiangxing No. 1 High School's novice dungeon will open. If you wish to participate, please arrive at school punctually. This is a rare opportunity. Additionally, in a month, all awakened students from Jiangxing will undergo a collective examination. With that, the principal concluded his address, rising to leave the auditorium, entrusting the remaining matters to the teachers. Soon after, Su Chen and the others exited the auditorium. "Brother, I have a team. You should join us," Luo Xing exclaimed, running up to Su Chen. Moments earlier, several students with exceptional talents had approached her to form a team. An SSS-level support talent, with her innate ability being the source of life, could potentially resurrect individuals. Though her talent was supportive in nature, being an SSS level meant she still surpassed A-level damage output, even if she lacked in direct attack capabilities. Forming a team is acceptable. However, I must bring Su Chen and Xing along. I will attempt this alone for 2 days before deciding further. With only a month remaining until the college entrance examination, focus on enhancing your abilities, and in due time, I shall rely on you. Su Chen smiled, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. After all, having a sister like her, who unwaveringly stood by his side regardless of innate talent, was a true blessing. Luo Xing, the daughter of his maternal uncle, was but a few days younger than him. He, an orphan, had lost his parents long ago to the ancient battlefield, where they were said to have perished. Since childhood, he had lived with his grandparents, both residing in the same community. He mused to himself, "I cannot afford to lag behind. Attempting this alone is unwise. Assistance is imperative. It is not merely a matter of pride." Luo Xing, with a serious demeanor, responded, mistakenly believing Su Chen to be concerned about appearances, her frustration evident. "Humph, as if you would concern yourself with pride when it comes to me. Let us have a competition during the college entrance examination then," Su Chen proposed. "We shall see whose scores are superior, and the loser will have to bark like a little dog." With 2 SSS-level abilities at his disposal, did he truly need a team? Not at this moment. Though he intended to guide Xing Er eventually, she was equipped with an SSS-level source of life, and many ordinary beginner-level areas posed no danger. He would take her under his wing once he had proven himself. Having grown up together, he understood her character thoroughly. Distracting her was the best approach. All right. Just make sure you don't cheat, Luo Xing Er replied, her enthusiasm ignited. Throughout their childhood, she had always sought to compete with Su Chen, even going so far as to pin him down during their playful tussles. Extending her delicate little pinky, she proposed a pinky swear, her eyes sparkling with determination. Fearing that Su Chen might backtrack, after 10 minutes, they returned to Qingjiang community, each heading home to their respective families. Upon entering, Su Chen greeted his grandparents. How are you? His grandfather, Su Jingtian, sat on the sofa, leaning on his cane. Despite being 70 years old, his health was remarkably robust. Even men in their 30s could not match his vitality. Yet, he insisted on using a cane, a habit that had persisted unchanged since Su Chen's earliest memories. Grandfather, I have successfully awakened, Su Chen murmured, his gaze lowered, unable to meet Su Jingtian's eyes. While awakening was generally a cause for celebration, he hesitated to mention his success in front of his grandfather, whose own parents had been martial artists of the highest caliber, only to vanish in the ancient battlefield. Su Chen sensed that his grandfather harbored reservations about his awakening. Indeed, what talent did you awaken? Su Jingtian inquired, nodding, his expression inscrutable. F grade, the annihilation gun god. Su Chen admitted, feeling a twinge of shame at the revelation. Even though the system had granted him 2 SSS-level talents, admitting to an F grade was a source of embarrassment. Excellent, Su Jingtian responded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, leaving Su Chen bewildered. You deem my awakening of the lowest grade to be excellent? What do you mean, old man? Xiao Chun, dinner is ready, came the call from his grandmother, Morong Lan, who had been bustling in the kitchen. She emerged with a tray of dishes. Like his grandfather, she was in her 60s or 70s, yet she appeared eternally youthful, resembling a woman in her 30s. From Su Chen's earliest memories, she had maintained this youthful appearance. A decade later, her vitality remained unchanged. Wow, Grandma has made braised pork, Su Chen exclaimed, his spirits lifting at the sight of his favorite dish on the table. Thank you, Grandma. What university do you aspire to attend? Su Jingtian asked as they gathered around the dining table. Grandfather, I haven't decided yet, Su Chen replied, shaking his head. He genuinely had not given it much thought. Before his awakening, he had not contemplated which school to apply to, and after awakening, he had scarcely had time to consider it. However, with his 2 SSS-level talents, he believed he could elevate his abilities within a month, especially with the system's support. Gaining admission to a prestigious university should be within his grasp. A month is ample time to strive, Su Jingtian remarked before returning to his meal, signaling the end of their discussion. Su Chen accepted the dishes his grandmother offered. Eating earnestly, he found himself puzzled. Based on his assumptions, his grandfather seemed to disapprove of his awakening, fearing that becoming a martial artist would be a path of no return, especially given the fate of his parents. Yet, observing his grandfather's demeanor now, he sensed a certain satisfaction regarding his awakening, even if it was merely the lowest F grade. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Chen prepared to leave. His grandfather handed him an ancient ring. What is this? Su Chen queried, puzzled. Didn't you say we were going to the wilderness today? This is a spatial ring I stumbled upon, Su Jingtian explained, his expression stern. He then turned and exited the room, preferring to play chess with the other elderly gentlemen in the community. Thank you, grandfather, Su Chen said, gratefully accepting the ring, though his excitement was tempered. After all, he already possessed a spatial dimension. His grandmother, Morong Lan, produced a jade pendant from somewhere, threading it onto a cord and personally placing it around Su Chen's neck. What is this, Grandma? He inquired, eyeing the pendant. Did you find this too? This is something I found alongside your grandfather, she replied. Indeed. It was yet another item found in the same manner. Su Chen remained skeptical. After a brief admonishment from his grandmother, he was finally permitted to leave. With a simple backpack slung over his shoulder, he followed his grandmother's advice. Even with a spatial ring, carrying a bag would mask the existence of his spatial treasures. During his journey, he packed only essential items, food, and water, which he stowed in the spatial ring. Departing his home, Su Chen boarded a vehicle bound for the eastern gate of Jiangqing. Presently, the world consisted of merely 99 cities, each housing approximately 100 million people, rendering them vast and sprawling. Surrounding each city were formidable walls, tall and thick, with countless strong warriors stationed to thwart the incursions of monstrous beasts. An hour later, at the eastern gate, the city walls loomed 30 meters high, imposing and robust. The city walls are encased in high-voltage electric fences, and the gates stand wide open. However, numerous patrols traverse the area. Upon disembarking, Su Chen strides towards the city gates, completing a brief registration before receiving a standard weapon, which permits his passage beyond the gates. Take care, several soldiers from various legions salute him. Those who have successfully awakened, after undergoing trials, become qualified warriors, ready to confront and eradicate the invasion of monstrous beasts. Just like them. Before long, Chen passes through the city gates and enters the wilderness. The landscape is desolate, with the occasional martial artist returning from afar, while others venture deeper into the unknown. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen now possesses 2 formidable SSS-level talents, and his combat power has reached an impressive 1650 points. His physique is exceptional, and his speed is commendable. As he races away from the city, he feels a twinge of envy for the legendary figures he has heard of, who are said to soar through the skies on swords. After half a day, fatigue washes over him, and he finds himself in a perilous area. The distant roars of monstrous beasts send shivers down his spine. Subsequently, Chen seeks a concealed spot to rest and hydrate, preparing to hunt for these beasts. About half an hour later, he begins his search. As a novice confronting monstrous beasts for the first time, a sense of trepidation grips him, prompting him to proceed with utmost caution to avoid an ambush. Roar, roar. Soon enough, he encounters a first-tier black wild boar, a creature categorized into 9 ranks, with the first tier being the weakest. However, for a level 110 human, even a first-tier beast poses a lethal threat. A single misstep could lead to being overpowered and devoured. Especially for a rookie like him, the danger is amplified. With determination, Chen grasps his spear. His awaken talent is classified as F grade, the Doomsday Spear Master, bestowing him with an accompanying spear technique, essentially a foundational skill. Every individual awakens with a basic skill set. With a swift motion, he thrusts the spear towards the black wild boar, which is roughly the size of a water buffalo, invading his territory. The spear, imbued with a dazzling aura, collides with the beast, producing a thunderous sound as it pierces through the creature. The air warps around them, and the boar collapses, lifeless. Congratulations on slaying a first-tier monstrous beast. Experience gained, 2. Attribute points gained, 10. As the black wild boar falls, the notification chimes, leaving Chen astonished. He never anticipated that such a formidable-looking beast could be dispatched with a single strike. Indeed, he had executed a quick kill. This was his first direct encounter with a monstrous beast, but under the circumstances, it was entirely reasonable. His combat power of 1650 far surpassed the boar's mere 1000. Coupled with the fact that within the infinite domain, an opponent's attack and damage are reduced by 40. Thus, the beast could only exert 60 of its full strength. Given this disparity, it was only natural for Chen to achieve a swift victory. Delightful, he exclaims, his confidence soaring. He quickly vacates the treacherous area, seeking a secure spot to halt. With a flicker of his eyes, a virtual interface unfolds before him. Having slain a first-tier black wild boar, he has earned 10 attribute points. This marks his first acquisition of attribute points. He contemplates where to allocate them: luck, spear mastery, domain, or perhaps the elemental realm. At this moment, Chen is torn, pondering the most beneficial enhancement. Ultimately, he opts for luck, as it influences drop rates and loot acquisition. The higher the luck, the greater the chances of obtaining rare items. Currently, his luck stands at a mere 3 points, a reflection of his F-grade talent. In contrast, talents of higher tiers would yield greater luck. Despite possessing 2 SSS-level talents, which should theoretically elevate his luck above 10 points, the SSS grade was a gift from the system, leaving his luck unchanged at 3 points. Fortunately, he can enhance it with attribute points. Consuming 10 attribute points, your luck increases from 3,000 to 3,10. With his points depleted, his luck has risen by 10. To elevate it to 4 points, he realizes he requires 100 attribute points. Today, he resolves to enhance his luck. Chen dismisses the virtual interface, setting a clear objective. Only by increasing his luck can he hope to elevate his drop rates and loot quality. Chapter 6. Reaching level 4, luck at 20 points. With the experience of his first swift kill, Chen's confidence escalates. Gradually, his combat experience deepens, and his techniques become increasingly refined. After all, it is often said that true growth occurs through battle. Continuous engagement fosters rapid advancement. Chen finally comprehends the wisdom imparted by his elders. In a short span, he revels in the thrill of combat, effortlessly dispatching first-tier monstrous beasts. However, this region only hosts such creatures. To hunt higher-tier beasts, he must venture further afield, where the dangers multiply. There, not only are formidable high-tier beasts present, but also an abundance of human warriors. His current area serves as a novice's paradise, where seasoned warriors seldom tread, as it would be a waste of time and energy. 1 beast, 2 beasts, 3 beasts, 4, 5. Time flies as Chen continues to eliminate first-tier monsters with ease. Finally, upon hunting down his 50th beast, he receives the notification. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 2. Combat power, 6. A golden light envelopes him, dissipating as if merging with his very essence. The notification confirms his advancement, now at level 2. With an increase of 5 combat points. Thanks to the support of the elemental realm, his final combat power rises to 1659 points. Though modest, every increment counts. Boom. Crack. Roar. taking advantage of the abundance of monsters in this area. No one has yet come to seek trouble, and Chen has not paused after leveling up. Instead, he continues to hunt the ferocious beasts, striving to slay as many as possible to earn additional attribute points and experience. Ordinarily, hunting these demons would yield monetary gain. Yet the first-tier beasts fetch a meager price, making it hardly worthwhile to collect their remains. Currently, his primary focus remains on leveling up. Hence he has not attended to the carcasses of the beasts. Time ticks away, and before long, evening descends. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 3. Combat power, 8. He has leveled up once more. However, the requirements for advancement have increased, necessitating the defeat of a greater number of beasts. At level 1, each first-tier beast slain would yield an experience increase of 2. At level 2, that same beast only contributes 18 experience points. In total, he has hunted 106 beasts. With an abundance of creatures in this area, he intends to find a place to settle once he reaches level 3. Chen glances at the sky, confident that with the multitude of beasts available, he can elevate his level to 3 within a short span. He must cease fighting before nightfall, as the wilderness at night is fraught with peril. Boom. Congratulations on hunting a first-tier beast. Experience, 15. Attribute points, 10. Currently, he receives merely 15 experience points per beast, meaning he must slay nearly 70 to reach level 3. As levels increase, the experience gained from hunting first-tier beasts diminishes. It seems he will seek second-tier beasts tomorrow. Chen muses. The second-tier beasts possess approximately 2,000 combat power, and with his own strength, he can defeat them if he remains cautious. Though hunting second-tier beasts may be slower, the experience gained is significantly higher. Time continues to elapse, darkness enveloping the land. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 4. Combat power, 10. He has achieved level 4, earning an additional 10 points of combat power. Presently, he possesses 1686 combat power. Relying solely on leveling to increase, it seems impractical. Finally leveled up, Chen exclaims, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. In just half a day, he ascended to level 4. For other novices, a month might not yield such progress, and many perish before even achieving a level up. Especially as not all possess 2 SSS tier abilities. Starting with 1650 combat power, other awakeners typically only boast around 200. This illustrates the disparity. He swiftly halts his combat, racing through the wilderness. During previous skirmishes, he had taken note of a suitable resting place for the night. Thus, as darkness falls, he need not search for shelter, but can proceed directly to his predetermined location. After 10 minutes, as the night fully descends, Chen arrives at a rock face. Approximately 10 meters from the wall lies a small cave, concealed and roughly 10 square meters in size, an ideal spot for an overnight stay. He slips into the cave and carefully covers the entrance. With a flick of his consciousness, he retrieves provisions and water, along with fruits from his spatial ring, and begins to eat. These supplies were prepared by his grandmother. Upon finishing, his spirit is somewhat rejuvenated. He checks his attribute points, 1,700 points, an impressive haul. Though his luck remains too low to yield any equipment drops. Consume 10 attribute points. Your luck has increased from 310 to 320. Consume 10 attribute points. Your luck has increased from 320 to 330. Consume 10 attribute points. Your luck has increased from 330 to 340. Consume 10 attribute points. Your luck has increased from 390 to 400. He spends 90 attribute points to elevate his luck to 4. Not pausing, he continues to enhance it. After a while, congratulations, your luck has reached 10 points. Drop rate and loot chance increased to 10. In total, he has expended 600 attribute points, achieving a luck score of 10. However, this is not the pinnacle of luck. Rather, luck has no limits. A score of 3 is the minimum for awakened warriors, rendering the chances of loot nearly non-existent. Reaching 5 points significantly improves these chances, while a score of 10 marks the true potential for loot. It can be asserted that below 10 points, the drop rate is negligible. Only at 10 does it establish a baseline. Slaying 10 beasts provides a possibility for 1 drop. Determined, Chen resolves to continue enhancing his luck. Today, I will improve my luck. Perhaps tomorrow I will acquire equipment. Once I obtain equipment, my combat power will rise, an advantageous cycle. As for skills and domains, he will address those once his luck improves. Congratulations, your luck has reached 20 points. Drop rate and loot chance increased to 20. Exceptional loot chance. 1. He expends 1,000 attribute points, raising his luck to 20 points. Upon hearing the notification, a smile graces Chen's face. He feels reassured that he is on the right path. Although the exceptional loot chance is merely 1, it signifies a potential for extraordinary drops. If possible, I must elevate my luck to 100 points. That would translate to a 100 drop rate, Chen contemplates. He dismisses the virtual interface and retrieves a mat and blanket from his spatial ring, laying down a simple bed for rest. After a long afternoon of combat, he is utterly exhausted. Though fatigued, the rewards have been remarkable. 20 minutes later, Chen slips into a deep slumber. Chapter 7. An exclusive equipment drop for attributes. Combat Power 88888. Xinjiang Community. Nighttime. Room 906. I wonder how little Chen is faring. It has been so many years. This is the first time we have been apart. In the living room, the television plays a program favored by Muron Lan, yet she is distracted, her thoughts consumed by her grandson, Chen. From a young age, he was raised by her and Su Jingtian, rarely separated. Occasionally, he would spend the night away. But that was usually at the homes of Luoxing Heir and others, and both families reside within the same community. This time, however, Chen is leaving the city for nighttime training. How can she not worry? How many times must I say it? If he hadn't awakened, it would be one thing, but since he has, this day was bound to come. If you're so concerned, why not accompany him? Su Jingtian is nearing his wit's end, having heard her fret since morning. It is always Muron Lan who mentions Chen. He, too, harbors worries and concerns. Yet he does not vocalize them as frequently as Muron Lan does. Are you not concerned? We have but one grandson after all. The old man is still alive. Muron Lan cast a sidelong glance at Su Jingtian, switched off the television, and turned to enter the bedroom. She truly lacked the disposition to watch television. Were it not for the limitations of the network, she would undoubtedly have called Chen. Connectivity exists only within the cities, and once one departs, the signal fades away. In the wilderness, the next day, Chen awoke early. After a brief tidying up, he emerged from the cave, seeking a water source to freshen up before consuming some provisions. Once he had completed his preparations, he readied himself for battle. However, today he intended to hunt second-tier beasts. With nearly 1700 combat power, it would be a sheer waste of time to slay first-tier beasts here. Hunting second-tier beasts would yield a greater experience and expedite his level advancement. Moreover, the equipment dropped by second-tier beasts would undoubtedly be superior to that of their first-tier counterparts. He marked a general location in his mind. Should he fail to find a place to rest by nightfall, he could easily return to this spot, which, at present, was merely the safest area for novices. Only beginners would venture here, while those of higher levels would seek danger elsewhere. Although he aimed to locate second-tier beasts, he would not overlook any first-tier beasts encountered along the way. After all, it only required a single shot. Even the tiniest mosquito is still a morsel of meat. Boom, boom, boom. Currently, hunting first-tier beasts yielded a mere 12 experience points per creature. In half an hour, Chen successfully hunted 84 beasts. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 5. Combat power, 14. Golden light enveloped him as he leveled up again. Thus, it was prudent not to disregard first-tier beasts. Indeed, within that brief half hour, he had achieved level 5. Roar. At that moment, Chen heard a ferocious roar, more terrifying than those of the beasts he had previously encountered. A sense of crisis washed over him as he gazed into the distance, spotting a colossal creature, a second-tier beast. At last, he had encountered a second-tier beast. According to what his teacher had taught him, this second-tier beast was known as the rampaging dragon. Yes, the rampaging dragon, a particularly fierce and formidable class among second-tier beasts. He had not anticipated that the first second-tier beast he would encounter would be a rampaging dragon. Was this good fortune or ill? One word, fight. He could not allow himself to be chased by a beast. Given his current speed, outrunning the rampaging dragon was clearly impossible. With a firm grip on his spear, he activated the endless domain. With a single thrust, he aimed at the rampaging dragon. In terms of combat power, his 1700 could stand against the creature's 2000. And within the endless domain, the beast's power would be diminished. In fact, the rampaging dragon's final damage and attack within his domain would only amount to just over 1200. Boom, whoosh, crack, roar. The spear collided with the rampaging dragon, instantly erupting in a spray of crimson light. The rampaging dragon, wounded and enraged, became even more frenzied. Chen, too, was incensed. Who could remain calm? Previously, he had dispatched foes with a single shot. Encountering this rampaging dragon, unable to do the same, left him feeling unsettled. Bang, whoosh. In an instant, the area within 100 meters was laid to waste. The injuries sustained by the rampaging dragon grew increasingly severe. Finally, under the force of Chen's spear, the rampaging dragon collapsed to the ground. Congratulations, you have slain a second-tier beast. Experience, 20. Attribute points, 50. Dropped item, Flame God Spear, exclusive. As the rampaging dragon fell, an overwhelming excitement surged within Chen. He had finally defeated a second-tier beast, proving his capability to hunt such formidable foes. He eagerly anticipated the experience gained from this kill. Remarkably, he had accrued 20 experience points. Thus, by slaying 5 second-tier beasts, he could achieve the next level. As for the attribute points, he had received 50. However, what took him by surprise was the drop of a piece of equipment, which shimmered with a colorful glow, clearly something extraordinary. Moreover, the notification indicated it was an exclusive item, exclusive equipment. In a moment, Chen was rendered speechless. According to his teacher, exclusive equipment was of a miraculous caliber, devoid of level restrictions, with attributes far surpassing even golden tier items. Yet, exclusive items were exceedingly rare. Exclusive equipment. Chen trembled with excitement. His fortune was beyond compare. As a novice, he ventured into the wild and, on the second day, defeated a second-tier beast, obtaining exclusive equipment. Who would believe such a tale? Without hesitation, fueled by exhilaration, Chen swiftly made his way back to his resting place, eager to examine his newfound treasure. 10 minutes later, he returned to the cave where he had spent the night. With a flicker of his consciousness, he summoned the extraordinary item from his spatial realm. The spear, measuring 2.6 meters in length, radiated a terrifying inferno. It resembled the spear wielded by Neza, yet it was even more dazzling. The flames contained the essence of destruction. Grasping the Flame God Spear, information materialized before Chen. Name, Flame God Spear, exclusive. Rank, no rank. Attributes, colorful. Combat power, 88. 888. Effect 1, flame damage of 300 upon attack. Effect 2, penetration power increased by 300. Effect 350, immunity to fire-based attacks. Effect 430, chance to unleash an ice rain inferno, covering an area of 300 meters by 300 meters. Upon reading the attributes and effects of this exclusive equipment, Chen was utterly astonished. Indeed, exclusive items were beyond comprehension, boasting a staggering combat power of 888 points, along with 4 extraordinary attributes. It was no wonder his teacher likened exclusive equipment to divine artifacts. His teacher had once explained that equipment was categorized into various ranks: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, glory, king, epic, legendary, and mythical. Each rank possessed 3 types of attributes: white, common, red, rare, and gold, perfect. Exclusive items are devoid of levels. Their attributes exceed even the golden tier. Hint: exclusive equipment will not drop. Hint: once equipped, exclusive items cannot be traded. The alert sounded clearly, affirming that exclusive items do not drop and are non-transferable once donned. Gazing at the fiery god spear, Chen exhibited no hesitation and wielded it immediately. Then, a virtual screen unfurled, revealing his current combat power. Chapter 8, A Deluge of Ice and Fire, Mass Annihilation. System, version 10. Name, Chen. Level, 5, 215. Luck, 20. 000. Combat power, 1, 350, 39. Mount, none. Wealth, none. Skill, Annihilation Spear Technique, Basic, Level 1, 000. Ability, Endless Domain, SSS, Level 1, 000. Space, Primordial Realm Space, SSS, First Layer, 000. Attribute Points, 900. Remark, Combat Power, Base Equipment X Amplification Multiplier. By the heavens, his combat power skyrocketed to 1.35 million. With a specialized weapon, he soared to unimaginable heights. Such power could easily dominate martial artists below level 50. He was taking flight, indeed. It appeared that upgrading luck was not an immediate concern. With just 20 points of luck, he could trigger exclusivity. Further enhancement of luck seemed unnecessary at this juncture. Chen pondered deeply. Currently, having achieved exclusivity with only 20 luck points, he found himself in dire need of attribute points. Thus, he resolved to focus on enhancing his spear technique, domain, and primordial space, postponing any luck upgrades until he amassed more attribute points. With 1.35 million combat power, he was prepared to sweep through his foes. He needed to level up. He needed to elevate his rank. Calming his exhilaration, Chen exited the cave and sprinted towards his previous location. 10 minutes later, he returned to the spot where the ferocious dragon lay, its corpse baking under the sun. The scent of blood attracted numerous beasts, both first and second tier. With a cursory glance, he estimated there were at least a dozen. In a flash, he charged towards the beasts. At a distance of 200 meters, Chen thrust the fiery god spear forward. In that instant, the very air seemed to shimmer under the intense heat. The spear's brilliance transformed into flames, racing towards the beasts. Simultaneously, a deluge of ice and fire manifested, blanketing an area of 300 by 300 meters. In an instant, a fiery inferno engulfed a staggering 90,000 square meters. The ground coated in frost while the fiery rain above unleashed absolute devastation. Hiss, as the ice and fire rained down upon the beasts. The first and second tier creatures were reduced to ashes. Damn! Witnessing this outcome, Chen couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. This was not merely terrifying combat power. The fiery damage was unparalleled. Of course, he was not surprised by the annihilation of first and second tier beasts. After all, with his combat power soaring to 1.35 million. It would indeed be odd if he did not obliterate foes with mere tens of thousands of combat power. However, turning the beasts to ash truly surpassed his expectations. Experience, 20. Experience, 1. Attribute points, 10. Attribute points, 50. The results of his strike were evident as the beasts vanished. Experience and attribute points surged. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 6. Combat power, 16. Golden light flickered as Chen ascended to level 6. In that moment, he felt akin to a king entering the bronze tier. Such a descent in power was hardly a challenge. It seemed that with a stroke of luck today, he could reach level 20. This luck relied on encountering countless beasts. Indeed, the strength of one's equipment is primarily determined by its attributes. The fiery god spear, boasting 4 attributes, was overwhelmingly powerful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the fiery god spear in hand, Chen pressed forward, dispatching beasts with a single thrust, leaving nothing but desolation in his wake. The spear's accompanying damage was formidable, rendering it invincible in destruction. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 7. Combat power, 16. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 8. Combat power, 18. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 9. Combat power, 20. Time flowed inexorably. By noon, Chen ceased his onslaught. His level had now reached 17, and the pace of leveling had considerably slowed. Slaying second-tier beasts yielded only 0.8 experience points per kill, meaning he would need to vanquish 125 beasts to reach level 18. What about levels 19 and 20? Fortunately, his combat power was high, and the ice and fire attack remained a group assault. Otherwise, reaching level 20 would be an arduous endeavor. It was no wonder that other novices took months, even over a year, to attain level 20. Reflecting on this, it seemed entirely reasonable. After all, which level 6 novice possessed combat power exceeding 100,000? Finding a concealed spot, Chen retrieved a bottle of water and swiftly consumed 2, feeling an overwhelming sense of refreshment wash over him after a morning of combat. He was indeed fatigued and needed a moment of respite. Within the primordial realm space lay several pieces of equipment, yet he was disinclined to inspect them at present. Primarily, these items held little significance for his combat power, unless they were exclusive. Otherwise, he had no interest in any marginal gains in power. He contemplated returning to town tomorrow. Today, he would strive to reach level 20, and then he would head back. It felt somewhat solitary to be away from his grandparents for 3 days in the wilderness. An hour passed, and Chen's stamina returned to its peak. He pressed on. Boom. Hiss. Crash. The sounds of the spear cleaving through the air, beasts collapsing, and the obliteration wrought by ice and fire intertwined in that moment, as first and second tier creatures continued to be reduced to ash. Everywhere he tread, all was left in desolation. Attribute points, 50. Attribute points, 50. Experience, 0.6. Attribute points, 10. Experience, 0.6. Time slipped by moment. Chen was fully immersed in the slaughter, and at this point, his combat experience and skills had transcended the realm of novices, positioning him firmly as a formidable warrior. He could expend minimal stamina and strength to effortlessly annihilate the beasts. Moreover, he had learned to control the frequency of his area attacks, adjusting his strategy when fewer beasts were present. The occurrence of group attacks should be minimized, particularly when facing a multitude of aberrant beasts. If achievable, it would undoubtedly unleash a cataclysmic storm of icy rain and blazing fire. As evening descends, he arrives. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 20. Combat power, 60. A resplendent golden radiance envelopes Chen, reminiscent of a fleeting golden dragon shadow. The notification chimes, heralding yet another level up. He has attained level 20, achieving his target. With each ascension, the higher the level, the greater the combat power bestowed upon him. He gathers his energy, retracting the long spear, and murmurs softly to himself. In the next instant, he swiftly dashes back to his resting point. After approximately half an hour, the night has deepened to an inky blackness. Upon returning to his haven, he exhales deeply, lying back in the cave to gradually recuperate his strength. After a brief respite, Chen consumes water and rations, feeling revitalized and refreshed. In truth, his current combat power stands at an impressive 130,000, rendering him scarcely fatigued during battle. Otherwise, he would not have the endurance for an entire afternoon's exertion. The weariness he feels is merely a result of his need to control his technique and stamina while assimilating combat skills and experience. With a blink, a virtual screen unfurls before him. Primarily, he checks the number of attribute points he possesses. Chapter 9. Marksmanship has reached the 3rd tier 44. Attribute points are paramount, thus, they are his utmost concern. Today, he has slain numerous second-tier aberrant beasts, while first-tier ones hardly warrant his attention. After reaching level 10, the experience gained from defeating first-tier aberrant beasts is roughly 0.1. Not only first-tier, but even second-tier creatures yield a mere 1 experience point once he surpasses level 15. And by level 20, it dwindles to 0.5. Attribute points, 49,710. As anticipated, his achievement points have exceeded 40,000. Each second-tier aberrant beast slain grants him 50 achievement points, and today he has vanquished nearly 800 or 900. Should he upgrade his domain, his marksmanship, or perhaps his spatial abilities? He is certain that, for the time being, there is no necessity to enhance his luck. Thus, the most pressing enhancements are his domain and marksmanship. Naturally, Upgrading his spatial abilities is also crucial, as it amplifies combat power significantly, with the first tier offering a 15-fold increase, and the second tier likely even higher. However, he currently lacks knowledge of the required attribute points. Let us experiment. He decides to test his domain, marksmanship, and spatial abilities. Consume 1,000 attribute points. Your primal spatial realm advances from the first tier 0 to the first tier 1. Remarkably, consuming 1,000 points yields only a single level increase. No further upgrades can be made at this time. Attribute points are precious. One must wield them wisely. Consume 1,000 attribute points. Your endless domain advances from first tier 0 to first tier 1. The same applies here. It also requires 1,000 attribute points for a single upgrade. In other words, to elevate it to level 100 would necessitate 100,000 attribute points. Currently, he does not possess such a sum, nor is it prudent to expend them in this manner. Therefore, let us turn to marksmanship. Consume 100 attribute points. Your annihilation marksmanship advances from first tier 0 to first tier 1. This is promising. Elevating it to the second tier requires only 10,000 attribute points. He resolves to upgrade the annihilation marksmanship first. Consume 100 attribute points. Your annihilation marksmanship advances from first tier 1 to first tier 2. Consume 100 attribute points. Your annihilation marksmanship advances from first tier 2 to first tier 3. Consume 100 attribute points. Your annihilation marksmanship advances from first tier 3 to first tier 4. Consume 100 attribute points. Your annihilation marksmanship advances from first tier 99 to second tier 0. A total of 10,000 points have been expended. His marksmanship has ascended to the second tier. The higher the tier of his marksmanship, the more potent it becomes. Notification: your annihilation marksmanship has reached the second tier. You can unleash 2 beams of gunlight. Speed, 10. Defense penetration, 10. Penetration, 10. With his marksmanship now at the second tier, a single thrust can release 2 beams of gunlight, and both speed, defense penetration, and penetration have all increased by 10. Although this does not translate directly into combat power, its efficacy is undeniable. Continuing onward. Consume 200 attribute points. Your annihilation marksmanship advances from second tier 0 to second tier 1. Consume 200 attribute points. Your annihilation marksmanship advances from second tier 1 to second tier 2. Consume 200 attribute points. Your annihilation marksmanship advances from second tier 2 to second tier 3. Consume 200 attribute points. Your annihilation marksmanship advances from second tier 99 to third tier 0. A total of 20,000 attribute points have been consumed. His annihilation marksmanship has ascended to the third tier. Notification: your annihilation marksmanship has reached the third tier. You can unleash 4 beams of gunlight. Speed, 20. Defense penetration, 20. Penetration, 20. Now at the third tier, its power has surged, enabling the release of 4 beams of gunlight, with increases to penetration, defense penetration, and speed all rising to 20. Proceeding further. Consume 400 attribute points. Your annihilation marksmanship advances from third tier 0 to third tier 1. Beyond the third tier, each level requires 400 attribute points for advancement. Clearly, he cannot reach the fourth tier due to insufficient attribute points. After all, attribute points are still available. He will expend them until depleted. Soon, only 110 attribute points remain. Further upgrades are no longer feasible. Presently, his annihilation marksmanship stands at third tier 44. He takes a deep breath. With the matter of attribute point upgrade settled, he feels a sense of tranquility wash over him. It is now time to assess his equipment. Today he has acquired numerous items. Yet most are of bronze quality and merely common white grade, with only a few rare red items. As for silver grade equipment, there appear to be just 3 pieces. Subsequently, Chen accesses the equipment panel adjacent to the main interface. This equipment panel allows for the donning of gear without displaying it externally. In other words, while the equipment enhances the warrior's combat power and efficacy, it does not exhibit outwardly, with weapons and garments being the exceptions. Armor, wearable. Helmet, wearable. Necklace, wearable. Bracelet, wearable. Bracelet, wearable. Ring, wearable. Ring, wearable. Each individual's equipment panel comprises conventional gear such as clothing and weapons, bracelets and rings, necklaces, and helmets, totaling 8 items. Medals, boots, gemstones, halos, and cloaks are classified as special equipment, which are considerably harder to acquire, their difficulty not much less than that of exclusive items. Chen surveys the wearable items and proceeds to equip them without hesitation. There is no need for him to make selections. For the automatic donning of equipment prioritizes those of the highest combat power, superior quality, and more potent effects. In a mere 10 seconds, the attire is fully adorned. Weapon, Flame Divine Spear, exclusive, combat power, 88, 888, attributes. Clothing, silver grade, white, combat power, 1000, attributes, none. Helmet, silver grade, white, combat power, 1000, attributes, none. Necklace, bronze grade red, combat power, 800, attributes, none. Bracelet, bronze grade, white, combat power, 600, attributes, none. Bracelet, bronze grade, white, combat power, 600, attributes, none. Ring, silver grade, red, combat power, 1000, attributes, none. Ring, bronze grade, boom, combat power, 800, attributes, none. The instructor has stated that equipment below the king level lacks attributes. Only those above the king level, specifically the golden equipment, possess attributes. Thus, aside from the exclusive weapon, none of his current gear bears any attributes. Although the equipment may not be optimal, once donned and augmented by the Yuan realm space, it grants an impressive boost of around 8 to 9,000 combat power. Currently, his total combat power reaches 144,095 points. System, version 10. Name, Chen. Level, 20,006. Luck, 20,000. Combat power, 144,095. Mount, none. Wealth, none. Skill, annihilation gun technique. Basic, level 3, 44. Ability, endless domain, SSS, first level 1. Space, Yuan realm space, SSS, first layer 1. Attribute points, 110. Remarks, combat power, base equipment, X amplification multiplier. He deactivates the virtual screen and prepares for slumber, as he plans to return home tomorrow afternoon. There is a novice dungeon at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, specifically designed for beginners, which he does not wish to miss. 3 days have already elapsed. After returning, he intends to devote 2 days to rigorous training before wholeheartedly challenging the school's dungeon. Rumor has it that there are rewards to be had. Nevertheless, he is not solely motivated by rewards. Enhancing his strength and level is the true path to mastery. He can't help but wonder about Xinger. His thoughts drift to Luo Xinger, who possesses an SSS level talent, making her a sought-after companion for any team. With her innate ability, her level should be rising swiftly. Subsequently, Chen begins to prepare his bed and soon drifts into the realm of dreams. Chapter 10 Luo Xinger. Let me tell you something, I'm already level 9. The next day, early in the morning, Chen awakens, freshens up, has a meal, and then sets out to hunt exotic beasts. Compared to yesterday, he finds himself more adept in battle today. After reaching the 3rd level of the annihilation gun technique, he unleashes a shot that erupts into 4 terrifying beams of gunfire. His shooting speed has also significantly improved since yesterday. Boom, boom, boom. Attribute points, 50. Experience, 0-1. Experience, 0-0-5. Currently, hunting 2nd level exotic beasts yields only 0-1 experience, while the experience gained from 1st level beasts is dismally low. However, today, Chen is not primarily focused on leveling up, but rather on accumulating attribute points. To level up, he must hunt 3rd level exotic beasts. Time ticks away. At 1 in the afternoon, Chen begins his return journey towards the city, dispatching any exotic beasts he encounters along the way. As evening falls, he finally arrives at the city gates. After a brief inspection, he is allowed entry. At last, I'm back. Upon returning to the city, Chen sighs, reflecting that no matter how formidable he feels outside, there is an undeniable lack of security. Only within the city does he feel safe. Gradually, he begins to relax. After half an hour's ride, he reaches Qingjiang community. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, his grandmother, Lan, is watching television. Hearing the knocking, she becomes instantly excited. Could it be little Chen returning? Generally, no one visits at this hour, except for Chen. Open the door. I forgot my keys, says Su Jingtian. Their community is not new, and they have never replaced the fingerprint lock. Opening the door still requires a key, and Chen often forgets to bring it. Understood. Lan shoots Su Jingtian a reproachful glance before rising to open the door. Grandma. Chen greets Lan joyfully. It has been several days, and he finds himself missing his grandparents dearly, especially since this is the first time he has been away for such an extended period. Little Chen is back. Let me take a look at you. Oh dear, you've lost weight. Go wash up first. Grandma will make you a meal to help you regain your strength. Lan embraces Chen and scrutinizes him closely. Perhaps it is merely her perception or her deep concern, but she feels he appears thinner. This isn't about losing weight. I've become more robust, Chen responds, feeling a warm glow in his heart, immensely happy. Upon entering the room, he greets his grandfather, Su Jingtian, who remains as tranquil and serene as always. How did your expedition go? Su Jingtian glances at Chen. Although his demeanor is calm, his curiosity is palpable. Grandpa, it went quite well. I've reached level 21, Chen replies obediently. Indeed, level 21. I was at level 20 last night. And after hunting numerous exotic beasts this morning, I managed to elevate my level to 21, accruing a total of 50,000 attribute points. Oh, Su Jingtian exclaims, his expression shifting. It seemed as if whatever Chen said was entirely within his expectations. However, he soon realizes the significance of the statement. Level 21? I thought you said level 2, which would have been quite normal, or even commendable. to rise from level 20 to level 21 in just 2 or 3 days of initial training. Remarkable indeed. But level 21? Could I have misheard? Or did little Chen mistakenly say it? His gaze fixed on Su Chen, he searches for confirmation. Grandpa, it's level 21, Su Chen reassures him once more. Level 21. Indeed. Did you encounter some fortuitous event? Su Jingtian studies Su Chen intently. Knowing his grandson's character well enough to trust his honesty, there would be no need for deceit in this matter, indicating that he has genuinely reached level 21. How did you achieve this? This is beyond mere talent. Even with an SSS grade talent, achieving level 5 in the first few days of exploration is already quite impressive. Yet Su Chen has reached level 21. Clearly, he must have encountered some extraordinary opportunity, otherwise, it is truly impossible to achieve such extraordinary feats. Grandfather, I am fortunate indeed. I have acquired a unique weapon, Su Chen declared. Simultaneously, he extended his hand, and the flame god spear materialized within his grasp, instantly enveloping the room in a sweltering aura. The flame god spear, capable of incinerating all, would undoubtedly not unleash its fury recklessly in the hands of Su Chen. Indeed, luck has favored me. It is no wonder, Su Jingtian observed, gazing in utter astonishment at the flame god spear held by Su Chen. Though not a warrior himself, he possessed considerable knowledge. After all, his son and daughter-in-law were once formidable powers, and he was privy to much information. Grandfather, I shall take a bath now, Su Chen remarked, stowing away the flame god spear and making his way to his room. Having traversed the wilds without encountering a suitable water source, he had been unable to bathe. Initially unaware of it, upon returning, he felt an overwhelming discomfort throughout his body. After indulging in a refreshing bath, he was thoroughly fed under his grandmother's watchful eye, leaving him feeling quite stuffed. However, upon returning to his room, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep, finally succumbing to slumber only as dawn approached. The following midday, Su Chen awoke, dragged from his slumber by Luo Xing'er. Brother, you sleepyhead. What time is it? Her voice, soft and sweet, accompanied by her delicate, fair hand tugging at Su Chen's, urged him to rise from the bed. You're the one who resembles a pig. Such a tiny one at that, Su Chen grumbled, rubbing his eyes and gazing at the beautiful girl before him, her bright smile and fragrant scent wafting into his nostrils. Utterly delightful. You're the big pig here. Let me share some news with you. I have reached level 9. Impressive, right? Praise me quickly, Luo Xing'er insisted, pulling at Su Chen, refusing to let him continue his slumber. With a smug expression, she boasted about her recent achievements over the past couple of days. She had teamed up with several other prodigies, leading to her elevation to level 9. She had hurried back that morning, and after bathing and changing, her first instinct was to seek Su Chen's admiration. It was unclear when she had developed this habit. Xing'er, you're remarkable, Su Chen replied somewhat dismissively. Level 9, is that really impressive? Little sister, you're still being too naive. Your brother has already attained level 21. Do you understand what that means? Humph, so dismissive. Get up, don't lie down. Luo Xing'er huffed, clearly annoyed by his lack of enthusiasm. Your expression and tone hardly suggest you are giving a compliment. You might as well have dismissive written across your forehead. Could you step outside? How can I rise with you staring at me? Su Chen sighed, realizing that once Luo Xing'er had set her sights on him, nothing ever went as he wished. This little darling was particularly adept at employing her charms, leaving him helpless against her whims. It was evidently impossible to continue sleeping. No sleeping allowed. I'll be waiting for you, Luo Xing'er said. Her cheeks flushed as she released Su Chen's hand and walked toward the door, reminding him, get up, wash up, and dress properly before leaving the room. Grandmother, I'm going out to play with my brother, and won't he be back for dinner, Luo Xing'er announced as Su Chen stepped outside. Off you go. Off you go. Muron Lan waved her hand with a smile, clearly fond of Luo Xing'er, akin to a grandmother cherishing her granddaughter. Chapter 11. Hidden Profession. The demon lord suppressing an era. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, 3 days had passed. During this time, 2 of those days were spent with Luo Xing'er clinging to Su Chen, shopping and indulging in retail therapy. Su Chen felt as though his legs might give out. Despite her petite stature, Luo Xing'er exhibited boundless energy while shopping, completely unfazed by fatigue. On this particular morning, the two departed the neighborhood together, making their way to school. Brother, after this dungeon, let us team up. Luo Xing'er bounced along the path, exuding an air of carefree exuberance. Today, they were headed to Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, which was known for its dungeon resources. Those who successfully awakened their potential were eligible to enter the dungeon once. And if they missed the opportunity, it would be lost for good, as this dungeon only opened every 6 months and was rumored to be a mysterious relic from ancient times. Ah, Xing'er, do you know about hidden professions? Su Chen paused, his gaze earnest as he looked at Luo Xing'er, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. Ever since her awakening, she had been cautious, fearful of inadvertently wounding Su Chen's pride due to her exceptional talent. Though she never voiced her concerns, Su Chen could see through her facade. Of course, but hidden professions are notoriously difficult to awaken. 50 years ago, someone in our Jiangcheng awakened a hidden profession, a forbidden space mage. Initially, their talent was unimpressive. Yet they rose to prominence, becoming the most powerful figure in the Great Xia Empire, renowned as the demon lord who suppressed an era, Luo Xing'er replied, puzzled by Su Chun's inquiry regarding hidden professions. Indeed, I have awakened a hidden profession, the god of luck, Su Chen disclosed. He had devised this fabrication upon acquiring the system, reasoning that his luck could be augmented, thus claiming it as a hidden profession. In truth, even if he denied it, others would undoubtedly speculate, for how could a mere F-rank Armageddon gun god achieve such extraordinary feats without having awakened a hidden profession? His prodigious talent would soon be revealed. Rather than let others speculate, he preferred to confide in Luo Xing'er, if only to alleviate her cautiousness. Lies, at times, are not born of malice. One cannot simply declare they possess a system, can they? What? You awakened a hidden profession. Is that true? Luo Xing'er exclaimed, momentarily stunned, her lovely face reflecting disbelief. She nearly gasped aloud but quickly covered her mouth with her hand, glancing around in concern that others might overhear, her expression one of sheer astonishment. See, Su Chen nodded, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was near, then revealed the flame god spear. This is proof. An exclusive weapon. Oh my goodness, brother. You are incredible. Luo Xing'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of Su Chun's flame god spear, radiating with destructive flames and vibrant hues, utterly mesmerizing. She cast a detection spell and discovered the information and attributes of the flame goddess spear, along with the time and location of its emergence. She stood there in a daze, only coming to her senses after a considerable time. The exclusive weapon had appeared 2 days prior. According to the timeline, her brother had ventured into the wild on the same day as her. It must have been dropped by a first-tier beast. Indeed, it was the hidden class. The god of luck. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. The hidden class was support-oriented, yet this did not diminish its impact. One could assert that any hidden class rated SSS possesses its own extraordinary attributes, much like her brother's hidden class as the god of luck. The drop rates and loot were indeed exceptional. Otherwise, how could one acquire exclusive equipment? With such extraordinary exclusive gear, his combat power would naturally be high, and leveling up would be swift. Don't tell anyone else, Su Chen said. By the way, what level are you now? Luo Xing'er nodded obediently. Simultaneously, she was curious about Su Chen's level. With such a weapon that could be deemed legendary, soloing would be invincible, and rapid leveling was assured. Level 21, Su Chen replied. Awesome. That's fantastic. I'm SSS level, your SSS level, and your hidden class is even more terrifying than SSS level. In the future, we will all become formidable. Luo Xing'er was elated, feeling happier than when she reached level 21 herself. She felt envy, yes, but more so joy for Su Chen, as she knew he was the SSS source of life. Indeed, I'm an SSS level chaotic ice phoenix, and you're an SSS level support. I'll be responsible for dropping equipment. Su Chen chuckled. The two continued their conversation as they walked. Before long, they arrived at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. It was Sunday, so the school was nearly deserted, with only the occasional awakened warriors passing through. Luo Xing, Luo Xing, Luo Xing. Along the way, everyone greeted Luo Xing'er. The popularity of her SSS level talent surpassed all expectations. As for Su Chen, he was completely ignored. F level. Although he had successfully awakened, he was the most insignificant existence among warriors. Brother, you're being ignored, Luo Xing'er noted, responding to those who greeted her with a slight nod. At that moment, her gaze was entirely focused on Su Chen's reflection. Now that she knew he had a hidden class, she no longer needed to tread carefully. This feeling was simply exquisite. Let them ignore me, Su Chen smiled. He did not care what others thought of him. His vanity was not so inflated. After this dungeon, they will change their minds. Luo Xing'er laughed. She was astute, aware that even if Su Chen was concealing his abilities, he could no longer hide after this dungeon. A giant cannot hide behind a small tree, can it? No, it cannot. Soon, the two arrived at the school plaza. After waiting 20 minutes, the principal sat on the podium and spoke. Beside him were more than a dozen warriors who were clearly not teachers from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. It was evident that these individuals were recruitment representatives from other universities. Upon learning of the emergence of an SSS level at Jiangxing No. 1, they had come to recruit. Luo Xing'er, come here for a moment. These are teachers from Kyoto University and Jiangnan University. Do you have a preferred university? Please state your intentions or conditions. Seizing the opportunity, the principal gestured for Luo Xing'er to approach. With her SSS level talent, she was a prodigy at Jiangxing No. 1, and he naturally hoped she would enter a top-tier university, paving the way for her future as a powerful figure. Yes, principal. I would like to hear what the teachers have to offer, Luo Xing'er nodded. She then turned her gaze towards the recruitment representatives on the podium. Luo Xing'er, if you choose Kyoto University, we offer you 100 million in resources each year, along with the finest dungeon resources. What do you think? Luo Xing'er, I believe you've heard of Jiangnan University. Since you're from Jiangcheng, Jiangnan University is your hometown university. The resources are unquestionable. 100 million in cash, 100 million in resources. The best dungeons, and we will also provide you with an exclusive item. At that moment, every recruitment representative shared their university's advantages and the benefits they could offer. After speaking, they eagerly awaited Luo Xing's response. After all, she was an SSS and an exceptionally powerful support at that. If nurtured, she could even resurrect the dead. Teachers, I wish to bring my brother along. Moreover, my brother's treatment must be the same as mine. Luo Xing spoke, her gaze drifting towards Su Chen in the distance. Chapter 12, Dungeon Selection, Catastrophe Level. Your brother? Is he also SSS level? Upon hearing Luo Xing's condition, they were taken aback, having never encountered such a request before. Bringing along her brother and expecting him to receive the same treatment was unprecedented. Is your brother also SSS level? How come we've never heard of another SSS level at Jiangqing number 1? Could there be a mistake? No, he SF level. Luo Xing replied. As she spoke, she waved to Su Chen, beckoning him over, a mischievous smile glimmering in her lively eyes. If Su Chen had seen that smile, he would have known she was plotting something against him. Su Chen, what are you doing here? Go stand in line properly. Qi Dalong was taken aback upon hearing the conditions proposed by Luo Xing. When he finally regained his composure, Su Chen had already approached. He quickly exclaimed, what is an F level doing here? Don't disrupt Luo Xing. Luo Xing, I'm afraid an F level cannot gain admission to our university. One representative stated apologetically. Indeed, Luo Xing, while we can offer you higher benefits, we cannot allow him entry. An F level talent can only attend a regular university. Does an F level really aspire to enter one of the top 10 universities in the entirety of Daxia? Some amiable teachers spoke with smiles, considering Luo Xing's SSS level reputation. Meanwhile, the other teachers wore expressions of disdain, clearly unimpressed by Su Chen. If it weren't for you, Luo Xing would have chosen our university. Very well, I will consider it. Luo Xing responded with a feigned look of disappointment, departing with Su Chen to join the queue with other students. I really can't do anything with you. Su Chen shot a glare at Luo Xing. Having grown up together, he understood her every move. Just now, he realized she was up to her tricks again, subtly provoking animosity. Hee. By the way, brother, which university do you want to apply to? Luo Xing chuckled playfully. I haven't made up my mind yet. What about you? Su Chen replied. University. Still undecided. Brother, how about we go to Kyoto together? My sister is there. Even if we don't attend Kyoto University, there are several prestigious institutions in Kyoto, Luo Xing suggested, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Su Chen. All right, we shall go to Kyoto then. However, I must consult grandfather and grandmother to see if they can accompany us. Su Chen nodded. Prestigious schools have their advantages and resources. Moreover, this world is comprised of numerous circles. Within a powerful circle, competition is fierce, yet the rewards are plentiful. Nevertheless, he must inquire with his grandparents. They are advanced in age, and he must take care of them. Little F, are you also heading to the instance? At that moment, a jarring voice pierced through the air. Without needing to look, Su Chen instinctively knew who it was. Is your brain defective? Before Su Chen could respond, Luo Xing launched into a tirade. A C-grade talent, and you dare to call yourself a genius while looking down on F-grade? Who gave you the audacity? You foolish mutt. Su Chen glanced at Chen Hui and couldn't help but chuckle. This silly mutt was adorably foolish. Who are you cursing? Chen Hui snapped, his temper flaring. Damn it. Though it was merely 2 words, they somehow sounded amusing. Cursing a foolish mutt, Su Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, it's a foolish mutt. Just as he was about to retort, Principal Qi Dalong's voice resonated, instantly silencing the crowd. The instance will commence promptly at 9 o'clock. Before it opens, I will outline the rules and precautions for the instance. The training instance of Jiangqing number 1 High School is the most controversial, as the difficulty level is disputed. Given that the difficulty is contentious, it implies that the instance may pose certain dangers. Therefore, exercise caution when making your selections. Our instance has 4 choices. 1. Normal level. Only 1st to 3rd tier beasts will be encountered. With a training duration of 3 days, participants will be teleported out after 3 days. 2. Hard level. 1st to 4th tier beasts will be present. With a training duration of 7 days, participants will be teleported out after 7 days. 3. Desperate level. According to the accounts of those who survived, 6th tier beasts have appeared within, with a training duration of 10 days. 4. Catastrophe level. No one has entered or emerged from this level. Based on the instance's hints, it may contain 7th or 8th tier beasts, and possibly other humans. With a survival rate of less than 0.00001, I do not recommend choosing the desperate or catastrophe levels, although this is merely a beginner's training instance. It is essentially a death trap for novices. The principal spoke in a calm manner. The instance at Jiangqing number 1 High School is specifically designed for beginners. Thus, there is an age restriction. Participants must be under 18 years old. This instance differs from other training instances as it offers 4 choices, allowing participants to select difficulty based on their abilities and conditions. Alright, you have 10 minutes to choose. Form 4 lines from left to right. The teleportation to the instance will occur in 10 minutes. As Chi DeLong spoke, a teacher produced 4 signs, labeled 1 through 4. Brother, which level will you choose? Luo Xing'er tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, inquiring. Beep. Triggered random task. Choose catastrophe level. Reward. 200,000 attribute points. Reward. Exclusive equipment 1. As Su Chen grappled with his indecision, a prompt echoed in his mind. What on earth? The system has such a function? He was unaware of this feature. A random task? And if he chose the catastrophe level, the rewards were 200,000 attribute points and an exclusive piece of equipment. Damn, the system is quite clever. Whenever there is something bizarre or difficult, it seems the system always pops up. Now, with a catastrophe level in the school instance, the system assigned him a random task to select it. Catastrophe level, Su Chen declared. Since the system suggested the catastrophe level, it surely wouldn't be a trap. His choice stemmed not from the allure of 200,000 attribute points and exclusive equipment, but rather from his desire to challenge himself, fueled by a spirit of adventure. Who would believe that? Luo Xing'er was momentarily stunned, thinking she had misheard. She looked at Su Chen with a questioning gaze. It's just a beginner-s instance. Su Chen reassured her. There's no choice. The system issued a random task. Be cautious. I'll choose the hard level. After a moment, Luo Xing'er took a deep breath and spoke. Hidden profession, god of luck. Your fortune must be quite extraordinary. Moreover, brother, you have exclusive weaponry. Besides, this is merely a beginner-s instance. It surely cannot be dangerous. All right, you be careful too, Su Chen advised. The hard level could also be perilous. Fortunately, he had given her 3 pieces of silver-grade equipment and 3 pieces of bronze-grade equipment the day before, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Luo Xing'er nodded, reluctantly parting ways. She joined the line representing the hard level, which had only 6 participants, while most others opted for the normal level. Not a single person chose the desperate or catastrophe levels. Su Chen, are you not going to the instance? Chi DeLong observed that everyone else had chosen their teams, leaving Su Chen standing alone, and inquired. Chapter 13, The Blue and Luo World, the Heart of Exclusive Rules. Su Chen did not respond. Instead, he walked toward the catastrophe level position. The normal level, represented by 1, occupied 97%, while the hard level, represented by 2, only accounted for 2%. However, both the desperate and catastrophe levels, represented by 3 and 4, were completely deserted. At this moment, Su Chen arrived at position 4. Classmate, this is the catastrophe level. The teacher holding the number 4 sign cautioned, assuming Su Chen had made a mistake. Do I possess an IQ of 20? I am choosing the catastrophe level. Su Chen replied nonchalantly. What? Choosing the catastrophe level? Are you joking? Seeking attention? Looking for death? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, everyone was taken aback, not only the students, but also the teachers on the podium. Boom, 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 just as everyone was in shock. For mysterious beams of light appeared in the sky, as if they had pinpointed their targets, swiftly enveloping the designated 4 areas. Hiss, hiss, in the realm of the ordinary. The entire team vanished into thin air. Those at the challenging level also disappeared without a trace. Just then, a radiant glow enveloped Su Chen, who felt an enigmatic force drawing him in. In the face of such power, he found himself utterly devoid of any means to resist. His body was cocooned in light, and in an instant, he vanished from his original location, as if he had evaporated entirely. The square, once bustling with nearly 200 students, now lay desolate and empty. All having been teleported away, he had ascended to the level of catastrophe. Was this decision truly wise? Though an F level may be considered subpar among martial artists, it still stood significantly above that of an ordinary person. Alas, the absence of merely 1 F level is hardly consequential. Classmate Luo Xing'er, having chosen the challenging level, should be able to return safely. This student's mindset is lacking. Fortunately, it is merely an F level. Had it been an S level or above, it would indeed have been a tragic waste of potential. On the podium, the teachers regained their composure and began to converse. An F level opting for a catastrophe level dungeon? This mindset is inadequate. Furthermore, it appears to be a ploy for attention. Thankfully, it is only an F level. Had it been a genius, it would have been a true squandering of talent. Will you be staying here for a few days, esteemed teachers? Principal Chi queried with a smile. In the past, he had hardly made an impression before these enrollment teachers. However, today, his status had soared dramatically. The reason was simple. Jiangqing No. One high school had produced an SSS level prodigy. Consequently, he felt considerably more at ease speaking. This was Su Chen's first experience of teleportation. What was it like? It was indescribable, somewhat akin to being in an elevator. Whoosh whoosh. Yet, this elevator resembled a scenic lift, allowing glimpses of the outside world, albeit shrouded in darkness. With elusive, mysterious substances flowing through the void. This surreal experience lasted for approximately 10 seconds before coming to an abrupt halt, leaving Su Chen suspended in midair. Moments later, he descended gently to the ground, devoid of the jarring sensation typical of free falls. The air was thick with an ancient aura. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a desolate wilderness, surrounded by neither humans nor exotic beasts, offering a temporary respite from danger. At least he was safe for the moment. Welcome to the Qing Luo world. I am the spirit of the Qing Luo world. You are the 98, 071, 239, 527th individual to enter the Qing Luo world. But all who entered before you have perished. Your current identification number is 9527. Whether you can escape the Qing Luo world alive depends on your fortune. Rules. Please complete the tasks of the Qing Luo world within 20 days. Tasks. Hunt 666 first-tier exotic beasts. 555 second-tier exotic beasts. 444 third-tier exotic beasts. 333 fourth-tier exotic beasts. 222 fifth-tier exotic beasts. And 111 sixth-tier exotic beasts. Upon completing the hunting tasks, you will be teleported to the Qing Luo Tower. Successfully passing through the Qing Luo Tower will count as completing the tasks. Rewards. Qing Luo Radiance Divine. Exclusive. Special. A ghostly voice resonated in the void, echoing as though it were both near and far, imparting an ethereal sensation. As the voice faded, a streak of light appeared before Su Chen. The luminescence dissipated, revealing a 1-foot-tall information panel. Name, Su Chen. Age, 18 years. Affiliation, Galactic World, Blue Star, Daxia Empire, Jiangqing. Level, 21. Current tasks. First tier 666, second tier 555, third tier 444, fourth tier 333, fifth tier 222, sixth tier 111. Pass through Qing Luo Tower. Task in progress. Countdown, 19 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 11 seconds. Damn. Hearing the spirit's voice left Su Chen in shock. 20 days to hunt such an immense number of exotic beasts? Or perhaps this hunting of beasts is merely a threshold. The true trial lies within the Qing Luo Tower. Even if it is just a threshold, it is a formidable chasm for a novice to cross. No wonder all those who entered before him perished. 980 million awakened martial artists had met their end here. This underscores the arduous nature of the tasks. Moreover, he was utterly alone in the Qing Luo world at this moment, an overwhelming sense of solitude engulfing his spirit. To claim he felt no loneliness would be a lie. Nevertheless, while the tasks were daunting, the rewards were indeed extraordinary. Merely the thought of the equipment S enhancements stirred his blood with excitement. Silence enveloped the world after the spirit's declaration, devoid of any sound. Ding. Congratulations on selecting the catastrophe level. Reward, 200,000 attribute points. 1 exclusive equipment treasure chest. At this juncture, the system's notification chimed. Thankfully, he had the system to accompany him. He was not entirely alone. Even if the system was not human, nor even a tangible entity, he could still bolster his power. Upon hearing of the rewards credited, his mood soared. 200,000 attribute points and an exclusive equipment treasure chest. These were precisely what he needed. With 200,000 attributes, he could elevate the origin realm and the endless domain at least once. Moreover, he still had 50,000 in used attribute points, providing the perfect opportunity for enhancement. He eagerly anticipated the exclusive equipment treasure chest. He located a relatively concealed spot. Although this world was devoid of inhabitants, resembling a single-player game, human instincts prevailed. One only felt secure in a hidden space. Subsequently, he communicated with the system. Opening exclusive equipment treasure chest. Opening successful. Congratulations on obtaining Heart of Rules, exclusive. After 5 seconds, the exclusive equipment treasure chest opened successfully, bestowing upon him an exclusive item named the Heart of Rules. Such a name left Su Chen pondering its nature, as he could not ascertain what it was without seeing it. Yet, this did not diminish his exhilaration. It was an exclusive piece of equipment. With a thought, he summoned the recently acquired exclusive equipment from the origin realm. It appeared to be a necklace, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a miniature galaxy. Don't rush to wear it. Let us examine the attributes first. Chapter 14, Battle Power 3. 85 million, level soaring. Exclusive equipment is akin to divine artifacts, a testament to its formidable nature, though it is not a divine artifact. The distinction between exclusivity and mere specialization is strikingly vast. Thus, not all exclusive equipment is inherently formidable. The measure of its prowess is contingent upon the attributes it possesses. Item name, Heart of Rules, exclusive. Rank, unranked. Attributes, colorful. Combat power, 88, 888. Effect 1. A 50 chance to immobilize the target upon attack, can be enhanced with world fragments. Effect 2, 100 soul resistance. Effect 3, 100 poison immunity. Effect 4, 300 damage reflection. With an exhilarated heart and trembling hands, Su Chen was nearly compelled to shout after witnessing the attributes. This inscription, this power, who could dare to claim it is not extraordinary? It is nothing short of miraculous. Setting aside other considerations, the combat power alone stands at an astonishing 888 points, which is a stark deviation from ordinary equipment. Typically, weapons and armor possess greater combat power than standard accessories. Yet exclusive gear shatters this norm. The necklace boasts a combat power akin to that of the flame god spear. The attributes are so formidable that he momentarily found it impossible to discern which was superior, the weapon or the necklace. Both exclusive items are terrifying in their own right, each presenting unique advantages. It is akin to comparing the champion of long jump with the champion of high jump. Such comparisons are utterly futile. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he proceeded to allocate attribute points to enhance his realm and dimension space, eager to ascertain the extent of his ultimate combat power. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your dimension space has risen from level 1 to level 1, 2. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your dimension space has risen from level 1, 2 to level 1, 3. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your dimension space has risen from level 1, 3 to level 1, 4. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your dimension space has risen from level 199 to level 200. A total of 99,000 attribute points were expended, elevating the dimension space to the second level. Ding. Dimension space upgraded, current dimensions, 100 miles in length, width, and height. Overall combat power increase of 200. Marvelously. As he had surmised, the upgrade of the dimension space resulted in a further enhancement. The increase shifted from 150 to 200, indicating that his combat power augmentation now reached double. Thus, every point of combat power gain translates to a 2-point increase. Continuing on, he proceeded to upgrade the realm. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your endless realm has risen from stage 1 to stage 1, 2. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your endless realm has risen from stage 1, 2 to stage 1, 3. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your endless realm has risen from stage 1, 3 to stage 1, 4. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your endless realm has risen from stage 199 to stage 200. Once again, a total of 99,000 attribute points were consumed, elevating the endless realm to the second stage. Ding. Endless realm upgraded, current combat power 10,000, within a 300 by 300 by 300 radius centered on oneself. Reduces target damage and attack by 50. Upon reaching the second stage, the area of the realm expanded from 100 by 100 by 100 to 300 by 300 by 300, with the damage and attack reduction against targets rising from 40 to 50. The accompanying combat power surged from 1,000 to 10,000. The reward of 200,000 attribute points was swiftly claimed. Upon completing his upgrades, a joyous smile spread across Chen's face. The system's rewards were perfectly calibrated, elevating both the endless realm and dimension space by 1 level without surplus attribute points. Just ideal. Subsequently, Chen replaced the Heart of Rules and accessed his status panel. System, version 10. Name, Chen. Level, 21, 216. Luck, 20,000. Combat power, 385, 902. Mount, none. Wealth, none. Skills, Annihilation Gun Technique, Basic, Level 3, 44. Powers, Endless Realm, SSS, Stage 1, 2. Space, Dimension Space, SSS, Level 20. Attribute Points, 53,010. Remarks, Combat Power, Base Equipment X Multiplier. By replacing one exclusive item and changing the combat power multiplier from 15 times to 2 times, Chen's combat power soared to an impressive 385 million, more than doubling his previous strength. With renewed determination, Chen shut down the virtual interface and emerged from his concealed position, breaking into a swift run. Regrettably, his speed was somewhat lacking. With a daunting task at hand over the course of 20 days, he surmised that the density of aberrant beasts must be substantial, considering the quest required the extermination of over 20,000 such creatures within a limited time frame. Thus, he anticipated a high density of aberrant beasts in the Qingluo world. Roar! Roar! As if in response to his thoughts, within mere minutes of sprinting, the resounding roars of aberrant beasts filled the air. These were undoubtedly pack creatures, their cries resonating like a tidal wave, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Excellent. Chen gazed at the dense throng of aberrant beasts, his excitement surging. None of these creatures exceeded the 6th tier. Thus, as long as they remained beneath this threshold, he held no cause for concern, especially with his current combat power reaching an impressive 385 million. With a jubilant shout, he charged towards the beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The flame god spear materialized in his grasp, and with a single thrust, it unleashed 4 devastating beams of gunfire. Simultaneously, countless aberrant beasts surged towards him, as if intent on devouring him. Yet, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. The creatures that attacked him were met with severe injuries, or even death, due to the reflected damage. With a 300-point damage reflection, if an opponent struck him with 1,000 strength, he could retaliate with 3 times that force. Unbelievable. I stand here, and I can obliterate you all with your own attacks. Su Chen was utterly exhilarated, standing amidst the throng of aberrant beasts, allowing their assaults to rain upon him. The creatures that dared to attack him were consistently grievously wounded or slain. However, Su Chen discovered an intriguing fact. The reflected damage only occurred when the target attacked him, meaning he could only reflect the damage back to the aggressor. The objective is not to attack him. Without such provocation, he cannot retaliate. There is nothing to rebound against. It ultimately depends on oneself. Upon realizing this, Su Chen understood that while the rebound damage is formidable, to swiftly hunt the aberrant beasts, one must resort to area attacks. A widespread obliteration of the aberrant creatures is necessary. The ice rain and fiery rain encompass an area of 300 by 300 meters. Any aberrant beast within this radius would be engulfed by the ice rain and fiery rain. Boom, boom, roar, hiss. The divine flame lance thrusts forth, summoning the ice rain and fiery rain. Attribute points, 10. Attribute points, 50. Attribute points, 100. Attribute points, 200. Attribute points, 500. The aberrant beasts vanish by the dozens, reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. After all, the highest tier of aberrant beasts here is merely 5th rank. A 5th rank aberrant beast possesses a combat power of approximately 50,000. In the face of his 380,000 combat power, that is utterly insufficient. Furthermore, within the endless realm, the target's damage and attacks are reduced by 50. 1st rank aberrant beasts yield 10 attribute points. 2nd rank aberrant beasts yield 50 attribute points. 3rd rank aberrant beasts yield 100 attribute points. 4th rank aberrant beasts yield 200 attribute points. 5th rank aberrant beasts yield 500 attribute points. In an instant, attribute points surged uncontrollably. Concurrently, experience points skyrocketed as well. Experience, 20. Experience, 50. Experience, 30. Experience, 5. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 22. Combat power, 120. Golden light flickered as Su Chen leveled up, reaching level 22. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 23. Combat power, 140. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 24. Combat power, 160. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 25. Combat power, 180. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 32. Combat power, 400. In a mere half hour, Su Chen's level skyrocketed to 32. An elevation of 11 levels in half an hour is nothing short of terrifying. He felt utterly dazed. Su Chen thought of a phrase that encapsulated this phenomenon, a dimensional strike. The king enters the bronze tier. Chapter 15. Once again, a unique item drops. The slaughter task is completed. At this moment, Su Chen was wholly immersed in the carnage. Before him, the aberrant beasts of ranks 1 through 5 were no more than ants. Time passed, minute by minute. It was around evening, as the sky gradually darkened. While battling, Su Chen sought a place to rest. This world of Qing Luo held no other humans, leaving him free from ambush, save for the aberrant beasts. Phew, exhausted. After a day of combat, fatigue was inevitable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His figure flickered as he swiftly vacated the battlefield. 20 minutes later, Su Chen arrived at the edge of a lake. At the lake's border stood a sheer cliff, adorned with a cave. This location had long caught Su Chen's attention, and he had explored the cave previously. Its modest area of several square meters was sufficient for him to rest and sleep. The presence of a water source was indeed fortuitous, perfect for bathing and cleansing. He entered the cave, secured the entrance, and retrieved bottled water and provisions to commence his meal. Half an hour later, having feasted and replenished his energy, he summoned his will, and the information panel materialized. 1st rank aberrant beasts, 6666, completed. 2nd rank aberrant beasts, 5555, remaining 1162. 3rd rank aberrant beasts, 4444, remaining 1937. 4th rank aberrant beasts, 3333, remaining 2010. 5th rank aberrant beasts, 2222, remaining 1328. 6th rank aberrant beasts, 1111, remaining 725. In the task of hunting aberrant beasts, 1st rank aberrant beasts were complete. The 2nd rank was nearly finished, while the 3rd, 4th, and 5th ranks were all over halfway completed. The 6th rank also had a significant portion complete. This was merely the first half of the day. At this rate, he could complete the entire task within 3 days. Level, 60. Who could fathom this? Within just 1 day in the dungeon, his level surged from 21 to 60. To speak of it would invite disbelief, even in dreams. Yet, this was the stark reality. From level 21 to level 60, his combat power had escalated to 28,500. Upon reaching level 60, he received an additional 1,500 points of combat power. Now, Su Chen's combat power stood at an astounding 42 million. As for attribute points, they left him in a state of disbelief. 1st rank aberrant beasts, 6,666 x 106, 6660, Second rank aberrant beasts, 4393x50219650. Third rank aberrant beasts, 2507x100250700. Fourth rank aberrant beasts, 1323x200264600. Fifth rank aberrant beasts, 894x500447000. Sixth rank aberrant beasts, 386x10003860000. A total of 634,610 points were acquired, with a balance of 687,620 points. Beyond attribute points and levels, the Yuan realm contained a plethora of equipment, including golden items. However, at this moment, he felt no inclination to change. Sleep beckoned. Chen closed the information panel and virtual screen, lying upon his simple bed. It wasn't long before slumber claimed him, primarily due to the exhaustion from the day's battles. What? Little Chen ventured into a calamity-tiered dungeon. Old man, are you mistaken? Xinjiang Community, Building 6, Room 906. Lan was rendered speechless, remaining in shock for an extended period before she could react. Her expression shifted constantly. This news struck her like a thunderclap. It was nothing short of a blow. Qi Delong spoke with a calm tone, as if the matter were trivial. Leaning on his cane, he sat on the sofa, eyes half closed. How could Little Chen possibly enter a calamity-tier dungeon? Although it was a novice training dungeon, it was still a place of certain death. Lan couldn't fathom it. She simply could not understand why Chen would choose to enter a calamity-tier dungeon, knowing full well it was a place where survival was unlikely. Not even seasoned warriors could dare enter such a novice training dungeon. He'll be fine. Trust him. Su Jingtian reassured her, comforting her elderly companion, though one might refer to him as such. The duo would undoubtedly be mistaken for a grandparent and grandchild when walking together, for despite Lan being in her 60s, she appeared no older than 30. Naturally blessed with beauty, she was a vision of exquisite loveliness. Chen, having inherited her stunning looks, along with his father, had indeed been graced by such divine attributes. Yet, this was akin to a calamity, making it difficult for her to place her trust in him. This child was, after all, much like his father. Lan sighed, her mind a tumult of conflicting emotions. The anguish of her son and daughter-in-law's disappearance on the ancient battlefield lingered painfully, a wound that would never fully heal. Thus, she poured all her affection into her grandson, Chen. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. Chen had ventured into a calamity-level instance. Whose temperament did he truly reflect? In the world of Qingluo, the following day marked Chen's second day in the instance. At dawn, he awoke, stretching his limbs and invigorating his body, feeling utterly refreshed. After attending to his morning routines and having a meal, he prepared himself for battle once more. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, the fighting commenced. Now at level 60, he found that hunting beasts below tier 6 yielded little experience. Defeating a tier 1 beast granted a mere 0.0000001 experience points, while even slaying a tier 6 beast only provided 0.2 experience points. This illustrated the low yield from hunting tier 4 and 5 creatures. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter any tier 7 beasts. Hunted a tier 6 beast. Experience, 0.2. Attribute points, 1000. Dropped. God of Life, exclusive. Suddenly, Chen heard a unique sound. This was a setting he had configured within the system. Notifications for ordinary gear were unnecessary, and alerts would only be issued for exclusive or special items. At that moment, he received a notification of an exclusive equipment drop, causing his heart to flutter instinctively. Exclusivity. It had appeared once more. Nonetheless, with an abundance of beasts around, he chose to disregard the gear for now, confident in his combat prowess, intending to inspect it later in the evening. Boom, boom, boom. The beasts were overwhelming, akin to a tide of monsters that seemed endless. Chen became entirely immersed in the carnage, his state of rapture rendering him invincible, turning all foes to ash in his wake. Time passed, minutes turned to seconds, until, at an unforeseen moment, the beasts before him vanished mysteriously. The once dense throng of creatures dissipated like bubbles, leaving no trace as if they had never existed. This spectacle was unprecedented, and he began to doubt his senses, questioning if he was hallucinating. 9527. Congratulations on completing the slaughter task. You are the 2025th to do so. From now on, you shall encounter no beasts in the Qingluo world. In 3 days, you will be transported to Qingluo Mountain for your final assessment. Good luck. At that instant, the voice of the spirit resonated. Upon hearing it, Chen realized the truth. The Qingluo world only presented him with a number of beasts corresponding to his tasks, and once he completed the slaughter mission, all other beasts would vanish. No wonder they disappeared right before his eyes. He had not anticipated slaying so many beasts in just 2 days. 3 days of rest lay ahead. Chen reclined in place. In the Qingluo world, devoid of beasts and humans, he found himself in a realm without threats. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. Chapter 16, The Perfect Gold Tier Set. A world without others is a lonely one. What would it be like if no living beings existed at all? At this moment, Chen held the most authority to speak. In the entire Qingluo world, he was the sole human. Yesterday and today, there had been beasts, yet after completing the slaughter task, they had all vanished. The vast world was now entirely his alone. It was beyond mere solitude. Fortunately, it would only last 3 days. After that, he would be taken to Qingluo Mountain for his final evaluation, determining whether he could leave the Qingluo world. Qingluo Mountain. This was the heart of the Qingluo world, its peaks soaring tens of thousands of feet into the clouds. The summit obscured from view. At the pinnacle stood a crystalline palace, resembling glass, which appeared small from the outside but held vast wonders within. Akin to an independent little world filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers, a veritable paradise. How many millennia had passed? Deep within the palace, on a swing, a breathtakingly beautiful woman swayed back and forth. However, the expression on her exquisite face was marked by profound loneliness, for she was the only inhabitant of the entire palace. Unaware of how many years she had spent in solitude. My lady, it has been a full 10 million years. A voice, ethereal and delicate, emanated from a colorful butterfly. 10 million years. Will he ever come before me? The princess's gaze turned toward the horizon, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the fabric of the world. A glimmer of hope flickered within, but it was overshadowed by a greater sense of loss. Each glimmer of hope had turned to disappointment over time, leading her to feel a tinge of distaste for such aspirations, yet she could not help but yearn for them, a feeling that unsettled her. It was indeed difficult. Nonetheless, his prowess was extraordinary, surpassing any she had encountered before. The colorful butterfly spoke, laden with astonishment. As a creature of the air, it bore no discernible expression, yet it could not hide anything from the princess. Oh, how much time will he require to pass the first trial? She inquired. Forever bound within the confines of the palace, ignorant of all that lay beyond. My lady, he has already passed the first trial, replied the butterfly. This revelation was what astonished it most. Before this individual, over 900 billion souls had traversed the Qingluo world, yet only 2024 had completed the slaughter task. With many accomplishing it only on the final day, hardly anyone managed it within the first 10 days. Yet this individual had completed the task in merely 2 days. Oh, he has already passed the first trial. The princess expressed a hint of surprise. Though astonishment flickered within her, it was not profound. For the slaughter task was merely an initiation. The true trial lay within the Qingluo Tower. As the sun set, a gentle breeze caressed the lakeside. Chen lay upon a massive boulder, feeling utterly at ease after a day of combat. At this moment of relaxation, fatigue swiftly descended upon him. In this solitary world, he found himself isolated, able only to offer solace to his own spirit. As twilight gradually enveloped the skies, Chen plunged into the lake, indulging in a refreshing bath. Before donning a clean set of garments and retreating into a cave, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water and some provisions from his spatial ring, which also contained an assortment of snacks. After half an hour of satisfying his hunger and thirst, he prepared a makeshift bed. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he summoned his exclusive equipment from the realm of the Yuan. In this moment, he felt a profound sense of ritual, for this was indeed his personal gear. However, upon unveiling the exclusive item, confusion washed over him, followed by a wave of disappointment. Was his luck truly insufficient? It was important to note that an individual could equip 8 pieces of gear, and his exclusives consisted solely of a weapon and a necklace, leaving 6 slots vacant. To his utter astonishment, the exclusive item he had just obtained was yet another necklace. Surely, one could not wear 2 necklaces simultaneously. He examined its attributes, hoping it might surpass the Heart of Rules. Name, God of Life, exclusive. Grade, unranked. Attributes, colorful. Combat power, 88, 888. Effect 150 immunity to damage and attacks when under assault. Effect 250 chance to ignore attacks. Effect 3, healing recovery speed increased by 500. Effect 4, summon the Thunder Beast. Upon reviewing the attributes of this Heart of Life, Chen could only exclaim, goodness. Unfortunately, the necklace's attributes did not provide him with significant assistance. It was evident that the extraordinary attributes were tailor-made for Luo Xing. Oh well, fate has favored her. He mused. Chen stowed the God of Life away, intending to present it to Luo Xing once he exited the dungeon. Next, he proceeded to replace all his equipment. Weapon, Flame God Spear, exclusive, combat power, 88, 888, attributes. Clothing, Golden Grade Gold, combat power, 6000, attributes, none. Helmet, Golden Grade Gold, combat power, 6000, attributes, none. Necklace, Heart of Rules, exclusive, combat power, 88, 888, attributes. Bracelet, Golden Grade Gold, combat power, 6000. Attributes, none. Bracelet, Golden Grade Gold, combat power, 6000, attributes, none. Ring, Golden Grade Gold, combat power, 6000, attributes, none. Ring, golden grade gold, combat power, 6000. Attributes, none. He was now clad in a complete golden set, each piece gleaming with a brilliant golden radiance, creating an undeniably striking appearance. Yet, it was clear that it could not rival the allure of exclusive equipment. Nevertheless, this swap elevated his combat power to a staggering 33,000, and with enhancements. His overall combat power surged by 66,000. He pondered carefully, recognizing that his attribute points must be wisely allocated. With over 3 million attribute points at his disposal, he understood the rarity of such an opportunity to earn them. The next chance to amass attribute points might necessitate another foray into the dungeon or a venture onto the battlefield, thus he must utilize these points judiciously. Marksmanship, luck, domain, and space were all crucial elements. He resolved to upgrade space and domain first, followed by enhancements to marksmanship and luck. Moments later, he arrived at a decision and began upgrading the Yuan realm space. Beep. Upgrading Yuan realm space. Current dimensions, 500 miles in length, width, and height. Overall combat power increase of 250. Consuming 500,000 attribute points. The Yuan realm space reached the third tier, with a combat power augmentation of 250 in dimensions of 500 miles. Beep. Endless domain upgraded. Current combat power 50,000, within a 600 by 600 by 600 radius centered on oneself. Targets experience a 60 reduction in damage and attack. Upgrading the domain similarly consumed 500,000 attribute points, doubling its coverage area while reducing target damage and attack by 60. Chen proceeded to upgrade once more, though this enhancement cost 20,000 attribute points. In other words, to reach level 100, he would require 2 million attribute points. And the same applied to the Yuan realm space. With 726,810 points remaining, he completed the upgrades for both space and domain. Now, it was time to enhance his luck. The higher the luck, the greater the chances of loot and exceptional drops. Chapter 17. Annihilation Marksmanship Level 6. Journey to Qing Luo Tower. Luck was essential and needed to be increased. Moreover, the cost of enhancing luck was quite reasonable. Luck, 21 points. Luck, 22 points. Luck, 23 points. Luck, 30 points. Currently, raising luck required 50 attribute points per increment. Thus, boosting luck by 1 point demanded 5,000 attribute points. With ample points, it was an easy matter. Before long, Chen expended 50,000 attribute points to elevate his luck to 30 points. Congratulations, your luck has reached 30 points. Loot rates and drops increased to 30, with exceptional drops at 2. He pressed on. Luck, 31 points. Luck, 32 points. Luck, 33 points. Luck, 40 points. The higher the luck, the more attribute points required. This increase of 10 points consumed 100,000 attribute points. Congratulations, your luck has reached 40 points. Loot rates and drops increased to 40, with exceptional drops at 3. Continuing, he raised his luck to 41 points, 42 points, 43 points, and ultimately 50 points. This last increment consumed 500,000 attribute points. Upon witnessing this expenditure, Chen hesitated to continue further. Congratulations, your luck has reached 50 points. Loot rates and drops increased to 50, with exceptional drops at 4, special drops at 0001. Remarkably, a special drop had appeared, although the chances were slim. The presence of 0001 indicated a 1 in 100,000 opportunity to acquire special equipment. Chen decided to pause his luck enhancements for now. Next, he turned his attention to improving his marksmanship. Consuming 400 attribute points, your annihilation marksmanship ascends from level 44 to level 45. Consuming 400 attribute points, your annihilation marksmanship ascends from level 45 to level 46. Consuming 400 attribute points, your annihilation gun technique has ascended from level 3, 46 to level 3, 47. Consuming 400 attribute points, your annihilation gun technique has escalated from level 3, 99 to level 4, 000. The annihilation gun technique has reached level 4. Notification, your annihilation gun technique has attained level 4. You can unleash 8 beams of gun energy. Speed, 30. Defense penetration, 30. Piercing power, 30. Combat power amplification, 110. Remarkable. Upon upgrading to level 4 of the annihilation gun technique, not only has the gun energy become supremely formidable, but the speed, defense penetration, and piercing power have also reached 30. Moreover, Chen was astounded to discover the combat power amplification of 110, which equates to an 11-fold increase. Although it may seem modest, it still represents a 10-fold enhancement. In that moment, Chen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within. He pressed on with the upgrades. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your annihilation gun technique has progressed from level 4, 000 to level 4, 1. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your annihilation gun technique has advanced from level 4, 1 to level 4, 2. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your annihilation gun technique has improved from level 4.2 to level 4.3. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your annihilation gun technique has elevated from level 4.99 to level 5.000. This time, a total of 100,000 attribute points have been consumed, elevating the annihilation gun technique to level 5. Notification: your annihilation gun technique has reached level 5. You can unleash 16 beams of gun energy. Speed 40. Defense penetration 40. Piercing power 40. Combat power amplification 120. Promising. Onward. Consuming 5,000 attribute points. Your annihilation gun technique has advanced from level 5.000 to level 5.1. Consuming 5,000 attribute points. Your annihilation gun technique has progressed from level 5.1 to level 5.2. Consuming 5,000 attribute points. Your annihilation gun technique has elevated from level 5.2 to level 5.3. Consuming 5,000 attribute points. Your annihilation gun technique has ascended from level 5.99 to level 6.000. The consumption of attribute points is becoming increasingly daunting. This time, the total expenditure amounted to 500,000 attribute points. Never mind. No further upgrades. Notification: your annihilation gun technique has attained level 6. You can unleash 32 beams of gun energy. Speed 50. Defense penetration 50. Piercing power 50. Combat power amplification 130. The consumption is indeed terrifying. Yet the combat power is undeniably formidable. A 13-fold amplification signifies a substantial enhancement in his overall strength. System: version 10. Name: Chen. Level: 61, 113. Luck: 50,000. Combat power: 828, 750. Mount: none. Wealth: none. Skill: annihilation gun technique. Basic: level 6,000. Supernatural ability: endless domain, SSS, level 3,000. Space: primordial realm space, SSS, 000. Attribute points: 1, 463, 210. Remark: combat power, base equipment X amplification multiplier. Within level 100, I am invincible. Observing his gun technique. Combat power, exclusive equipment, and domain, Chen radiated confidence. With a combat power of 820,000, he felt he could dominate anyone beneath level 100 without contest. Based on his instructor's teachings, most warriors at level 60 possess combat power ranging between 3,000, and 10,000. Of course, this refers to the average warrior. There are indeed some prodigies with terrifying combat power. However, even the most extraordinary of them cannot compare to his might. Closing the virtual screen, he retrieved a gaming console and began indulging in a single-player game. After all, what else is there to do? Rewarding himself? As the saying goes, a little indulgence brings joy. Excessive indulgence harms the body. Relentless indulgence leads to oblivion. Time passed. 3 days went by. During these 3 days, Chen found himself thoroughly bored. Boom, boom, boom. In the early morning, azure lightning erupted in the sky, accompanied by terrifying thunder. Shortly thereafter, a mysterious radiance enveloped Chen. Witnessing this, he remained unfazed, knowing it was the teleportation of the Qing Luo world, destined to transport him to Qing Luo Mountain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The teleportation commenced, but this time, it concluded swiftly, lasting only about 3 seconds, indicating that the distance was not great. Whoosh. As the teleportation ended, Chen found himself beneath a colossal peak. The mountain loomed like an independent realm, piercing the clouds, its height unknown. 9,527. You have 15 days remaining. Ascend to the summit of the Qing Luo Tower within this time. The voice of the artifact's spirit resonated, brief and concise, as its words faded. A green tower manifested in the void. Its height remained a mystery, as the pinnacle was obscured by the clouds. Whoosh, whoosh. The first layer of the tower opened its gates. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen's figure flickered, and he entered the tower. Roar. Just as he stepped inside. Before he could take in his surroundings, a beast's roar echoed, followed by a first-tier beast lunging towards him at an astonishing speed. Upon seeing this first-tier beast, Chen's expression darkened. Was this some kind of joke? He was a level 61 powerhouse, boasting a combat power of 820,000. Could this first-tier beast truly be the assessment? However, amid his amusement, he suddenly realized an alarming issue. He found himself utterly immobilized, as if subjected to a soul-binding force. At that moment, he could not even twitch a finger. This revelation extinguished his laughter. Damn it! The Qing Luo Tower tests the soul. What to do when faced with a beast under soul suppression? No wonder all who had come here before perished. So this is how it is. Hiss! The beast's cavernous maw loomed before him. In that instant, Chen lamented his carelessness. Chapter 18. Ascending to the summit of the Qing Luo Tower, returning to Jiangxing No. One middle school. Just as he was about to be devoured by the beast, Chen felt a surge of alarm, yet he did not panic. For his heart of rules had a damage rebound feature. and his soul resistance was at 100. Bang! As expected, just as the beast was about to make contact, an invisible force struck it away. Regardless, he was a level 61 powerhouse. Even without the damage rebound, a first-tier beast could not breach his defenses. Boom! The beast crashed heavily to the ground, devoid of any vitality. Simultaneously, the suppression of Su Chen's soul dissipated as the resistance of the Heart of Rules was triggered, providing a complete immunity to soul suppression. Congratulations on passing the first level of the Qing Luo Tower. Reward, double experience scroll, 1 day, 10. The voice of the artifact spirit resonated, announcing his success in the first level. Was it truly that simple? Indeed it was. In a flash, Su Chen was enveloped by a radiant light and transported to another environment. Upon his arrival, he distinctly felt the pressure on his soul. Yet it was thwarted by the Heart of Rules. A roar erupted as a second-tier beast appeared, lunging towards him with lightning speed. Death! Su Chen was too indifferent to retaliate with harm. Extending his hand, the flame divine spear thrust forth. Boom! 32 beams of destructive light obliterated the beast into fragments. Congratulations on passing the second level of the Qing Luo Tower. Reward, triple experience scroll, 1 day, 10. He had also conquered the second level, receiving yet another experience scroll. In a flash, he was swept away in light, entering the third level of the Qing Luo Tower. The third level housed third-tier beasts. Su Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. At this rate, could there be beasts surpassing the 9th tier? How many levels did the Qing Luo Tower possess? If there were 100 levels, would he not be doomed? With a flick of his hand, a spear struck, annihilating the third-tier beast. Congratulations on passing the third level of the Qing Luo Tower. Reward, 10-fold experience scroll, 3 days, 10. Once again, it was an experience scroll, but this one was 10-fold, with a duration of 3 days. In a flash, he advanced to the 4th level. Boom! The beast fell, reduced to ash. Congratulations on passing the 4th level of the Qing Luo Tower. Reward, 10-fold experience scroll, 7 days, 10. The rewards were improving, yet Su Chen's mood grew increasingly heavy. In a flash, he reached the 5th level. Boom! The beast lay down, disintegrating into dust. Congratulations on passing the 5th level of the Qing Luo Tower. Reward, double attack scroll, 3 hours, 10. It had transformed into an attack scroll, which, in terms of rarity, far surpassed the experience scrolls. Once used, his combat power would double for a limited time. In a flash, he annihilated the beast in the 6th level. Su Chen's heart tightened. Since arriving in the Qing Luo world, he had hunted 6th-tier beasts but had yet to encounter a 7th-tier one. Of course, with his power, he could easily slay a 7th-tier beast. Yet, the Qing Luo Tower had not specified how many levels it possessed. Uncertainty gnawed at him. Who wouldn't he feel anxious? Congratulations on passing the 6th level of the Qing Luo Tower. Reward, 5-fold attack scroll, 6 hours, 10. At this moment, he was no longer concerned with the rewards. Fortunately, with 100 soul resistance, he had sustained only minor injuries. Swiftly, Su Chen was enveloped in light once more, arriving at the 7th level. The 7th level posed no suspense. It contained 7th-tier beasts. Death! He unleashed a powerful thrust with his spear. Instantly, a storm of ice and fire descended, obliterating the 7th-tier beast. Congratulations on passing the 7th level of the Qing Luo Tower. Reward, 10-fold attack scroll, 12 hours, 10. The artifact spirit's voice exhibited no emotional fluctuation, for it was not a living entity and thus lacked such sentiments. He was then transported to the 8th level, where 8th-tier beasts awaited. Boom! A single thrust pierced through the 8th-tier beast, leading to its demise. Congratulations on passing the 8th level of the Qing Luo Tower. Reward, Windwalker Boots, Special. This reward sent a shiver through Su Chen's heart. A special piece of equipment had emerged. However, he had neither the time nor the inclination to examine its attributes and inscriptions at this moment. In a flash, he was taken to the 9th level. The 9th-tier beast appeared and was vanquished effortlessly. With a combat power of 820,000, it was no idle boast. A single strike ended it. Congratulations on passing the 9th level of the Qing Luo Tower. Reward, Wings of Space, Special. 9,527. Congratulations on successfully passing the Qing Luo Tower. Reward, Qing Luo Radiance Divine, Exclusive, Special. Bonus, Qing Luo Palace 1. When Su Chen heard the announcement of passing the 9th level, his heart quivered. This declaration mirrored the previous ones. He would soon be transported away to even higher levels. He feared the Qing Luo Tower might possess dozens of levels, each presenting different tiers of beasts. Did he still stand a chance at survival? Just as panic set in, the artifact spirit's voice continued, revealing a delightful piece of news. He had completed the challenge. The Qing Luo Tower's highest level was indeed the 9th. Was it truly that straightforward? It seemed almost unbelievable. As luminous streams cascaded before him, they transformed into scrolls and equipment. The final stream coalesced into a palm-sized crystal sculpture, depicting a magnificent palace. Without hesitation, Su Chen placed the scrolls, equipment, and the crystal palace into the Yuan world space. He realized this space was trembling and on the verge of collapse. Thunderous rumblings echoed. Yes, the Qingluo world was disintegrating, a scene so harrowing it shattered his very psyche. Far beyond his wildest imagination. What was he to do as this world crumbled? Who could have foreseen that a calamity-level instance would lead to such ruin? In that moment, Chen was utterly at a loss. Fortunately, at that instant, he was enveloped by a golden light, which then pierced through time and space like an arrow, whisking him away to distant realms. Behind him, the Qingluo world vanished in an instant. As long as he was not caught in the destruction of the Qingluo world, he would be content. Yet he was uncertain where he would be transported. The golden light carried him through the fabric of time. After several minutes, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself within a realm of dark matter. He traversed this void for a few minutes before the darkness faded away, revealing that the golden light had dissipated. He stood upon solid ground. This place felt familiar. A glance revealed, good heavens, I'm back. As this location is the square of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. It was from here that I had previously entered the calamity-level dungeon. To my surprise, upon returning, I found myself at the same point of origin. Chen. At that moment, a voice called out, initially tinged with uncertainty and confusion, which soon transformed into astonishment. It was Qin Chuyu, the teacher of Class 8 of the 3rd year. Due to the awakening of 11 students in her class, including one with an SSS rank and another with a C rank, she had garnered considerable attention. During this period, while her students ventured into dungeons, she remained here to take stock. Upon seeing Chen, Qin Chuyu was overwhelmed with shock, not because of his talent, but because Chen, an F rank, had chosen to enter a calamity-level dungeon. The mere fact that he had returned alive left her utterly astounded. Teacher Qin, Chen greeted as he noticed her presence. Is it really you, Chen? You emerged from the calamity-level dungeon. Qin Chuyu exclaimed, rushing towards him. Standing before Chen, she scrutinized him closely. There was no mistaking that he was indeed her student, the only handsome boy in the class, albeit with an awakening that was not particularly remarkable. Hearing that he had chosen the calamity-level dungeon left her utterly astonished. Now, witnessing Chen's return, it was only natural for her to be taken aback. Yes, it's really me, Chen replied, a smile gracing his face. Before him stood a paragon of excellence, a goddess in the eyes of many. Rumored to have reached level 88, possessing both beauty and exceptional talent. It left one curious as to how such an esteemed figure came to teach at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. All right, come over for verification, Qin Chuyu, still in a state of disbelief, instructed. The calamity level was unprecedented, ever since the awakening phenomenon began. There had been no reports of anyone emerging from such dungeons. At least, not publicly. The fact that Chen had done so, a mere F-rank novice who had traversed the calamity level and returned unscathed, sparked her curiosity. Though she respected personal secrets and refrained from probing further, she simply directed Chen to confirm his status and sign. Nodding in agreement, Chen glanced around. There were 11 awakened students in Class 8. Aside from him and Luo Xing, the others had opted for ordinary-level dungeons. Out of the 9 who chose the ordinary-level dungeons, 8 had returned, while 1 had not. It seemed likely that the missing student had perished within the dungeon. Although the ordinary-level dungeons were not highly dangerous, facing otherworldly beasts as a novice was perilous nonetheless. The return of 8 was already quite commendable. Teacher Qin, I will be heading back now, Chen said after signing. Goodbye, Qin Chuyu nodded, waving as she watched him depart the school. In 10 minutes, Chen arrived back at his apartment, room 906. He knocked eagerly at the door, his heart brimming with joy at having returned safely. Surely, his grandparents had heard the news about his venture into the calamity level and would have been worried. Now that he was back, they would surely feel relieved. Who is it? Came the voice of Murong Lan from within, lacking its usual vibrancy, sounding weary and dispirited. As she approached the door and peered through the peephole, her eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing Chen. Instantly, her face lit up with astonishment and joy. Her precious grandson had returned. She quickly opened the door. Old man, Xiao Chen is back. Our Xiao Chen has returned. Upon opening the door, Murong Lan enveloped Chen in her embrace and called excitedly into the room, her happiness palpable. Oh, came the usual calm voice of Su Jingtian from the study, as though nothing could ruffle his composure. However, he did lean on his cane and stepped out, scrutinizing Chen with satisfaction. Xiao Chen, do tell your grandmother, what was the calamity level dungeon like? What sort of mission did you undertake? Murong Lan inquired eagerly. The calamity level was indeed a formidable challenge. Although it was during the novice phase, Chen was still a novice himself. To be honest, even a level 100 powerhouse might struggle to complete such a dungeon. How then had Chen managed to succeed? Though Su Jingtian remained silent, feigning disinterest. His ears were perked up, clearly eager to hear more. Grandma, Grandpa, the calamity level dungeon I entered was called the Qingluo world. The spirit said that 98 billion people had entered, but all those before me perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. The mission involved hunting beasts of the 1st to 6th tiers, specifically 66665555444433333222 and 1111 of them. Upon completion, I would be transported to a place called the Qingluo Tower. Clearing the Qingluo Tower would allow me to leave the Qingluo world, and I received numerous rewards during my trial there, with the final reward being a piece of special equipment. Seated between Su Jingtian and Murong Lan, Su Chen politely shared a brief account of his experiences, omitting certain details and embellishing others where necessary. Beyond the matters concerning the system, there was little else to fabricate. What sort of ridiculous task is that? It seems utterly impossible to complete. Murong Lan's expression shifted as she listened to Su Chen's recounting. Yet, how had her grandson managed to accomplish it? The task of hunting beasts was merely the beginning. It was only a threshold, and the true test lay within the Qingluo Tower. The evaluations there were unrelated to combat strength and likely pertained to obscure professions. Yet, Xiao Chen had stumbled upon it, immune to the assessments within. Well done. Su Jingtian finally spoke, raising his gaze to meet Su Chen's. Grandfather's insight is remarkable. The Qingluo Tower assesses one's soul. When I was transported inside, I found myself completely immobile, unable even to move my fingers, watching helplessly as beasts charged at me. If it were in any other context, I wouldn't even deign to glance at them. Fortunately, I had acquired an item that granted soul resistance. Su Chen thought highly of his grandfather's knowledge. Despite lacking innate talent, he possessed considerable wisdom. The old man must be proud, having fathered an extraordinary son, whose grandson is equally remarkable. Henceforth, aside from those he trusts, he should refrain from displaying his equipment. Su Jingtian spoke with gravity, for equipment embodies attributes and attributes. Once seen by others, it is tantamount to revealing one's trump card. Understood? Su Chen nodded, fully aware that he would not be foolish enough to showcase his gear to others. Displaying equipment is merely an act of ostentation. Ostentation? What nonsense. True strength is the ultimate path. By the way, you must be at level 60 by now, Su Jingtian remarked. After hunting so many aberrations, it would be a mystery if you hadn't reached level 60. In truth, had he not known about Su Chen's unique weapon, he might not have believed that Su Chen could accomplish such an extraordinary task. He marveled inwardly. Indeed, the calamity level is astonishing, although merely in the novice phase. According to Su Chen, even one at level 100 would perish within it. Grandfather, I am at level 61, Su Chen replied. Matters of level cannot be concealed. Rest well for a while. When school begins, we shall go to Kyoto together, Su Jingtian concluded, rising and leaning on his cane as he made his way to his study without allowing Su Chen a chance to retort. Xiao Chen, do you have a university in mind? Murong Lan inquired upon seeing Su Jingtian depart. With your talents, any university would be eager to have you. Chapter 20, Qingluo Shining World Divine. Exclusive, special. Grandmother, I haven't given it much thought, Su Chen responded, indifferent about university. Very well then. In due time, we shall head to Kyoto. You should take a shower and rest. I'll prepare a meal for you. We must celebrate properly. Murong Lan beamed with joy upon hearing Su Chen's words, as she too wished for him to attend university in Kyoto, yet she did not want to impose. If Su Chen was unwilling to go, then so be it. All right, grandmother, Su Chen nodded and walked toward his room. Upon entering the bathroom, he indulged in a refreshing bath. Although the Qingluo world was safe, it could never compare to the comfort of home. After soaking for half an hour, he felt utterly rejuvenated. Subsequently, the three generations gathered around the dining table, sharing a delightful and warm meal. At 9:30 in the evening, grandmother urged Su Chen to retire early. After returning to his room, washing his face and brushing his teeth, Su Chen lay on the bed. After a brief rest, he focused his mind and retrieved an item from the Yuan realm space. This equipment, obtained as a reward within the Qingluo Tower, was named Windwalker Boots Special. Special equipment includes shoes, belts, gems, halos, medals, capes, and wings. Generally, such special equipment is exceedingly rare, much like exclusive items. However, these pieces are typically auxiliary, possessing attributes superior to the conventional, yet slightly inferior to exclusive gear. Of course, this is not a hard and fast rule, it is merely relative. The equipment shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, hovering before Su Chen. It was a pair of boots. First, he examined the attributes. Name, Windwalker Boots, Special. Grade, no level. Attributes, colorful. Combat power, 66, 666. Effect 1, speed, 300. Effect 2, automatically master movement techniques, shadow-like agility. Effect 3, agility 300. Previously, he had felt his speed was lacking. But now, with the Windwalker Boots, his speed increased by 300, and he would automatically master a technique that allowed him to move like a shadow. Although it may not seem as powerful as exclusive gear, it was still impressive. Moreover, it added 66, 666 combat power. He equipped the boots and then retrieved another item from the Yuan realm space. This piece of equipment was a reward for clearing the 9th level of the Qingluo Tower, named Wings of Space. The name alone gave Su Chen a good idea of its nature. Wings. With these, he would likely be able to fly. Indeed, a pair of stunning, stylish wings materialized before him, thin as gossamer. If not for their colorful radiance, one might mistake them for translucent. Name, Wings of Space, Special. Grade, no level. Attributes, colorful. Combat power, 66, 666. Effect 1. Aids in flight, allowing free soaring through the heavens. Effect 2. Speed 300. Effect 3. Instantly transport to any location within 100 miles. As directed by one's thoughts. These wings indeed facilitated flight, and they also offered another ability, teleportation. Within 100 miles, as long as one's thoughts directed it, he could instantly traverse to that location. Extraordinary. For him at this moment, it was undeniably incredible. Taking a deep breath, Chen prepared himself for the imminent unveiling of the ultimate reward in the Qing Luo world. Qing Luo, shining world. The mere suffix of this equipment could drive one to madness. Divine, exclusive, special. An item with 3 suffixes. Who could fathom such a rarity? Should I kneel before the heavenly emperor and then admire this gear? Come forth, my companions, let us reveal ourselves. With a flick of his mind, a piece of equipment appeared before him, glimmering with a colorful brilliance. It was a metal, radiating dazzling colors that contained an indescribable chaotic aura, appearing profoundly mysterious. Impressive, cool, unbelievable. Words failed him, unable to adequately describe this metal. Let us check it out. Name, Qing Luo Shining World Divine. Exclusive, special. Grade, unique. Attributes, colorful. Combat power, 666, 666. Effect 1. Possesses the power of resurrection, with a 100 chance of revival. Effect 2. Summons the Qing Luo Divine Bird, with a 100 summoning chance. Effect 3. Ignores high-level pressure, with a power of 300 from the Realm Masters. Effect 4. In battle, has a 50 chance to unleash Qing Luo Shining World, controllable. Covering an area of 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 meters. Effect 5. In battle, triggers Qing Luo Annihilation, controllable, increasing damage by 1,000. Note, wearing it will prevent it from being lost or traded. 5 attributes, each one extraordinary and unparalleled. The first attribute left Chen in a state of shock. Resurrection. This meant he could come back to life. The second attribute allowed for the summoning of the Qing Luo Divine Bird. Isn't this merely summoning a pet? The third entry disregards the oppressive might of high-ranking powerhouses. The so-called strength of the Realm Lord, which he currently does not comprehend. The fourth entry boasts a 50% chance to trigger the Qing Luo Yao Shi, a group attack that he can control. In other words, whether or not to unleash the Qing Luo Yao Shi is entirely within his command. The fifth entry allows for the eruption of Qing Luo Mie Shi, which is also controllable, augmenting his combat power by a staggering 1,000 during its effective duration. Tenfold. Indeed. As for this equipment, how shall one put it? It is invincible. After perusing the entries, Chen was left in a daze. His battle power surged directly by 666, 666. Each of the 5 entries was extraordinary. This equipment is unique. Once equipped, it cannot be traded. Nor will it vanish or drop. In simpler terms, it is bound to him. Trade? What nonsense. With its resurrection capabilities, he would never consider selling it. Subsequently, Chen donned the boots of wind and the wings of space, finally equipping the Qing Luo Yao Shi. His battle power skyrocketed to an impressive 3,428, 743 points. A staggering 3,42 million battle power. Previously, he only had 820,000, but with the addition of 2 special pieces of equipment and 1 Qing Luo Yao Shi, his strength surged to over 3 million. Then, Chen retrieved the crystal-carved palace. However, he could not discern what it was. Host level 2 low, no permission to view. The system's response left him bemused. At level 61, he was still considered too low. It was rather inconceivable that he lacked viewing rights. Nevertheless, whether he could see it or not was of little consequence. At least, he did not wish to know for the time being. He promptly closed the virtual screen and entered the realm space with his consciousness, organizing his rewards. In truth, there was little to arrange, just a few experience scrolls and attack scrolls, but these scrolls were exceedingly precious. As for the equipment, he would deal with it when time permitted. Has Chen returned? Which Chen? In the office, Principal Qi Delong was momentarily taken aback by Qin Shuyo's words, even finding her reaction somewhat excessive. What was so remarkable about a student returning from a dungeon? After all, 95 of students from Jiangxing No. 1 High School returned from dungeons. Only a few, like Luo Xing'er, had yet to return, as the difficult dungeons required 7 days. Chen, who is that? In his eyes, there was only Luo Xing'er and that student with A-level talent. The others? They were inconsequential. Chen from our class 8, Qin Shuyu replied, internally lamenting how in this world, those with lesser talents were often overlooked as if they were invisible. Oh, just make sure to register him. Qi Delong replied nonchalantly. He showed no interest. If it were Luo Xing'er returning, he would certainly pay attention. But as for the others, it was of no concern. Principal. Chen possesses F-level talent, the Annihilation Gun God. Qin Shuyu continued. F-level, I see. The principal's impatience grew. F-level, what do you expect? There are the most awakened warriors at the F-level, of course. What's so impressive about F-level? Qin teacher, why do you speak of F-level as if it were S-level? He emerged from a catastrophe level dungeon. Qin Shuyu persisted. Well, he came out, so what? He is merely F-level. The ordinary dungeons pose little danger. By the way, what did you just say? That he returned from a catastrophe-level dungeon. Chi DeLong's face displayed his growing annoyance. What is going on today? Qin teacher, are you incapable of doing your job? Don't you see that I am quite busy? Yet when the topic of ordinary dungeons arose, something clicked in his mind. It seemed he had heard something significant, something about the catastrophe level. Are you saying he returned from a catastrophe-level dungeon? The catastrophe level is a taboo existence. In the history of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, no one had ever ventured into a catastrophe-level dungeon. Recently, an SSS-level talent had emerged, attracting teachers from various prestigious schools to recruit him. On the day of the dungeon, a joke circulated that an F-level student had chosen the catastrophe level. If one were to inquire what has been most notable about Jiangcheng No. 1 High School in recent days, it would undoubtedly be Luo Xinger's SSS-level talent and Su Chun's catastrophe-level escapade. One was a source of pride, while the other became a laughingstock. And now, you claim he returned from a catastrophe-level dungeon? Surely you jest. Yes, Principal, Qin Shuyu noted the principal's demeanor, which finally brought her some satisfaction. An F-level talent returned from a catastrophe-level dungeon? Intact? The expression on Principal Chi DeLong's face shifted. Although merely an F-level, surviving a catastrophe-level dungeon signifies something extraordinary. A miracle. Indeed. Wait, is he intact upon his return? Principal, Su Chun returned unscathed. Do you wish for him to be incomplete? Qin Shuyu was rendered speechless. This principal lacked discernment and common sense. Even if he looked down upon F-level talents, he need not be so overtly dismissive. Time passed. 2 days went by. One morning. Xiao Chun, rise and shine. Today is the day Xinger returns from the dungeon. You must go to school to greet her. Deep in slumber, Su Chun was roused by his grandmother's incessant calls. Grandma, what time is it? Su Chun rubbed his eyes and glanced at the clock. It was only 8 o'clock. Besides, when Xinger returns from the dungeon, she goes straight back to school. She knows the way back. Must I really go fetch her? Honestly, Grandma, you are spoiling her too much. Get up quickly, Muron Lan insisted, not allowing Su Chun a moment to retort. Seriously, you two are something else. Su Chun muttered in exasperation. When Luo Xinger was home, she would also drag him out of bed, and now that she was in a dungeon, his grandmother was at it again. The two of them, one big, one small, were truly bothersome. Reluctantly, he got up, fully aware of how much his grandmother dotes on Luo Xing, treating her as if she were her granddaughter-in-law. Moreover, his grandmother was close friends with Luo Xinger's grandmother. He rose, washed up, changed his clothes, and stepped out of his room. As he walked along the way, he munched on food. Muron Lan, seeing Su Chun emerge, handed him milk and buns, clearly having no intention of letting him sit down for a proper meal. Understood, Su Chun reluctantly accepted the milk and buns, silently rebelling against the situation. He then slipped on his shoes and headed out. After finishing the buns and milk, he made his way to school. It was barely 8:30. However, at this moment, a dozen individuals had already gathered near the podium of the school square, all of whom Su Chun recognized as teachers involved in college admissions. Today marked the 7th day of the Jiangcheng No. 1 High School instance. This meant that a few individuals who had entered the difficult level would be returning today. Naturally, their sole target remained the one and only Luo Xing, along with her A-grade talent. Su Chun, are you here to pick up Xing? Qin Shuyu called out upon seeing him. Yes, Teacher Qin, Su Chun nodded as he approached her. But didn't he choose the disaster level? Indeed. He opted for the disaster level. How is he back? Had his eyes deceived him? If memory served correctly, he was the same student who had chosen to enter the disaster level instance that day, seemingly the brother of classmate Luo Xing, albeit with an F-grade talent. What on earth was happening? Excuse me, aren't you the one who went to the disaster level instance? How come you're back? At this moment, the college admission teachers also took notice of Su Chun. Soon, astonishment and curiosity flickered in their eyes as they realized that the young man before them was indeed the same student who had ventured into the disaster level instance just a few days ago. How could he be here? Was it not forbidden to return from the disaster level? Su Chun glanced at the teacher and retorted, his gaze reminiscent of one observing a foolish dog. What a dullard. This teacher lacks discernment and speaks without thinking. Young man, I never stated it was forbidden. How dare you speak to a teacher in such a manner? The admissions officer from Kunlun University was rendered speechless by Su Chen's retort. It took him a while to regain his composure, after which he adopted a condescending demeanor befitting a prestigious institution's admissions representative. Encountering students of S grade and above, he could afford to dismiss them, while those below S grade were hardly worth his consideration, particularly an F grade student returning from the disaster level instance. How impressive could that be? Su Chun could hardly be bothered to engage further. I'll remember you, the admissions officer from Kunlun University stammered, his face shifting between shades of red and white. He had just been reprimanded by an F grade student. Where could he hide his humiliation? Yet, in that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Time slipped away, and as the clock struck 9, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky. Moments later, several beams of light descended rapidly towards the ground, and as they landed, figures emerged from the radiance. They were the students who had chosen to enter the difficult level instance 7 days ago. 5 of them returned. Luo Xing was among them. Zhang Yuding had returned. Gao Mingyao had returned. Zhong Kueixing had returned. Wang Ziguang had returned. But Ling Lingqi did not return. She must have perished within. As the figures touched down and the light faded, the admissions teachers approached. Among those who had chosen the difficult level instance, there were 6 in total. And now 5 had returned, leaving 1 unaccounted for, Ling Lingqi, who, without a doubt, had likely met her demise inside. Brother, Luo Xing's beautiful visage radiated joy. Though her eyes betrayed a hint of worry, she was acutely aware that Su Chen had entered the disaster level. Though she knew her brother possessed the hidden profession of the god of luck and wielded a specialized weapon, his primary occupation was merely F-grade. Furthermore, the disaster level was notoriously perilous, a true realm of 10 deaths for every life. How could she not be concerned? Yet, unexpectedly, upon returning from the instance, the first familiar figure she spotted was gazing right at her. In that instant, she could no longer restrain her excitement and dashed towards Su Chen, completely disregarding the presence of all the teachers. Chapter 22. Su Chen, must I declare my true level? A lovely young girl, exuding a fragrant aura, dashed towards him and ultimately stood before him, her delicate hand clutching his tightly. You've lost a bit of weight, Su Chen remarked, reaching out to pinch her vibrant little face, a gentle smile gracing his features. Brother, weren't you supposed to be in the disaster level instance? How did you return? Luo Xing puffed out her cheeks as Su Chen pinched her face, her voice sweet and soft. Simultaneously, she was filled with immense astonishment and curiosity. Brother, weren't you in the disaster level instance? How could you possibly be back? You must know that the ordinary level lasts 3 days, the difficult level lasts 7, and the dire level lasts 10 days. The disaster level surely extends for an even longer duration. How is it that you awaited my return after 7 days? The mission was completed, and I simply returned, Su Chen smiled. The duration of the disaster level instance remained a mystery to those outside. Only those within its confines understood its true length. Oh, Luo Xing replied. The Kunlun University teacher muttered under his breath. What on earth is wrong with today's youth? Such glaring double standards. Xing make a note of this. Ensure you include the level. By the way, Su Chen, you didn't record your level. Let us write it down together. Qin Shuwei approached Luo Xing instructing her to proceed with the registration and signature confirmation. She had momentarily forgotten to ask Su Chen about his level due to her astonishment on that day. All right, teacher, Luo Xing responded, moving alongside Su Chen to register. The two appeared inseparable, as if conjoined twins. At the registration table, the other 4 had already completed their entries. Zhang Yuding, level 14. Gao Mingyao, level 14. Wang Ziguang, level 13. Zhong Kueixing, level 13. Their talents were A grade or C grade. And attaining levels 13 to 14 after 7 days in the instance fell well within the realm of normalcy. Rating-wise, they were on the higher side of average. As Luo Xing began to register, she filled in her level as 25. Luo Xing you've reached level 25. Incredible. Truly a testament to your SSS grade talent. This is the disparity of talent at work. Level 25, perfectly aligned with your potential. We at Jiangnan University must secure Luo Xing as our student. She is destined for no other than Jingdu University. Upon witnessing Luo Xing's recorded level, the other 4 students and the teachers were left utterly astonished. Their expressions awash with envy. An SSS grade talent is indeed formidable. All had embarked on the same novice difficult level instance. Yet while the others boasted levels of only 13 or 14, she stood at an astonishing 25. Who could possibly compare? Of course, no one would falsify their level. There was no need for such deceit. If one were to do so, the school would uncover the truth in an instant. As a high-ranking martial artist could easily discern one's true level with a mere detection spell. Su Chen, please inscribe your level. Qin Shuyu retrieved Su Chen's information. Her curiosity piqued. Surviving a cataclysm-level dungeon is nothing short of a miraculous feat. What level could he possibly be? Might it surpass that of Zhang Yuding and her companions? Right, Teacher Qin. Must it be the accurate level? Su Chen nodded, poised to write. Yet, he hesitated, raising his gaze to inquire of Qin Shuyu, uncertain of what number to inscribe. It must be the genuine level, after all. This level would need to be entered into the Jiangxing No. 1 high school database, ultimately finding its way into the Great Xia Empire's information repository. Qin Shuyu chuckled softly, finding this little fellow quite amusing. Did he truly require contemplation for such a matter? Surely he wouldn't consider inflating his level. That simply wouldn't do. This was no trivial game. Was Su Chen perhaps thinking of marking himself at level 20? Such deception was unacceptable. It was merely a novice dungeon, and a low level was entirely normal. A teacher from Kunlun University spoke in a congenial tone, feigning concern for Su Chen's well-being. Yet, everyone was well aware that this teacher bore a grudge against him. Silly dog, you've truly outdone yourself this time. Since falsification is off the table, I suppose I shall refrain from writing level 20, then. Su Chen cast a mild glance at this foolish dog. No. This teacher, internally lamenting the man's evident lack of sanity. As he spoke, he inscribed the number 61 in the level column next to his name. Su Chenyu. Qin Shiyo's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the level Su Chen had written. Immediately, she cast a detection spell upon him. She discerned his level. And though it was merely a number, she was nonetheless astounded, momentarily rendered speechless. Level 61. How could this be? It was essential to note that Su Chen had awakened less than half a month ago, and he had spent several days at home during that time. Yet, astonishingly, his level had reached 61. Who would believe such a claim? Were it not for her detection spell, she would have never accepted it. Luo Xing'er, with her SSS level talent, was only at level 25, which was already remarkable. Yet here was Su Chen, with an F level talent, boasting a level of 61. What was this? Not even at level 1. How many levels? What? Level 61. Level 61. What on earth, 61? Truly 61? How could this be? Observing Qin Shiyo's reaction, the admission officers and the principal present were equally intrigued, converging to see Su Chen's claim of level 61. They were incredulous, casting bewildered glances at him, utterly taken aback by his audacity. They had explicitly stated that deception was unacceptable, yet he brazenly persisted. If one must deceive, at least let it be somewhat believable. Writing down level 61? Who would believe that? However, upon casting detection spells on him, the teachers, upon confirming Su Chen's level, appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Brother, your leveling is astonishingly rapid. You were only at level 21 before entering the dungeon, and now you are at level 61. That's higher than any of these teachers. Luo Xing'er gazed at Su Chen, her eyes gleaming with delight. She knew his level must be high, given that he had entered the dungeon at level 21. How could it not be elevated upon returning from a cataclysm-level dungeon? Yet, she could hardly fathom that his level had risen to such an outrageous extent. Without even stepping into university, he had already ascended into the ranks of the formidable. Hearing Luo Xing'er's words, several astonished teachers nearly spluttered in disbelief. Seeking to leverage the situation, they addressed Su Chen. Consider joining Kunlun University, Su Chen. At Jingnan University, we can offer you the finest treatment. What about Kyoto University? Su Chen, despite being an F-level talent, he had emerged alive from a cataclysm-level dungeon, and with such a high level to boot. He was undeniably a student worthy of recruitment. Perhaps he was not inferior to those of SSS-level talent, in some respects. He even overshadowed them, such as in level and dungeon experience. I will consider it, thank you. Su Chen replied with a smile, politely declining. Subsequently, amidst the reluctant gazes of the teachers, he and Luo Xing'er departed the school. Chapter 23, Fragments of the World. Brother, you are truly impressive. As they left the school, the two walked toward Qingjiang community, with Luo Xing'er holding onto Su Chen's pinky, affectionately leaning against him. Truth be told, they had rarely been apart for such an extended period throughout their lives. Just luck, Su Chen chuckled. By the way, brother, I have something for you. I encountered a mysterious side quest in a difficult level dungeon and received a reward, unsure of its utility. I wanted you to have it and see if it might be of use. As if struck by inspiration, Luo Xing'er extended her delicate hand, revealing an ancient ring adorning her finger, likely a spatial ring. Suddenly, a diamond-shaped crystal appeared in her palm, thumb-sized and infused with mysterious energy, radiating a colorful glow that bespoke its extraordinary nature, though its exact purpose eluded her. Luo Xing'er handed the crystal to Su Chen. Upon receiving it, information materialized before his eyes. Name, fragment of the world. Grade, none. Effect, when a world falls, fragments emerge, containing the wondrous power of a world master. Upon reading the information, Su Chen's heart soared with joy. A fragment of the world. Could it not be used to upgrade his real heart? Best to tuck it away for now and examine it thoroughly later. Thank you, Xing'er. By the way, I have something for you. Su Chen secured the fragment and simultaneously retrieved the God of Life from the Yuanjie space, presenting it to Luo Xing'er. The colorful glow was dazzling beyond compare. Within that radiance lay a necklace, exclusive equipment. Wow, and what about you? Luo Xing'er exclaimed, recognizing the colorful glow immediately as exclusive equipment. Knowing only such items bore such vibrant hues and inscriptions, she was filled with excitement, but her first thought was of Su Chen. You gave this to me. But what about yourself? I have one. It suits you perfectly. Su Chen smiled. Gently tousling her silky hair, Luo Xing'er remained skeptical. Her gaze, earnest and probing, was fixed on Su Chen. Could it truly be that exclusive gear was so easily obtained? Within the dungeon, she had managed to acquire a golden tier item. Yet despite her yearning for exclusive equipment, she could not allow it to affect Su Chen. Really? Take it, he urged, casting her a reproachful glance. All right, thank you, brother. Luo Xing'er's eyes darted back and forth, as if seeking affirmation, before she finally accepted the dazzling necklace without hesitation. Immediately, she began to inspect its attributes. The divine properties of life unfolded before her, and upon seeing them, her exquisite visage shifted dramatically. Was this not utterly extraordinary? This exclusive item seemed tailor-made for her. Yay! I shall be invincible. Luo Xing'er could no longer contain her excitement and exclaimed with joy. She promptly adorned herself with the divine life necklace, and in an instant, her combat power skyrocketed several-fold. You are still too low in level. After a few days of rest, I will take you out into the wilderness. Although the college entrance examination holds little significance for us, strength is paramount, Chen remarked, pinching Luo Xing'er's delicate cheek. With tens of thousands in combat power. You think you're invincible? Not even close. If he were to disclose that he possessed over 3 million combat power, one could only wonder how Xing'er would react. MHM. She nodded obediently, and together they strolled hand in hand towards home. Upon returning to the community, they first visited Luo Xing'er's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Grandma. I'm back. The door swung open, revealing Luo Xing'er's grandmother. Xing'er, my dear. I've missed you so much. Xiao Chen, come in. Luo Xing'er's grandmother beamed with joy upon seeing her granddaughter, promptly ushering both her and Su Chen inside. Their household bore a resemblance to Su Chen's. With one notable difference, Xing'er's parents were alive and well, though they were often away on perilous missions, leaving her and her sister to be raised by their grandparents. Grandpa, Su Chen greeted as he entered the room. Luo Xing'er fetched him a pair of slippers. He often visited this place, making himself quite at home with a designated room and personal belongings. Xiao Chen, come and play around with me, Luo Tianxiang beckoned. His demeanor starkly contrasting that of Su Jingtian, exuding a more carefree spirit. Sure, Su Chen replied, skillfully retrieving a go set from the drawer before settling down to face Luo Tianxiang. After one round, Su Chen was defeated. Xiao Chen, what level are you currently at? Luo Tianxiang inquired, recognizing Su Chen as a formidable player himself. I'm level 61, Su Chen answered. What? Level 61? As expected, Luo Tianxiang exclaimed. Already aware that Su Chen had ventured into a disaster-level dungeon and returned unscathed. His curiosity piqued. He scrutinized Su Chen's expression before casting a detection spell. Indeed, he was level 61. A wave of astonishment washed over him, coupled with a glimmer of envy. As a super strong individual, he had reason to suspect that Su Chen might possess a hidden class. Otherwise, it was inconceivable for someone of F rank to attain such a level in so short a time. Not even an SSS rank could achieve that, let alone an F rank returning alive from a disaster-level dungeon. It would be strange if he didn't have a hidden class. Perhaps mere luck was at play. I'm just being modest, Su Chen humbly replied. Once you level up, focus on enhancing your skills. They become crucial later on. Upon reaching level 100, skills become a significant milestone, especially for fixed classes like yours, where the skills are notoriously difficult to cultivate. However, once mastered, their power is devastating. The profession of the world-destroying gun god boasts fearsome marksmanship. The world-destroying gun technique is considered a divine skill, yet those with low talent find it exceedingly challenging to improve. A minimal talent paired with a godly skill. Haha, it's like starting in hell, young man, Luo Tianxiang said earnestly before bursting into laughter. As a super strong individual, his experience and knowledge and cultivation were certainly beyond that of a novice. An extraordinary talent combined with formidable skills resulted in unparalleled strength, while a prodigious talent coupled with weaker skills led to rapid advancement. Conversely, a lackluster talent paired with powerful skills equated to a disastrous beginning. If both talent and skills were subpar, the cultivation speed would naturally be average. Grandpa, is the world-destroying gun technique truly a divine skill? Su Chen inquired, fully aware that Luo Tianxiang spoke the truth. Without the system, he would have been at a loss. Fortunately, the system could enhance skills. The world-destroying gun technique, also known as the chaotic divine demon technique, was heralded as one of the 6 pinnacle skills for output classes. Dubbing it a divine skill was not an exaggeration. However, due to its arduous cultivation requirements, it had been relegated in status. By the way, Xiao Chen, how is your marksmanship progressing? Luo Tianxiang asked earnestly. Though Su Chen was not his biological grandson, he was still kin, being the cousin of Su Chen's grandfather. Chapter 24, Luo Tianxiang. I was careless. Grandpa, my marksmanship has reached the 6th tier, Su Chen replied. The 6th tier? That shouldn't be too high, he thought, feeling no need to conceal this in front of a super strong individual. The 6th tier? You're not joking, are you? Luo Tianxiang exclaimed, rising suddenly and gazing at Su Chen as if he were a monster. You're not pulling my leg, are you? My heart can't take such shocks. Grandpa, I'm not joking, Su Chen assured him with the sincerity of a well-behaved child. I was careless. Taking advantage of the time before school commenced, he logged onto his virtual account, entering the virtual space filled with intriguing opportunities for rapid improvement, along with rewards. Luo Tianxiang settled back down. Although he could not see Su Chen's marksmanship tier, he had watched this child grow up and understood his character well enough to know he wouldn't lie. Furthermore, there was no need for deceit in such matters. Today, he felt his pride had been challenged, and his heart had taken a blow. Grandpa, you don't look well. Come, Xing'er will show you a piece of equipment to cheer you up. It's a gift from my brother. After finishing her bath, Luo Xing'er approached. Noticing her grandfather's somewhat troubled expression, which piqued her curiosity. What could be the matter? Never mind. It was best to appease the old man. She promptly displayed her equipment information, showcasing the exclusive gear of the god of life. Exclusive gear, what an extraordinary term, with attributes that defy the heavens. Those two little rascals. I wish I could avoid seeing them. Upon witnessing the attributes of the god of life, Luo Tianxiang's expression shifted once more. He too possessed exclusive gear. However, in comparison to Luo Xing'er's, his felt rather lackluster. At that moment, a wave of discontent washed over him. Earlier, Su Chun had wounded his pride, and now, his granddaughter had delivered another blow. Truly, today was not favorable for him. Am I meant to find joy in this? As he spoke, he rose and retreated to his room, wishing to avoid further contact with Su Chun and Luo Xing. Ha ha. Giggling erupted from Su Chun and Luo Xing'er as they could no longer suppress their laughter at Luo Tianxiang's expression. At noon, Su Chun, Luo Xing'er, the sulking Luo Tianxiang, and their grandmother gathered for a meal. After finishing, Su Chun and Luo Xing'er dashed away. This little rascal is infuriating. Observing them depart, Luo Tianxiang began to grumble, resembling a resentful spouse before his longtime partner. It was careless of him, wasn't it? He and Xing'er were a natural pair. Su Yunji, Luo Xing'er's grandmother, cast a glance at her husband and couldn't help but chuckle. What about Qing? Luo Tianxiang agreed with his wife's sentiment, but was reminded of another granddaughter, Luo Xing'er's sister, Luo Bingqing. Never mind. Hearing this, Su Yunji sighed in resignation. Let's tidy up. We'll head to Kyoto in a while, Luo Tianxiang stated. Time passed swiftly, and 5 days flew by. On this day, brother, how long will we be in the wilderness this time? After leaving their residential community, the two awaited their bus at the station. Luo Xing'er carried a small backpack, which gave no indication they were heading out for training, but rather, it seemed as though she were off to shop. In contrast, Su Chun bore a larger backpack, cleverly concealing his spatial ring. You'll reach level 50 before returning. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. You must strive, Su Chun advised. Spending each day idly at home was rather dull, rather than languishing. It was better to train in the wild. The college entrance examination was significant for many, but for the two of them, it could be overlooked. Nonetheless, the ritual and process remained essential. The so-called college entrance examination essentially reflected a warrior's prowess. Level 50. How long will that take? Upon hearing this, Luo Xing'er's eyes widened. Brother, you must be joking. According to Teacher Chen, awakened warriors only need to reach level 15 to guarantee admission to college. As for which prestigious school, that depends on skill and talent. Yet you want me to leap to level 50? Hunting 5th and 6th tier beasts will expedite the process. Su Chen replied. Luo Xing'er had already attained considerable combat power. Hunting 1st and 2nd tier beasts would be a waste of time. Hence, they would directly pursue 5th and 6th tier beasts. Indeed, the bus is here. Quick, get on. Luo Xing'er exclaimed, suddenly coming to her senses. Hunting lower tier beasts would naturally lead to slower leveling. Thus, targeting higher tier beasts made sense. This logic was well understood by all. However, for lower tier warriors to hunt higher tier beasts was tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, she now possessed exclusive gear, significantly boosting her combat power. It was indeed time to hunt higher tier beasts. At that moment, the bus arrived, and Luo Xing'er pulled Su Chen aboard. This bus, which circled the city, only ran 3 times daily, morning, noon, and evening. After half an hour, they disembarked at the eastern gate of Jiangqing. This time, they did not register. Instead, they directly exited the city, heading toward the wilderness. Xing'er, can you fly? Su Chen inquired. No, can you? Luo Xing'er shook her head, her gaze fixed on Su Chen. What an intriguing question. Generally, only the most powerful can soar through the skies on a sword or glide through the air. As a mere level 25 novice, how could I fly? I can only rely on my 2 long legs to run. What about you? Can you? Watch this, Su Chen replied with a smile. Behind him, a pair of ethereal wings materialized, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, appearing incredibly dazzling. The wings spanned 2 meters wide. Wow, brother, take me flying. Luo Xing'er was momentarily entranced by the apparition of wings behind Su Chen, her eyes brimming with excitement and envy. Akin to a child who had just spotted a friend's beautiful toy. Give it a try, Su Chen nodded, extending his hand to wrap around Luo Xing'er's slender waist. Although separated by her dress, he could still feel her firm, silky skin, a sensation beyond words. Luo Xing'er, enveloped in Su Chen's embrace, felt her heart race. Though they often playfully tussled, they had never shared such a moment. A rosy hue crept across her lovely face. Whoosh. At that moment, Su Chen activated his shadow-like movement technique, unleashing the speed of his windwalker boots. In an instant, he and Luo Xing'er were soaring through the air, twisting and turning, unable to fly in a straight line. Hiss, hiss, pop. Their inaugural flight resembled that of a novice driver struggling to steer. They floundered about like headless flies. Brother, stop. Please. Luo Xing'er cried out, her skirt snagged by branches and thorns. Let us stick to walking for now. We'll find a spacious spot to practice later. Su Chen and Luo Xing'er landed awkwardly, their laughter ringing joyfully in the wild. Chapter 25. Who is the little woman? I am a girl. With their current physique and strength, even without the ability to fly, their speed was unmatched by ordinary individuals. By evening, they had ventured nearly 100 miles from the city. Now, their location had become exceedingly perilous. Of course, it posed a great danger to others. as 5th and 6th tier beasts roamed these parts. Yet for Su Chen, it was hardly a concern. Brother, are we teaming up tomorrow? In a secluded cave? The two had already settled in, preparing to spend the night. At this moment, they retrieved bottled water, beverages, snacks, and provisions from their spatial rings, engaging in conversation while indulging in their refreshments. No teaming up. You fight, and I will provide support, Su Chen replied. Luo Xing'er, being a support-type healer, possessed an SSS-level talent. Despite her supportive nature, she also harbored a degree of offensive capability, albeit not as formidable as her healing prowess. To put it succinctly, as an SSS-level support, her primary functions were healing and recovery, yet she was still capable of combat, with her fighting talent akin to that of an S-level. Furthermore, as long as one's combat strength was sufficient, even basic attacks could defeat a target. Alright, confess honestly, are you hoping to see me make a fool of myself? Luo Xing'er pouted, then turned her gaze towards Su Chen, her eyes scrutinizing him like a judge assessing a defendant. The little woman certainly had her own schemes. Who are you calling a little woman? Su Chen chuckled. I am a girl, Luo Xing'er retorted playfully. Indeed, she was no ordinary girl. She was a stunningly beautiful maiden, destined to save the world. Let us eat up. Once we're done, we should rest early. We need to rise early tomorrow, Su Chen said, shoving half of his unfinished bread into Luo Xing'er's mouth. With her mouth full of bread, Luo Xing'er attempted to protest, but could only emit muffled sounds. You're bullying me, she huffed. Meanwhile, Su Chen settled onto his makeshift bed, engrossed in a single-player game. After a while, once Luo Xing'er had satiated her hunger and quenched her thirst, she rubbed her belly ungraciously, displaying none of the elegance one might expect. She glanced around the dimly lit cave, where the flickering light seemed feeble, and an inexplicable fear crept over her. Brother, I'm a little scared. She approached Su Chen and whispered, her eyes pleading for him to invite her to share his space. Why were you not afraid in the dungeon? Su Chen asked, not even glancing her way. What is there to fear? You spent 7 days in the dungeon without fear, didn't you? That was unavoidable, she retorted. Look, it's pitch black here. Pouting, Luo Xing'er lamented, in the dungeon, I had no one to rely on, so I had to be strong. But now, I'm beside you, and I want to feel safe. Get some sleep, Su Chen advised, setting aside his phone. He glanced at her before shifting to the other side and closing his eyes. Okay, Luo Xing'er nodded happily. The next morning, Su Chen dragged Luo Xing'er out of bed. What time is it? She murmured, rubbing her eyes, still half asleep. It's 7:30. If you keep dawdling, we won't be able to set off until 8:30, Su Chen replied. As he spoke, he retrieved toiletries and a large bucket of water from the spatial realm, stepping outside the cave to freshen up. Wait for me. Luo Xing'er puffed her cheeks, following him outside. As expected, by the time they finished washing up and having breakfast, it was nearly 8:30. They packed their belongings, ready to seek out magical beasts for battle. Roar, roar. Moments later, the fearsome growls of a magical beast echoed through the air. A 5th-tier beast, measuring a staggering 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height, appeared menacingly. Xing'er, go? Su Chen commanded, eyeing the formidable creature. You're the one who should go. Luo Xing'er shot him a glare. Wait until I summon the sacred beast. With a swift incantation, Luo Xing'er summoned 2 thunder sacred beasts. Towering 10 meters and stretching 20 meters in length, they resembled Chen, exuding an aura of devastating power. Roar. As one of the thunder sacred beasts roared and struck with its massive claws, the other took its position beside Luo Xing'er for protection. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Chen's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It was a perfect blend of offense and defense. Crack. The force of destruction landed squarely on the 5th-tier beast, and with a resounding crack, it collapsed lifelessly. Wonderful. Luo Xing'er, initially in shock, erupted with excitement upon witnessing the beast's demise at the hands of the thunder sacred beast. She marveled at its might and strength, realizing that with such a guardian, she could soar to new heights. As a support type, she lacked offensive and defensive advantages, rendering her quite fragile. But now, with a sacred beast for protection, her fears of vulnerability dissipated. Why don't you try riding it? Su Chen suggested, pointing to the thunder sacred beast. Logically, since it was summoned by Luo Xing'er, it should be able to serve as her steed, offering her enhanced protection. Should I? Luo Xing'er hesitated, glancing at the thunder sacred beast with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. After all, this was a sacred beast, imbued with destructive thunder. With a delicate leap, she gracefully ascended and landed atop the thunder sacred beast. Awakened, they were no longer ordinary individuals, though they could not fly. Their physical abilities were superior, allowing them to leap to great heights. Wow, this actually works. Initially apprehensive, Luo Xing'er felt a wave of relief wash over her once she realized the thunder posed no harm. Her joy knew no bounds. You handle the fighting. I'll practice flying. Oh, and take this, Su Chen said, handing her something. With the thunder sacred beast as her protector, Luo Xing'er was safe, allowing him to focus on honing his own skills in this open space. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a flicker of his consciousness, he retrieved a scroll from the spatial realm. It was a double experience scroll. Upon activation, within a single day, The hunting of extraordinary beasts grants double experience points. Presently, Luo Xing'er's level remains modest, and at level 25, she swiftly slays 5th-tier beasts, making the double experience sufficient for her needs. Eventually, as her level increases, she shall utilize the 10-fold experience scrolls. What is this? An experience scroll, double. Thank you, brother. Luo Xing'er accepted the scroll, somewhat perplexed. Upon examining its efficacy, she discovered the scroll's purpose, and her delight was immeasurable. Chapter 26. Journey to Area 293. Whoosh. Whoosh. Su Chen paid no further attention to Luo Xing'er, and instead commenced practicing his movement techniques. Just yesterday, he had cradled Luo Xing'er in one arm while attempting to fly for the first time, lacking control and experience. Now, without her, he found himself more liberated and immersed in his training. Before long, he mastered the techniques of flight and speed. Gradually, his figure flickered in the sky and on the ground, moving with unparalleled swiftness, leaving behind only fleeting shadows in his wake. After approximately an hour, Su Chen had completely grasped the art of flight. Whoosh! In a flash, he soared into the air, seemingly defying gravity, as he advanced step by step, each stride appearing ordinary, yet spanning dozens of meters. As he swayed, he resembled a bolt of lightning racing forward. Ultimately, he arrived near Luo Xing'er and observed her battle, nodding in satisfaction. For Luo Xing'er did not rely solely on the thunder-sacred beast, it merely served as her protector. More often than not, it was Luo Xing'er who engaged in the hunt for the extraordinary beasts. Only through personal combat could she achieve rapid growth. Otherwise, possessing immense power without the accompanying combat techniques and experience could not be deemed truly formidable. Time passed, minute by minute. At noon, Luo Xing'er halted her battle, exclaiming, "I'm so tired, brother. Please massage my shoulders." Retrieving the thunder-sacred beast, the two entered an abandoned building, a structure from a millennium ago. Although 1,000 years had elapsed, it remained intact, a testament to its quality. Inside, Luo Xing'er sipped water, playfully requesting Su Chen to massage her shoulders with a hint of coyness. Su Chen shot her a sidelong glance, remarking, "You may be beautiful, but don't let it go to your head." "Humph." Luo Xing'er pouted, engaging in playful banter. "What level are you now?" Su Chen inquired. "Too lazy to use the detection technique." "Level 37, Luo Xing'er replied, her excitement palpable as she momentarily forgot her earlier pouting in light of her level. Having risen from level 9 to 25 over the course of 7 days in a dungeon, she had now ascended to level 37 in just a single morning of training in the wild alongside her brother. It was worth noting that higher levels came with exponentially increasing difficulty, and it seemed that she might reach level 50 by tomorrow or the day after. The primary reason for her rapid advancement lay in her low-level hunts against high-tier beasts. "After we eat, I'll equip you with some gear. By the way, refrain from summoning the thunder-sacred beast this afternoon," Su Chen stated. Currently, Luo Xing'er was still clad in a mix of bronze and silver armor. The drop rates for equipment were rather capricious, and despite her SSS rank and 10 points of luck, she had yet to acquire any quality gear. What equipment? Can I have a full set of silver?" she inquired eagerly. Regardless of what Su Chen suggested, Luo Xing'er was always willing to listen, having been like his little shadow throughout their lives. Though they often teased each other now that they were older, he urged, "Let us eat first," and resumed his own meal. "I'm full," Luo Xing'er said, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of equipment. In a few swift bites, she finished her egg yolk pie, neglecting even her favorite snacks. Trading. Su Chen glanced at Luo Xing'er, who wore an adorably demure expression, her eyes blinking innocently, leaving him at a loss for words. Subsequently, he activated the Warrior's Light Screen, a feature available to all awakened individuals that facilitated trading and more. Equipment could be exchanged face-to-face or through the light screen. "Wow, a complete set of golden gear," Luo Xing'er exclaimed as she accepted the trade. Su Chen did not bother to mix and match. He simply provided her with an entire golden set. Upon receiving the gear from Su Chen, her excitement soared. In the afternoon, clad in her new golden armor, Luo Xing'er brimmed with confidence. With the Life God set and the enhancement of her SSS talent, her combat power had now reached an astonishing 130,000. A novice boasting such combat prowess, who would believe it? Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen had refrained from grouping in the morning to allow Luo Xing'er to level up and enhance her combat skills and experience. In the afternoon, however, he teamed up with her, leading her away from their previous location toward the wilderness in search of 7th-tier beasts. Now at level 61, he was close to reaching level 62, making the hunt for 6th-tier beasts too slow. "Brother, you're incredibly strong," Luo Xing'er exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Witnessing Su Chen in battle, 7th-tier beasts appeared as mere ants before him, and wielding the blazing divine spear, he unleashed a barrage of 32 spear lights. The storm of ice and fire engulfed a radius of 300 meters, turning all beasts to ashes in the face of his might. She found herself unable to intervene, and it was only now that she comprehended the true extent of her brother's extraordinary prowess. No wonder he could complete the tasks of cataclysmic-level dungeons. In truth, she did not fully grasp the depths of Su Chen's strength. Ahead lay an abandoned city, once known as Ichong, now referred to as Area 293. It was teeming with extraordinary beasts. Su Chen paid no heed to Luo Xing'er's enthusiasm, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Once, there had been a city there, called Ichong. But a millennium had passed, and that place had long since become a realm for beasts. They were now not far from it. And he intended to hunt within its confines this afternoon. Surely, you don't intend to level me up to 50 today? Luo Xing'er queried. Why not? We cannot waste the experience scrolls, Su Chen replied. The double experience scroll was effective for a single day. A day hence, it shall expire. Therefore, it must not be squandered. Whoosh, whoosh. Extending his hand, Su Chen encircled Luo Xing'er's slender waist and soared toward Area 293. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at their destination, where myriad exotic beasts roamed, predominantly of the 6th and 7th tiers. Summoning forth, Luo Xing'er called upon the Thunder's sacred beast, two, in fact. One served as a steed, while the other engaged in combat. Subsequently, the duo commenced their battle. Boom, boom, boom. Attribute points surged to 1,000, then 5,000. Experience points climbed from 0 to 5, and then another 5,000. As the skirmish unfolded, Su Chen's attribute points escalated rapidly, with his experience advancing swiftly as well. The yield from slaying 6th-tier beasts was meager. However, every 7th-tier beast vanquished granted a rewarding 5 experience points. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 62. Combat power, 1,600. In no time, a golden radiance enveloped Su Chen, vanishing only to be replaced by an uplifting notification. At last, he had leveled up to 62. Following this promotion, his combat power increased by an impressive 1,600 points, culminating in a total augmentation of 5,200 points. The higher the level, the more formidable the power bestowed. At this rate, by the time he reached level 100, would he not attain a combat power of 10,000? Chapter 27. Entering the Virtual World. As Su Chen ascended in levels, Luo Xing'er experienced a meteoric rise. Under the onslaught of icy rain and fiery tempests, swathes of exotic beasts fell. Golden luminescence emanated from Luo Xing'er. How exhilarating this leveling up was. She danced with joy, her excitement palpable. With a lower level but high experience, her ascension was rapid. However, upon reaching level 60, the pace of leveling would inevitably decelerate. Tomorrow, we can return home, Su Chen remarked. The two were separated by several hundred meters. In a party, as long as members were within 1,000 meters, they could share experience. Boom, boom, boom. The 293rd area erupted in destructive icy rain and fiery tempests. The roars of the beasts reverberating through the air. At that moment, Area 293 resembled an apocalyptic landscape. Time passed, minute by minute, until dusk fell. The exotic beasts of Area 293 had been largely eradicated by Su Chen and Luo Xing. Now, Su Chen's level had ascended to 73, while Luo Xing'er had reached an impressive 74, bolstered by her use of double experience scrolls. I can't believe I've reached level 74, she exclaimed, her energy waning from battle, yet overwhelmed with exhilaration. After a day's toil, she had achieved what she once deemed unimaginable. In truth, both Su Chen and Luo Xing'er had already surpassed level 70, but after attaining this milestone, the pace of leveling had slowed to a snail's crawl. Slaying 7th-tier beasts yielded a mere 0.02 experience points. How could one possibly level up under such circumstances? Nonetheless, amidst the devastation of their joint assault, Su Chen had leveled up twice, and Luo Xing'er had achieved 4 levels. I want to level up before school starts, Su Chen declared, feeling nearly nauseated from hunting exotic beasts. However, within the realm space, numerous pieces of equipment awaited, though all were of bronze, silver, or gold quality. With no diamond-grade gear in sight, it appeared that only 9th-tier or higher exotic beasts could yield such treasures. Brother, are you heading to Kyoto? Luo Xing'er inquired. Su Chen nodded. Let us bring some food and drink. Luo Xing'er, upon receiving confirmation, beamed with joy, eager to accompany him to Kyoto. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Su Chen and Luo Xing'er awoke. Today, no battles awaited them. Otherwise, they would have risen earlier. After washing up and having breakfast, they gathered their belongings in preparation for their return to the city. Whoosh, whoosh. Su Chen wrapped his arm around Luo Xing'er's delicate waist, swiftly gliding through the air. What once took a day was now accomplished in just an hour. As they reached the city gates, enveloped in a sense of safety. Goodbye, brother, Luo Xing'er waved as she made her way toward her home in Building 2. Su Chen resided in Building 6, and from their balconies, they could see each other. Farewell, he waved back, heading toward his own building. Grandfather, grandmother. He greeted upon entering his home, where he found them tidying up. Welcome back, Xiao Chen. Go take a shower first while we tidy up these things. And we'll prepare dinner shortly, said Murong Lan, her joy evident upon his return. All right, Grandma, Su Chen responded, setting down his backpack and proceeding to his room. Later that evening, at 9 o'clock, Su Chen bid farewell to his grandparents and retreated to his room. With a blink, a luminous screen appeared before him. Not the system's virtual interface, but but that of a martial artist, having long since merged with the system's second-tier interface. It could be deemed a martial artist screen, or alternatively, a virtual system interface. System. Connect to the virtual world. Chen commanded. Connection to the virtual world successful. Within mere seconds, the system's notification chimed. A radiant glow enveloped Chen, and soon his consciousness transitioned into a virtual realm. His physical form safeguarded by a protective barrier to prevent any harm while traversing this new world. The virtual world bore a striking resemblance to the external realm. Yet everything within it exuded a futuristic essence. Martial artists, upon awakening, could enter this virtual domain. The similarity between the virtual world and the outside world reached an astonishing 95, with a pain threshold of 30. Should one's soul possess sufficient strength, they could remain indefinitely within this virtual expanse. Greetings, Master. I am the spirit of the virtual world, here to serve you. I possess knowledge of all matters within this realm. By the way, you may name me if you wish. Upon entering the virtual world, Chen found himself in a city characterized by towering skyscrapers, immaculate and orderly. At that moment, a sprite, no larger than the palm of a hand, appeared before Chen, gracefully circling around him, its melodious voice enchanting to the ears. Then you shall be named Shower, he declared. Shower, I wish to sell equipment. Hearing that he could bestow a name upon the sprite, he casually chose one. With a name, communication with the sprite became considerably more convenient. After all, a title is necessary, is it not? Master, it is as follows, Shower explained. The virtual world's marketplace allows for the sale and purchase of any resources, with prices being remarkably fair. There are two methods to sell equipment. One can directly entrust the virtual marketplace to sell the items. However, a 20 commission and handling fee will be deducted. The advantage of this method is that the equipment is immediately liquidated, without the need to wait for other warriors to make a purchase. The second option is to list the items in the virtual marketplace and wait for other warriors to buy them, with a handling fee of 5. Shower spoke without a hint of hesitation, revealing the two methods of selling equipment with clarity. Show me the prices, Chen replied, eager to peruse the costs. In truth, he had already made a decision in his heart. Bronze, 300, 1,000, 5,000. Silver, 10, 000, 40, 000, 100, 000. Gold, 40, 000, 100, 000, 300, 000. Diamond, 200, 000. 500, 000, 1, 000, 000. Glory, 1, 000, 000, 5, 000, 000, 10, 000, 000. Currently, Master. Your level restricts you from accessing the prices of king-tier equipment unless you possess king-tier items. The diminutive form of Shower continued to orbit around Chen, her crystalline voice ringing in his ears. Upon glimpsing the prices of glory-tier equipment, a wave of curiosity washed over him. How much combat power would it require? A mere ordinary item demands 1, 000, 000, while a golden one necessitates 10, 000, 000. At present, he was still unable to access the prices for king-tier equipment, a limitation imposed by insufficient level. List all equipment for sale in the virtual marketplace, Chen instructed after reviewing the prices. Subsequently, he decided to sell all the items from his Yuan realm space and spatial ring, as keeping them was of no use. Shower is at your service, she responded, commencing the inventory of the quantities and colors of the equipment. Each tier of equipment came in 3 colors, ordinary white, rare red, and perfect gold, with varying prices. Master, you have sold a total of 621 pieces of bronze tier equipment, yielding a profit of 4,231,000 gold coins. You have sold 585 pieces of silver tier equipment, yielding a profit of 19,347,000 gold coins. You have sold 87 pieces of gold tier equipment, yielding a profit of 7,240,000 gold coins. The total profit amounts to 27,010,100 gold coins. After a brief interval, the calculations were complete, and Chen beheld the staggering sum of 27,010,100 gold coins for the first time. In the present day, within the Great Xia Empire and indeed the entire world, gold coins served as the universal currency, boasting significant purchasing power. For a typical family of 3, normal expenses would amount to merely 2 or 3,000 gold coins per month. By the way, enlighten me about the arena, Chen requested of Shower. His primary aim in entering the virtual world was to comprehend the competitive landscape and familiarize himself with this realm. After all, Teacher Chen had mentioned that post-awakening, many competitive assessments during university would be intertwined with the virtual world, even extending to larger worlds and stages, all related to the virtual domain. One could assert that the virtual world is humanity's second home. Master, the competitions are categorized into 4 rankings: the human ranking, the earth ranking, the heaven ranking, and the divine ranking. The criteria for the human ranking: entry before the age of 20. It is divided into the Jiang City ranking, the Jiangnan province ranking, and the imperial human ranking. The Earth ranking requires entry before the age of 25, while the Heaven ranking requires entry before the age of 30. The Divine ranking has no age restrictions. Presently, Master may contend for either the Jiang City Human ranking or the Jiangnan Province Human ranking. The competitions are conducted in two formats: a closed mode, prohibiting outside spectators, and an open mode, permitting other warriors to observe. Injuries and fatalities during the competition do not result in actual harm, only a sensation of 30 pain. Xiaoer elucidated for Su Chen, who grasped the concept of rankings within the competitions. Each ranking bore its own set of rules, and the duels on the platform were further distinguished by closed and open modes. He understood well how powerful individuals often engage in competitions within the virtual realm for profit, essentially a form of live broadcasting, allowing other warriors to witness the contests. In fact, watching these competitions could also aid in honing one's skills. Xiaoer, I wish to compete now. Is there anything I need to prepare? Su Chen inquired, aware that his annihilation gun technique had already reached the 6th tier. He was curious about his potential ranking. No preparation is necessary. You may match directly. Does Master wish to proceed with a match? Closed mode or open mode? Master, I forgot to mention, during the competition, only martial skills are tested. Independent of combat power and level, Xiaoer informed him. Let us match in closed mode, Su Chen decided. Xiaoer confirmed his understanding of the situation. Competitions, after all, were entirely about the contest of skills, devoid of any influence from combat power or levels. Matching in progress. Match complete. Countdown. 20, 19, 18, 17. In no time, the match was successful. The countdown appeared, indicating that upon its conclusion, he would be transported to the arena. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its end, Su Chen was enveloped in radiant light and vanished from his original location. When he reappeared, he found himself on a vast arena, measuring several hundred meters in diameter. Upon surveying the arena, Su Chen noticed a youth standing opposite him, whose form was deliberately obscured, clearly wishing to conceal his identity from recognition. Name, XXX. Age, 18. Points, 0. Skill, power and sword technique. Win rate XX. Su Chen observed the information about his opponent, though the name was concealed. The individual wielded a sword, was the same age as he, and possessed a competitive score of 0, with no visible win rate. It seemed evident that this opponent was either a newcomer to the arena or had experienced a string of defeats, as otherwise, their score would not remain at 0. Swish. Swish. Without a moment's hesitation, the opponent's figure flickered forward. A sharp sword light burst forth from his hand, moving with astonishing speed. However, to Su Chen, the technique appeared to be as sluggish as a tortoise's crawl. Moreover, its power seemed pathetically feeble in his eyes. Although he had not practiced swordsmanship, he had attained the 6th tier in spear techniques. After all, knowledge remains unchanged in its essence. As the sword light approached, a spear materialized in Su Chen's grasp. Not the flame god spear, but rather an ordinary spear from the virtual realm, equitable for all combatants. With a casual sweep of the spear, the destructive spear light shattered the sword light effortlessly. Simultaneously, the opponent was reduced to mere fragments, disappearing without a trace. Su Chen wins. Gained 10 points. The notification chimed, announcing Su Chen's victory and the acquisition of 10 points. Shortly thereafter, his figure vanished from the arena, reappearing at his original position. At this moment, his competitive information in the virtual world appeared. Name, Su Chen. Age, 18. Skill, world-destroying spear technique. Tier, 6000. Points, 10. Ranking on the People S list, unranked. Ranking on the local list, unranked. Ranking on the heavenly list, unranked. Ranking on the divine list, unranked. Win rate, calculating. The information was rather simple. Yet upon noticing that the win rate was still being calculated, Su Chen found himself puzzled, having just participated in a match and emerged victorious. Why was the win rate still under calculation? Master, the win rate is calculated after 100 matches. Xiaoer seemed to have anticipated Su Chen's confusion and began to explain. So that was it. The win rate would only be available after 100 matches. Continue matching, Su Chen instructed. Matching in progress. Match successful. Countdown, 20191-817. The matching process was remarkably swift, concluding within mere seconds. When the countdown reached its end, Su Chen was transported back to the arena. The battle commenced and concluded in an instant. It was a mere second. His 6th tier world-destroying spear technique was a guarantee of instant annihilation for any adversary. Points, 10. Continue. Points, 10. Continue. Points, 10. Continue. 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 Su Chen persistently requested Xiaoer to match him, each bout resulting in a swift victory, facing no worthy adversary. This was only to be expected. On the competition arena, skills alone were tested, while combat power and levels were suppressed, rendering all participants equal in strength. Under such circumstances, Su Chen's 6th tier spear technique was indeed invincible, except when confronted by skills at the 6th tier or above. Time passed, second by second. Congratulations. You have earned 1,000 points and entered the People S list of Jiang City. Current ranking, 92,801. After 100 consecutive victories, Su Chen's points soared to 1,000, granting him entry into the Jiang City leaderboard. However, his current rank placed him beyond the 90,000 mark, indicating that there were 90,000 individuals in Jiang City with 1,000 points or more. Despite Jiang City's population of 1.6 billion, with an awakening ratio indicating around 32 million martial artists, the number of those aged 18, 19, or 20 was less than a million. Furthermore, losses in the competition arena resulted in point deductions. Victories yielded 110 points, while defeats incurred a loss of 510 points. Under such circumstances, amassing 1,000 points was a formidable challenge. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Su Chen to find himself ranked beyond the 90,000 mark. Yet, having just crossed the threshold of the leaderboard, the competition would only intensify, and the likelihood of failure would escalate, as each point could drastically affect one's ranking. Xiao, what is my current win rate? Su Chen casually inquired, disinterested in reviewing the information. Chapter 29, Preparing for the College Entrance Examination. Master, your current win rate is 100. Please maintain. Xiao responded, with 100 consecutive victories. A win rate of 100 was only natural. How do I enter the people's list of Jiangnan province? Su Chen asked. It cannot possibly be based on points as well, can it? To enter the provincial list, the master must rank within the top 1,000 of the Jiang City people's list, with points exceeding 2,000. Xiao replied to Su Chen. As expected, it was indeed based on points. Naturally, points served as the most effective means of assessing and calculating rankings. Continue matching for me, Su Chen instructed. He realized that his mental stamina in the virtual world was not depleting rapidly with his current mental state. Remaining in the virtual realm for an entire day posed no issue. Outside, it was nighttime, so he decided to engage in further competitions. When he became fatigued, he would exit and rest to replenish his energy. Matching in progress. Match successful. Countdown, 20191,817. In the realm of the people's list, there were nearly a million martial artists under the age of 20 in Jiang City. Moreover, during this time, unless they were in the wilderness, martial artists within the city would either engage in competitions or observe them in the virtual world. It could be said that while progression in levels, combat power, and skills occurred in reality, skill enhancement was equally achievable within the virtual realm. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded, and Su Chen was transported to the arena. His opponent was also a spear wielder. As he materialized, his adversary unleashed 4 devastating spear lights towards him. 1 thrust, and 4 spear lights erupted. This was a hallmark of third-tier spear techniques. With a flick of his finger, Su Chen summoned his spear light, which far surpassed that of his opponent's in sheer magnitude and potency, existing on an entirely different plane. At this moment, he could effortlessly wield the spear with a mere gesture. With a resounding crash, the opponent was reduced to ashes, and the spear light vanished. Su Chen wins. Points, 10. Congratulations, you have reached rank 80,832. Another swift victory, earning him 10 points. With the addition of these 10 points, his ranking experienced a significant transformation, shifting from over 92,000 to now 80,000, demonstrating the substantial impact a mere 10 points could have. As the number of competitors increased, the difference of even a single point could lead to vast disparities in ranking. What of 10 points then? Continue. Su Chen's victory. Score, 10. Congratulations on reaching the 75,013th place. Su Chen's victory. Score, 10. Congratulations on reaching the 50,001st place. Su Chen's victory. Score, 10. Congratulations on reaching the 41,650th place. Su Chen's victory. Score, 10. Congratulations on reaching the 111th place. An hour has passed. Su Chen has engaged in 120 consecutive battles, achieving victory after victory, each with a single-shot kill. His score has now soared to 200 points, placing him at the 111th rank. However, he had no intention of continuing. As he felt utterly fatigued, he decided to return tomorrow. Time flowed on, day after day. Unbeknownst to him, a month had elapsed since his awakening. Today marks the day of the college entrance examination. Jiangxing boasts a total of 461 high schools. In this modern era, students progress seamlessly from elementary to high school without the need for examinations, thus achieving true 12-year compulsory education. Consequently, the number of high schools exceeds 1,000, mirroring the abundance of elementary schools. This year, a total of 324,681 individuals have awakened. Brother, hurry up. In the room, Luo Xing'er urged Su Chen. Today is the day of the examination. Although her innate talent would allow her to bypass the exam and directly choose a university, many prestigious institutions vying for her, she still wished to partake in this rite of passage that every student experiences. It's still early, isn't it only 6:30? Su Chen replied in a gruff voice. Why are you dragging me out of bed so soon? Moreover, just last night, he had propelled his competitive ranking to the top of Jiangxing, successfully entering the provincial leaderboard with a score of 4,600, ranking 102nd. The competition had grown increasingly fierce, and he had even encountered a prodigy proficient in 5th-tier swordsmanship, an extraordinary feat for 120, signifying true genius. Hence, after expending considerable mental energy in the virtual realm, he yearned for more sleep. Get up, wash your face, brush your teeth, and eat breakfast. Don't you need time for that? And we have to take a bus to the examination grounds, Luo Xing'er insisted. Indeed, all students from Jiangcheng must head to the examination venue. Only there can such a large-scale examination be conducted with the necessary facilities, Su Chen acknowledged, reluctantly sitting up. He mused that last night might not have been the ideal time for Luo Xing'er to stay over, despite her claims of wanting to supervise him to prevent tardiness. Come on, Luo Xing'er said with a hint of arrogance, strutting out of the room. Once outside, she transformed into a more demure and endearing version of herself, rushing to assist her grandmother, who had prepared breakfast. Shortly thereafter, Su Chen emerged from his room, freshly dressed, and joined her at the dining table. After the exam, we will head directly to Kyoto, Su Jingtian remarked. If not for waiting for Su Chen's examination, he would have relocated to Kyoto days ago. Su Chen replied, nodding as he enjoyed his meal. Before long, they finished breakfast and set out together to the examination grounds. It seems the exam will test our skills, Luo Xing'er inquired during their wait for the bus. How's your shooting skill coming along? 6th tier, Su Chen answered. Did you not hear me when I spoke with your grandfather at your house? Besides, our training in the wild clearly demonstrated that my shooting skill is at 6th tier. Oh, I had forgotten, Luo Xing'er admitted, astonished. So soon. My skill is only at 3rd tier. The revelation left her in utter disbelief. 6th tier. That's extraordinary. I thought I was strong at 3rd tier, yet you have surpassed my expectations by reaching 6th tier. Indeed, 6th tier is a remarkable achievement, yet 3rd tier is already commendable. Su Chen replied earnestly. After all, you have only awakened for a month, and many others fail to reach even the 1st tier within that period. The bus arrived, and the two boarded. After a 20-minute journey, they arrived at the examination station, greeted by throngs of students, all there for the same purpose. Luo Xing'er, Su Chen. Over here. Upon approaching the entrance, Su Chen recognized a familiar voice without needing to look. Following the sound, he confirmed it was Teacher Qin Chuyu. A number of students from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School had gathered around her. Teacher Qin, they greeted as they approached. Let's wait here for a moment. We will enter promptly at 9, Qin Chuyu instructed. In addition to her, 4 other teachers were responsible for overseeing Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. As the multitude of students required diligent management to maintain order, students tended to fear their teachers, making it most suitable for them to oversee their own pupils. Good morning. Xing'er, by the way, which university do you plan to apply to? Chen Hui chimed in, drawing near to speak with Luo Xing. That's a secret, she replied coyly. What about you, Xiaof? Chen Hui asked, feeling slightly disheartened. His gaze drifted to Su Chen, seething with envy as he observed Luo Xing, who clinged to him affectionately. One hand nestled in Su Chen's pocket. Inwardly, he thought, Luo Xing'er is an SSS-level prodigy, far beyond my reach, but I can still easily manage you, a mere F level. Foolish dear. If you were even slightly more intelligent, you wouldn't be seeking superiority here. Su Chen regarded him disdainfully. C level. Always trying to assert some sense of superiority and accomplishment before me. C level? What audacity. Your entire family consists of foolish deer. What kind of superiority complex am I supposed to cultivate? Is it not permissible for me, possessing a C-grade talent, to refer to you as little f? Are you bold enough to assert that you do not possess an F-grade aptitude? Upon hearing the term foolish deer, Chen Hui was instantly infuriated. It is your family that embodies foolishness. Luo Xing'er interjected. If we refrain from mentioning Su Chen, all is well. However, the moment he is brought up, trouble ensues. Chen Hui, quiet down. Qin Chuyao admonished softly, unable to bear it any longer. Can your mind not exhibit a modicum of agility? Although Su Chen is of F-grade talent, do you not find it astonishing that he emerged from a disaster-level dungeon? Su Chen has already reached level 61. And you? Merely level 16. Is there truly any comparability? Yes, teacher. Chen Hui fell silent, though his gaze remained fiercely directed at Su Chen, as if issuing a threat. Time passed minute by minute. At 9 o'clock, all students had assembled, lining up to follow. We are in Area 1, Qin Chuyao announced, leading the 197 awakened students from Jiangcheng High School into the vast training ground, saturated with an aura of bloodshed. Moments later, Su Chen and the others arrived at a sprawling lawn. This is Area 1. Hundreds of thousands of candidates from Jiangcheng have gathered here, divided into several zones, each accommodating around 10,000 students. Silence. Allow me to elucidate the examination rules. The assessment comprises level, skill, and combat power. Area 1 features 10 examination entrances. Passing through these detection devices will reveal the true level of the candidates. Following this, candidates must demonstrate their preferred skills, and only upon receiving their scores may they depart. Lastly, a combat power evaluation will take place. Each category is rated on a 9-star scale. The higher the cumulative star rating, the better the performance. Note, wearing equipment bestowed by elders is considered cheating, as is using items purchased from the shop or employing temporary boosts to health and combat power. Cheating candidates will have all their results annulled and will be blacklisted by all universities. In front of the plaza in Area 1, a man in military attire announced loudly. Upon hearing the military man's proclamation, many discreetly removed their worn equipment. A considerable number had borrowed gear from their elders, received gifts, or purchased high-priced items from the shop. In such cases, utilizing them during the examination constitutes cheating. After the exams conclude, aside from the top 100, all others may view their scores. Once the military man finished speaking, he instructed the students to participate in the examination in an orderly manner. The examination for martial artists is rather straightforward. It solely assesses level, skill, and combat power. Xing Su Chen, do your best. The top 100 will receive generous rewards and resources. At this moment, Qin Shuyao approached Su Chun and Luo Xing speaking softly. Yes, Teacher Qin. We shall do our utmost. Su Chun and Luo Xing nodded in affirmation before proceeding with Qin Shuyao towards the examination entrance. The order of examinations is determined by the school's sequence number, placing Jiangxing High School at the forefront. Brother, good luck. With 10 examination entrances, Luo Xing and Su Chun had to part ways to enter simultaneously. Good luck, Su Chen nodded, giving a gesture of encouragement before stepping into the examination portal. Inside awaited a sophisticated device, its crystal emitting an enigmatic radiance. Su Chen approached. Beep. Level detection complete. Please proceed to skill testing. A prompt echoed as Su Chun entered the luminous area beneath the crystal. Simultaneously, an LED information bar displayed his basic information, revealing his level, 72. A few steps further led him to the skill testing area, where a standard spear materialized in his grasp. Instantly, the spear unleashed a devastating aura. 32 beams of spear light converged upon the testing crystal. Boom. A muffled sound resonated, rippling through the space before everything returned to normal. The LED screen showcased the results. Annihilation Spear Technique, Level 6. Beep. Skill testing complete. Please proceed to combat power testing. The prompt resounded. Su Chen approached a device resembling a punching power tester. The machine's maximum reading was 300,000, indicating it could measure combat power up to that threshold. For other talented students, this was ample, as most had only awakened a month prior, typically reaching around level 10, with combat power barely exceeding 10 or 20,000. 300,000, however, was unfathomably distant from the average student. Su Chun raised his fist and struck the testing device. Boom. A deep sound reverberated, carrying with it an aura of tremendous destruction. A red line shot up instantly, reaching the device's limit of 300,000 combat power. As for the precise figure, it remained unknown, but it was assuredly above 300,000. Beep. Combat power testing complete. Results under assessment. Please await results inquiry. The prompt echoed once more, marking the conclusion of Su Chen's examination. In reality, from the moment he entered the examination portal to the finish, the entire process lasted but 20 seconds. Upon exiting, Luo Xing had also completed her examination. Brother, Luo Xing rushed to Su Chen's side, taking his hand as they made their way to the rest area. They would await the completion of all awakened students' exams before results could be announced. At that time, they would be able to check their scores. Those entering the top 100 would not be able to view their scores, as they would be announced on the spot. How did it go? Su Chen inquired. It was said that those with S-grade talents need not take the examination. Upon awakening, they are already scouted by other schools, entering a special recruitment channel. Chapter 31. Results Announcement. Rewards for the top 100. Excellent. Luo Xing exclaimed. Level 74. Surely, I am first, with combat power exceeding over 100,000. Her skill is also at level 3. With such results, her overall ranking is undoubtedly within the top 100 of Jiangxing. What shall we eat? I shall treat you. Su Chen offered, having sold equipment in the virtual world for 27 million gold coins. This astronomical sum of wealth is something an ordinary person could never amass in several lifetimes, and even a typical strong individual could not produce such a fortune. I want milk tea and also chicken wings. Let us go shopping together, Luo Xing suggested, beginning to count on her fingers. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to proceed with the plan. Subsequently, the two bid farewell to Qin Shuyu and exited the training grounds. It was clear that no snacks were available within the military academy's premises. After approximately half an hour, they leisurely returned, each holding a cup of milk tea and some snacks. Here you go, Teacher Qin, Su Chen said, offering the milk tea. He had also brought refreshments for Qin and the other 3 instructors. Thank you, Qin Shuyu replied, her face lighting up as she accepted the drink. To be honest, after a busy morning, I find myself rather hungry and thirsty. As time ticked away, by around 3 o'clock, the examinations across the 33 districts had concluded. Students could now check their results on the virtual screen. A military-clad individual announced that the results were available. The results are finally out. Someone exclaimed. I feel like I've been waiting an eternity. How many stars will I have? Each category is rated out of 9 stars, yet most students only manage 2 or 3. Achieving 8 stars overall would be commendable. Wow, The talent awakened in Jiangxing this year is remarkable. My C-grade talent can only secure me the 528th position. I barely reached 4.5 stars. Not bad. I managed 6 stars and ranked 4202. To enter the top 10 schools, one needs at least 10 stars. With 5 stars, I can only aim for the most ordinary university. As the announcement to check results reverberated, students eagerly began to access their scores. Some prodigies refrained from checking, believing themselves guaranteed a spot within the top 100. For them, it seemed futile, as the scores of the top 100 could not be accessed momentarily. Hey, Xiao F, how many stars did you get? Do you have 3 stars? My C-grade talent yielded 10 stars. Now you see the disparity? At that moment, Chen Huixing hurried over, brimming with pride as he boasted about his achievements, belittling Su Chun in the process. 10 stars. I have a chance at one of the top 10 schools. Well, there is a slight chance. Only those with 12 stars or more can truly secure a spot in the top 10. 10 stars might allow entry into some respectable universities. His boasting was indeed backed by merit. Su Chun had not anticipated that this fool would attain 10 stars. Remarkable, he replied with a chuckle, choosing to disregard him. Why does this idiot persistently bother me? Does he harbor a vendetta, or is there some unspoken grudge? 10 stars is undeniably impressive, Luo Xing'er observed, not even glancing at Su Chun. Hearing his words, she smiled brightly, fully aware that Su Chun was deliberately aiming to embarrass Chen Huixing. After all, they would soon be leaving Jiangxing for Kyoto, and they would no longer have to see this fool again. Alas, my talent pales in comparison to Xing'er's. I must strive harder. Chen Huixing was taken aback, sensing something amiss. Su Chun, for once, did not refer to him as the fool, which left him feeling strangely uncomfortable. Even Luo Xing'er seemed to have shifted her demeanor. It appeared that admiration for strength was indeed a reality. Her tone towards him had changed after he achieved 10 stars. He resolved to put in more effort. Only then could he hope to capture Luo Xing'er's attention. Though somewhat dim-witted, he still had potential. Luo Xing'er nodded, unable to suppress her laughter, struggling to maintain composure. This fool truly lacked perception. Now, the results for those ranked between 51st and 100th would be announced, with those in this range receiving 2 million gold coins and an invitation from a prestigious school. A resounding voice echoed across the training grounds, reaching every corner. What generous rewards! 4 ranks 51 to 100. Each will receive 2 million gold coins, along with invitations to esteemed schools. How enviable. Only those with A-grade talents can hope to break into the top 100. I wonder who will succeed? Upon hearing the announcement, the students erupted in excitement. 2 million gold coins were not easily attainable for every family. Many ordinary households could scarcely gather 100,000 coins, even for martial families. 2 million was a substantial fortune. In addition to the monetary reward, the invitations to top universities added to the allure. Immediately, numerous self-proclaimed geniuses began to check their scores on the martial screen, believing they were among the top 100. Certainly, there must be over 1,000 who thought so. However, only 100 spots were available in that elite group. I placed 88th. One student shouted, "Indeed, I am 99th. This rank seems somewhat low. My estimate was off. I should have been within the top 20. 58th, that is not too bad." Many regarded themselves as geniuses, while a few genuine talents also emerged. Those who discovered they had made the top 100 were overjoyed, while others felt disheartened, sensing a mismatch between their ranks and their abilities. 5 minutes elapsed, and now the results for ranks 11 to 50 would be revealed. Those in this bracket would receive 5 million gold coins, invitations to the top 10 schools, and 20 million in resources. The authoritative voice announced once more, revealing the scores for the top 150. The cash prize had escalated to 5 million, and the prestigious schools had transitioned to the top 10, along with an impressive resource grant. My goodness, this is precisely what I've been aspiring for. 500,000 in cash and invitations from the top 10 schools. Can I break into the top 50? The excitement was palpable, with countless students buzzing with anticipation. Even those who would not make the top 10,000 felt a surge of enthusiasm. Let us take a look, Luo Xing'er suggested, glancing at Su Chun. This is for the top 50. Su Chun nodded, and Luo Xing'er activated the martial screen to begin her search. At that moment, she felt a mix of anxiety and hope. She yearned to see her results, yet dreaded the possibility of disappointment. After all, she aspired to be within the top 10. Unable to query, she murmured after her search, letting out a deep breath. A look of exhilaration illuminated her face, for this indicated that her ranking fell outside the 1,150th position, thereby placing her within the top 10. The very thought of being among the top 10 was electrifying, an anticipation that surged through her veins as she awaited the forthcoming announcement, which was sure to reveal the names of the top 10 contenders. Moments later, the voice of the announcer resonated once more. The time had come to unveil the results of the top 10. In that instant, all sounds faded into silence. Chapter 32, Su Chun, first place, perfect score. As the results of the top 10 were declared, a hush fell over the crowd, yet curiosity bubbled within. Besides the students, the admissions officers from various universities were equally eager to discover the identities of the top 10, as this knowledge would aid them in attracting promising talents. 10th place, Zhang Han, 12 stars, prize money, 10 million, resources, 30 million. 9th place, Shengwan Yan, 12 stars, prize money, 10 million, resources, 30 million. 8th place, Huang Jinrong, 13 stars, prize money, 12 million, resources, 40 million. 7th place, Chen Ku, 14 stars, prize money, 13 million, resources, 45 million. 6th place, Lin Xia, 14.5 stars, prize money, 14 million, resources, 50 million. 5th place, Jun Xiaoyao, 15 stars, prize money, 15 million, resources, 55 million. 4th place, Luo Xinger, 16 stars, prize money, 18 million, resources, 60 million. In no time, the results from the 4th to the 10th positions were announced, detailing both the star ratings and the accompanying rewards. Now, all eyes were set on the top 3, as speculation ran rampant regarding their identities. It was well known that Luo Xinger was the only SSS-Rank talent from Jiang City, securing 4th place. Thus, what might the talents of the top 3 possess? While everyone acknowledged that although Luo Xinger boasted an SSS-level talent, her auxiliary nature placed her at a disadvantage in the examination rankings. Achieving 3rd place was already an extraordinary feat. If neither of the top 3 bore an SSS ranking, they must possess S-rank talents instead. This year's cohort from Jiang City had yielded several S-rank talents. 3rd place, Xiao Xiang, 17 stars, prize money, 20 million, resources, 65 million. 2nd place, Zhu Yan, 17.5 stars, prize money, 25 million, resources, 70 million. The announcement was deliberately crafted to build suspense, revealing only the 2nd and 3rd places before pausing, leaving everyone yearning to know the identity of the 1st place winner. However, Luo Xinger felt assured, already knowing who it was. Her gaze sparkled with joy as she looked at Su Chen, though at that moment, she was eager to discern his exact star rating. The 1st place belonged to Su Chen, hailing from Jiang City No. 1 High School. Moreover, he had achieved the highest score in history. 1st place, Su Chen, 27 stars. Prize money, 50 million, resources, 200 million. The announcer's voice finally rang out, declaring Su Chen as the 1st place winner. His score, an astonishing 27 stars, represented a perfect score, an unparalleled achievement, as the maximum was indeed 27 stars. 27 stars. A perfect score. How could this be? It was almost unbelievable. To attain such a feat was nothing short of miraculous. Was there a mistake? A perfect score had not been seen in the history of the Great Xia Empire, making him the 9th individual to achieve such a distinction. The crowd erupted in fervor, not merely due to the monetary rewards, but because of the significance of a perfect score. The examination assessed levels, skills, and combat capabilities, each capped at a maximum of 9 stars. Thus, 27 stars denoted a perfect score. Jiang City No. 1 High School had not only produced one SSS-ranked talent in Luo Xinger, but now also a perfect scorer in Su Chen. This name felt oddly familiar, as he had previously been labeled an F-rank talent. What? An F-rank talent achieving a perfect score? The evaluation of star levels was beyond manipulation, making cheating impossible. Perhaps they had misjudged his potential. Su Chen was undoubtedly more complex than merely an F-rank talent. Could it be a hidden profession? No. They had to ensure Su Chen was recruited to Kunlun University. Forget Kunlun University, you should be more self-aware. You have always looked down on him, someone interjected. In the admissions officer's lounge, upon hearing the name and score of the 1st place winner, shock rippled through the room. Soon, recollections of who Su Chen was began to dawn on them, and thoughts of securing such an exceptional talent for their own institutions filled their minds. Brother, congratulations. Luo Xinger exclaimed joyfully to Su Chen. In that moment, she felt as if she could soar, her happiness eclipsing even that of securing 1st place herself. The 1st place belonged to her brother, a fact that did not surprise her. However, she was astonished by Su Chen's perfect score of 27 stars, which truly exceeded her expectations. A perfect score implied that his combat capability, levels, and skills had all reached, if not surpassed, the highest standards. Her own achievement of 4th place was primarily due to her level of 74, the highest among the examinees. Thank you. Su Chen smiled, not feeling surprised or astonished. Who else could possibly claim 1st place? You achieved a perfect score? You the 1st place? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Hui was left speechless, as if turned to stone. After a long pause, he directed a disbelieving gaze at Su Chen. How could this be? How could he have become Jiang City's 1st place winner, and moreover, attain a perfect score? I always referred to him as Little F. How is it that he has surpassed expectations? Don't be like that. I still enjoy seeing you call me Little F with such bravado. You should be a bit more confident. The difference between 10 stars and 27 stars is merely 17 stars, Su Chen chuckled, finding amusement in Chen Hui's bewilderment. Su Chen, Xinger. At that moment, Qin Shuyao approached them, her face radiating joy. As the teacher of 2 exceptional students, one ranking 4th and the other 1st, one an SSS talent and the other a perfect scorer, how could she not be elated? Qin teacher, Su Chen and Luo Xinger greeted her. Do you have a preferred university in mind? Wait a moment. The admissions officers will likely seek you out, Qin Shuyao inquired. One must safeguard their students and avoid being misled by the persuasive admissions officers. This pertains to the future lives of one's pupils. Teacher Qin. My brother and I are heading to Kyoto, remarked Luo Xing'er, addressing Qin Shuyao. Have you arranged everything at home? Qin Shuyao inquired, already aware that her concerns were unwarranted. Nonetheless, this was for the best, as it alleviated the worry of two promising talents being deceived. Indeed, Luo Xing'er nodded. Very well. I wish you both a brilliant future. Soaring to great heights. By the way, we shall meet in Kyoto, Qin Shuyao said with a smile, a hint of mischief glimmering in her eyes. Teacher Qin, can we return now? Su Chen asked. With the admissions officers seeking him and Xing'er, there was no better time to leave. You may head back first. I will ensure the matters regarding bonuses and resources are taken care of, Qin Shuyao replied, gesturing for Su Chen and Luo Xing'er to depart. Goodbye, Teacher Qin. They waved as they left the training ground. Chapter 33, Journey to Kyoto, 50 million received. Just as Su Chen and Luo Xing'er departed, a multitude of admissions officers arrived, only to be informed that the duo had already returned home. Even the teacher from Kunlun University shamelessly approached, having previously looked down upon the F-grade student. Now realizing that the F-grade youth exuded an undeniable charisma. Although Luo Xing'er and Su Chen had left, the admissions officers did not relent. They sought to obtain their contact information and even their addresses. Half an hour later, Luo Xing'er and Su Chen returned to Xinjiang community. Grandfather, grandmother, maternal grandfather, maternal grandmother. Upon their arrival, they found the four elders gathered together. Well done, well done. Su Jingtian and Luo Tianxiang nodded in approval upon seeing Luo Xing'er and Su Chen. Clearly, they were already aware of the results of the students' examinations. One ranked fourth in Jiangqing, the other first, achieving a full star rating. Xing'er, Xiaochen, we are heading to Kyoto now. Let us go, Su Yunji announced. It turned out that the four elders had been waiting for them, eager to set off for Kyoto in such a hurry. Subsequently, Su Chen, Luo Xing'er, and the four elders took a vehicle directly to the spaceport. Buzz. Buzz. Half an hour later, the six of them boarded the spacecraft bound for Kyoto. In the contemporary world, the passage between cities was no longer via high-speed trains or long-distance buses, as countless beasts roamed the paths. Only powerful spacecraft could withstand the assaults of these creatures. Ding. Your personal account ending in 6667 has received a transfer of 50 million gold coins. Your current balance is 77,137,635 gold coins. On board the spacecraft, Su Chen was resting with his eyes closed when a notification chimed. His account had received a transfer of 50 million gold coins, bringing his balance to a magnificent sum. This reward was, of course, for his first-place achievement. Simultaneously, Luo Xing'er displayed her delight, undoubtedly having received a transfer as well. I'm a little rich girl now, she exclaimed joyfully. Fortunately, they were seated in an exclusive VIP cabin, with only the six of them present, thereby avoiding unwanted attention. This time, Jiangqing had indeed made a substantial investment in rewards. However, having accepted Jiangqing's rewards means you must lend your support in their endeavors in the future. Do not assume that such bonuses come easily, Luo Tianxiang remarked. Jiangqing's generous bonuses for the top 100 were a strategic move to cultivate a favorable impression and establish connections. Grandfather, this is only right. After all, we were born in Jiangqing. We are Jiangqing people, Su Chen replied. Despite their intention to study in Kyoto, the fact remained that they were Jiangqing natives. Brother, once we arrive in Kyoto, you must take care of me. You have the largest bonus. Luo Xing'er said to Su Chen. Xiaochen, how much bonus did you receive? Murong Lan inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. While they were aware of Su Chen and Luo Xing'er's examination results, the specifics of the bonuses remained a mystery, prompting her question. Grandmother, the first-place bonus is 50 million. Along with 200 million in resources, Su Chen responded. 50 million in cash and 200 million in resources, he clarified. The resources were somewhat nebulous, akin to supermarkets advertising a massive discount of 10 million, only to have a maximum of 1 million worth of goods. Nevertheless, even so, 200 million in resources was still considerable. 50 million. 50 million. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Yunji, Luo Tianxiang, and Su Jingtian were utterly astonished. They had heard of the generous rewards this time, but had not anticipated such a grand sum. I too did not foresee such a substantial bonus, Su Chen chuckled. Indeed, he had not expected the top 100 to receive bonuses, let alone a staggering 50 million for first place. Kyoto University is filled with the creme de la creme. Once you arrive, engage with them thoroughly. Only those with exceptional talents will receive the utmost nurturing and attention. Do not conceal your gifts, Luo Tianxiang advised. Jiangqing, after all, was merely a city within Jiangnan province, incapable of comparing to Kyoto, the very heart of the great Xia Empire, the destination coveted by all prodigies and strong individuals. In Kyoto University, possessing an S rank merely denotes ordinariness. It was said that this year, the university had admitted 16 SSS grade prodigies, along with numerous SS and S grades. Grandfather, I understand, Su-chun and Luo Xinger replied earnestly, acknowledging the need to exhibit their exceptional talents while withholding certain strengths and trump cards. After all, if one concealed their gifts and appeared unremarkable, who would be inclined to invest resources in them? 2 hours later, the spacecraft landed steadily in Kyoto. Subsequently, the group took a vehicle to a luxurious villa district, where each villa stood apart in grandeur, each more opulent than the last. In the precious land of Kyoto, such a villa is nothing short of extravagant. Luo Xinger and her grandparents reside in Villa number 8, while Su-chun, Su Jingtian, and Mu Ronglan occupy Villa number 9. With a wave, Su-chun bids farewell and follows Su Jingtian into the villa. Sir, madam, young master, the butler. An elderly gentleman jogs over to greet Su Jingtian with a respectful bow, his demeanor cheerful. Besides the butler, there are several servants within the villa. Su Jingtian responds nonchalantly, while Mu Ronglan offers a slight nod. Su-chun, however, remains unmoved, astonished, and overwhelmed. Am I truly part of such a lineage? Subsequently, a servant leads Su-chun to his room, which is a super luxurious suite measuring approximately 8,000 square meters. The interior is adorned with lush greenery, featuring exquisite potted plants and trees, all arranged in an elegantly rustic manner. It is, indeed, a self-contained little world. At that moment, a butler-like elder approaches, bowing respectfully before Su Jingtian. The villa is vast, and as Su-chun surveys his opulent surroundings, he finds himself in awe. After becoming acquainted with his room, Su-chun takes a brief shower and changes into clean clothes before descending for a meal. In the expansive dining room, only his grandparents and he dine together, attended to by a few servants. You should retire early tonight. Tomorrow you need to register for school. Afu has taken care of everything. Su Jingtian informs him during the meal. Is that why we had to come to Kyoto today? I see that Kyoto University has already commenced registration. Su-chun replies, his heart brimming with anticipation for this new chapter in his life. He wonders if he might encounter his sister there. Chapter 34. Kyoto University. Registration day. The following morning, Su-chun rises early, freshens up, dresses, and steps out of his room to find himself downstairs. Good morning, brother. Greets a stunningly lovely little girl at the dining table, munching on a bun and accompanied by milk. Upon spotting Su-chun, she greets him with a muffled voice, her hands too occupied to wave. You're the one awake early, aren't you? You didn't sleep here last night, did you? He inquires as he takes a seat at the table. The housekeeper serves him breakfast. Not at all. Today is registration day, she replies, puffing up her cheeks in a playful manner. Isn't it delightful that I woke up early to wait for you? Once she finishes chewing her bun, she exclaims, I am indeed very happy. Su-chun chuckles, accustomed to his grandmother's cooking. 10 minutes later, as Su-chun and Luo Xinger exit the living room, a butler greets them at the door. Young master, here is your student card and car key. Which vehicle would you like to drive today? Upon seeing Su-chun, the butler hands him a crystal card containing his information linked to Kyoto University, alongside an open box filled with several car keys. Su-chun glances ahead and is taken aback by the line of luxury cars parked in the semi-enclosed garage. Even though he isn't a car aficionado, he can tell that the least expensive of them must cost millions. That silver one, he points to a sleek supercar. Here are the keys, the butler acknowledges, retrieving the key for the silver supercar, along with others. In total, there are 16 luxury vehicles. Got it, Su-chun nods, placing the key box on a shelf in the garage. Brother, let me drive. Luo Xinger exclaims excitedly. Can you even drive? You didn't learn during your lessons, remember? If you can manage to start it, it's yours, Su-chun teases, rolling his eyes at her. During summer vacation in their senior year, he had learned to drive, while Luo Xinger opted not to. She had insisted that she would be content as his passenger. With a huff, she pouts and takes her place in the passenger seat, turning her face away from Su-chun. It won't work to sulk, he remarks as he gets in and starts the car, pulling out towards the villa's exit. The drive to Kyoto University is merely 10 minutes, and soon the silver supercar glides to a halt at the university's entrance. Today marks the first day of registration at Kyoto University, a prestigious institution where only a select few top-tier schools hold registration on this day. Other universities will follow suit in half a month, as the college entrance examination just concluded yesterday. The students registering today are those specially recruited by Kyoto University. The exam is merely a formality. The entrance bustles with excitement, with countless new students displaying eagerness and curiosity, while the upperclassmen warmly welcome them. The deep growl of the supercar captures the attention of many. Wow, what a cool supercar. That must be worth millions. Indeed, it's likely around 30 million. To arrive here in such a supercar, they must be second-generation rich, someone comments. Look at that beautiful junior on the car. She is enchanting, like an elf. I see a handsome junior too, even more attractive than the car. The arrival of the supercar draws a crowd, and soon all eyes shift from the vehicle to its occupants. The car is impressive, but the people are even more captivating. Excuse me, can the car enter? Su-chun inquires as he slowly drives to the school entrance, addressing a senior who is playfully tossing her hair. Of course, but after completing the registration, one must apply for a parking space. Junior, are you a freshman? You haven't registered yet, have you? Allow me to assist you with the registration. Lu Bingning's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a handsome junior. Seizing the opportunity while he is still so innocent. First, charm him, then take the plunge. No, first, ensnare him. Senior, I have already registered, Su Chun replied with a smile, raising the student ID card in his hand. The registration was already taken care of by the housekeeper, sparing him the hassle of doing it himself. Oh, I see. Then let me take you to apply for a parking space, Lu Bingning said, her astonishment evident. Registration just started today? Since you are a freshman, when did you manage to register? Senior, can you see me? At that moment, Luo Xing'er chimed in with a beaming smile, playfully pinching the soft flesh at Su Chen's waist. Ah, hello, Junior, Lu Bingning snapped back to reality, finally noticing the girl in the passenger seat. The sight filled her with envy, for this lowly beauty was extraordinarily stunning, akin to an enchanting sprite. What was most telling was her presence in the passenger seat, clearly indicating the close relationship between this charming junior and the female classmate. Goodbye, Senior, Luo Xing'er said with a sweet smile, waving her hand. Su Chun gently pushed away the hand resting on his waist. The car gradually made its way into the campus. The security guards, upon seeing his student ID, did not impede his entry. After all, these guards were quite discerning. Anyone who could enter Kyoto University was undoubtedly a genius, or, at the very least, a top-tier second-generation individual, not someone they could afford to provoke. Thus, they tended to turn a blind eye. Ah, this spot looks perfect. Let's park here, Su Chen said as he drove to a spacious area near the school garage, equipped with several surveillance cameras, ensuring complete coverage. He parked the car with ease. Hey, who told you to park here? An irate voice interrupted, clearly questioning and reprimanding him. Su Chan turned to follow the voice and saw several young men in their 20s and a beautiful senior, likely from the previous or even earlier cohorts. As freshmen did not possess such a brash demeanor. Is this not a parking spot? Su Chun inquired, aware that trouble was brewing. You can park here. But you cannot park here, one of them retorted. This spot is reserved for Senior Chen Xiao, who always parks here. You must be a freshman. Move your car immediately and apologize to Senior Chun, and I might let you off this time. The sycophant said, eyeing Su Chen's expensive car, cautious not to offend him too much. Otherwise, with his typical bravado, he would have already resorted to violence. Reserved parking spot? I thought this area was off limits. Since it is permissible to park here, then this spot is mine from now on. You must be Senior Chen, correct? Remember, if anything happens to my car, you will bear the consequences, Su Chen said, a smile gracing his face. Fools, he thought. What nonsense is this, Senior Chen? Don't provoke me, or I might just break your legs. With that, Su Chen stepped closer to the young man in the middle, smiling as he took Luo Xing'er's hand, preparing to leave. Stop. How dare you speak to Senior Chen like that? Do you want to die? Do you know who Senior Chen is? Do you know who his brother is? It seems you are not interested in surviving at Kyoto University, the sycophant warned, along with a few others, who initially expected Su Chun to apologize and back down. Instead, the freshman was threatening Senior Chun, completely catching them off guard. New students nowadays really need to learn their place. Do they think being talented makes them special? What a joke. At Kyoto University, who isn't a genius? Students like this only learn their lesson after receiving a good beating. Today, he must be taught a lesson for provoking the wrong person. Don't you realize who Senior Chen is? Don't you know who his brother is? Is this going to drag on forever? I couldn't care less about who he is or who his brother is, Su Chen retorted, frowning. I never expected to encounter such ridiculousness on my first day at school. I didn't realize Kyoto University had so many fools and idiots. As he spoke, he cast a cold glance at the sycophant, wishing to avoid further disturbance. If you keep blabbering, I'll make you regret it. What kind of lowlife are you? Acting so tough here? Remember, my name is Chun Xiao, with an S-level talent, and I'm only level 48. Chun Xiao could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying aura. As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers, and instantly, several sword lights surged towards Su Chun. In the school, as long as weapons were not employed, sparring was considered perfectly normal. You must be from the previous class, right? An S-level talent, at only level 48? You truly don't understand how pathetic you are, Su Chen said, a smile creeping onto his face. S-level, and only level 48? What a disgrace. How can you even boast about that? As he blinked, a destructive aura enveloped him, and in an instant, a beam of gunlight pierced through the space, shattering the sword lights with no hindrance, striking Chun Xiao directly. Poof! Chun Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, a terrifying wound appearing in his chest. If the beam had been even slightly misaligned, he would have been dead. Don't provoke me. If they're essay next time, your entire family will cease to exist in this world. Su Chen's voice was as sharp and chilling as the gunlight. Now, he no longer needed to use his fingers to represent a gun. Even a mere gaze could unleash a destructive force. Level 48? How shameless of you to flaunt that. Su Chen thought, unable to contain a laugh. If I truly wished to level up, I could have reached level 100 before coming to Kyoto. With that, Su Chun and Luo Xing'er departed amidst the terrified gazes of those present. What a terrifying skill. Mocking Senior Chen for being level 48. Senior Chen, are you alright? Should I inform Senior Xiaofeng? As Su Chun and Luo Xing'er departed, the sycophants and several others hastily approached Chen Xiao, expressing their concern while simultaneously exhibiting astonishment. Who was this formidable individual? What kind of freshman possessed such extraordinary prowess? Moreover, was it appropriate for a newcomer to mock a senior of level 48? Had he transcended the 48th level? Chen Xiao seethed with rage. He had just lost face. He did not even contemplate the fact that had his opponent not shown restraint, he would have already met his demise. Senior, what about this car? One of the sycophants remarked, glancing at the supercar parked in Chen Xiao's designated spot. Should we smash it? In the past, someone unaware parked here and ended up having their vehicle destroyed. They were well versed in such matters. Investigate his origins and background. Chen Xiao was not foolish. The audacity and strength of his opponent indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Thus, even if vengeance was on his mind, it was prudent to ascertain the rival's lineage and history to avoid an encounter with someone formidable. Understood, the sycophant nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful senior accompanying Chen Xiao performed a healing spell, staunching his bleeding. However, the injury would not heal quickly. Is a 6th-tier skill truly capable of such might? Luo Xing'er exclaimed, her eyes brimming with excitement. Just moments ago, the flash of Su Chen's gun was nothing short of spectacular. It required no physical weapon. A mere gaze was sufficient to unleash a devastating blast that vanquished his opponent. Fortuitously, this occurred within the confines of the school. Had it been in the wilderness or on the battlefield, Chen Xiao would have already been a corpse. Upon reaching the 6th tier, one could comprehend the essence of firearms, with every skill embodying a certain intent, the strength of which depended on the practitioner. By the way, which class are you in? Su Chen inquired. Previously, when he had taken Luo Xing'er on a quest, they had systematically hunted countless beasts in Area 293, effectively decimating the entire region's monstrous population. That endeavor had yielded not only levels and equipment, but also a wealth of attribute points. In a single day, he had amassed 81 million attribute points. And combined with the remainder, his current balance stood at an impressive 27 million. For 1,270,000 attribute points, he mused, contemplating the potential to enhance his skills, domains, and spatial abilities at any moment. The higher the skill tier, the more terrifying the strength. The essence of these skills would influence future level advancements. Upon reaching level 100, the significance of intent would escalate. Many individuals may ascend levels quickly, yet often find themselves perpetually stuck at level 100. I'm in class 2, Luo Xing'er replied. Nowadays, university is akin to high school. With a class system and fixed mentors, graduation can be achieved by either reaching level 100 or completing 4 years of study. One may also opt to continue learning without graduating. I'm in class 1, Su Chen stated. As for the reason behind this classification, it was undoubtedly orchestrated by the steward, and the means were of no concern to him. See you in the afternoon, she said. And soon the two arrived at the teaching building. Although their classes were designated as Class 1 and Class 2, the classrooms were situated quite far apart. Given the expansive nature of martial knowledge and potential practical combat involved, each classroom occupied a significantly large area. See you this afternoon. Su Chen waved as he headed toward Class 1. Chapter 36. The Goddess Mentor, Nangong Xian. After a brief while, Su Chen entered the classroom. The space was immense. It resembled more of a dance rehearsal studio than a conventional classroom. At present, there were over 20 students within, the males exuding a sunny charm, while the females radiated youthful beauty. After all, they were all prodigious talents. At the front of the room sat a woman in her 20s, strikingly beautiful, embodying the archetype of a proud and commanding goddess. Her presence was formidable, rendering the classroom's bright talents unusually quiet. Greetings, mentor. I am Su Chen, he announced, surveying the room and surmising that this stunning, haughty figure must be their instructor. Yes, please take your seat. We are still awaiting 2 classmates, the proud goddess replied, gesturing for Su Chen to find a place. Understood, he responded, ultimately settling into an available seat. Including himself, there were now 28 students present, with 2 still unaccounted for, bringing the total to 30. Approximately half an hour later, the final student arrived, just as the clock struck 9. Upon her entrance, the other students could not help but express their astonishment, for the newcomer was a breathtaking young woman, seemingly 18, yet possessing an icy demeanor that conveyed an air of aloofness. Greetings, mentor, the girl greeted as she entered. Now, let us proceed with self-introductions, your level, talent, and profession. You may begin, the proud goddess instructed. By the way, I am your mentor, with the surname Nangong and the given name Xian. I possess an SSS rank in the wood element, with skills in revival and healing, currently at level 99. From this point onward, you shall be my students. The proud goddess stood and approached the podium. With her exquisite visage, flawless skin, and an enviable physique, she epitomized perfection. As she introduced herself, her classmates listened in awe, astonished by the revelation that their mentor was not only a paragon of beauty, but also a level 99 powerhouse. Her youthful appearance belied her formidable level. She was scarcely older than her students, yet her rank was extraordinary. Her self-introduction was commanding, unequivocally stating that they would be her charges henceforth. "Greetings, Mentor," the students exclaimed in unison, still reeling from their astonishment. "Hello everyone. I am Manhwaedit, 18 years old, with an SSS level talent in the Icewind series. An assault type, currently at level 54. The stunning girl began her introduction, prompting gasps of surprise at her name. Or galactic. They pondered, astounded. However, her talent is truly remarkable, boasting an SSS rank output, and she excels at area attacks within the ice element. It is no wonder that she has reached level 54. Level 54, how impressive. An SSS rank, extraordinary. She is stunning. Our class is filled with goddesses. Manhwaedit, I shall remember you." Once Manhwaedit concluded her introduction, the atmosphere in the classroom was one of sheer astonishment. All of us are 18. How can there be such a disparity? It is worth noting that everyone has only awakened for a mere month, and for many prodigies, achieving level 20 within that time frame is commendable. Yet here stands Manhwaedit at a staggering level 54. One can hardly contain their envy when comparing such differences. Finding a seat, Chen, after Manhwaedit's self-introduction, signaled for her to take her place. In that instant, the male classmates exhibited expressions of eager anticipation, hoping that Manhwaedit would choose a seat nearby, thus allowing them the proximity to court her attention. Alas, their hopes were dashed. "Hello," Manhwaedit greeted as she approached the seat beside Chen. She exchanged pleasantries with him before settling down, her demeanor tranquil yet radiating an air of chilly pride, yet somehow exuding grace and poise. "Hello," Chen responded. Casting a glance at Manhwaedit, his expression remained composed, though curiosity brewed within him. He felt an uncanny familiarity with this young woman, as if they had crossed paths before, but the memory eluded him, for he had spent most of his time in Jiangcheng, with his acquaintances limited to Xing'er and her companions. Subsequently, the other students took turns introducing themselves. The class comprised 30 students, 12 boys and 18 girls, each of whom was strikingly beautiful. Those who introduced themselves possessed impressive talents, with no one falling below a B rank. It was evident that those with B rank talents had formidable backgrounds, otherwise, they would feel out of place in this class. Among them, Chen distinctly remembered only 4 individuals: Manhwaedit, SSS rank, level 54, Zhang Hanming, SSS rank, level 33, Shangwan Xiao, B rank, level 21, and Huangfu Mingsheng, A rank, level 32. The other 3 were relatively unremarkable, but Huangfu Mingsheng, as he approached the podium, cast Chen a challenging glance, fueled by jealousy that Manhwaedit sat beside him. Though he lacked an S-rank talent, his background was formidable, one of the 10 prestigious families of Kyoto. "Classmate, it's your turn," Manhwaedit reminded Chen. "Thank you," Chen replied, slightly taken aback. "I was about to stand up, no need to remind me." "Not at all," Manhwaedit nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her otherwise frosty countenance. Seeing Manhwaedit's expression, Chen felt a surge of exasperation before making his way to the podium. "Hello everyone, I am Chen, 18 years old, with an F-rank talent. The World Destruction Gun God, currently at level 72. Thank you." With that, he stepped away from the podium and returned to his seat. The classroom fell into silence. A profound stillness enveloped the room, as every student gaped at Chen, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. It was as if they could not fathom the impossibility of what they had just heard. "F-rank? Are you sure you're not joking? No matter how powerful one's background is, there is no way an F-rank would be admitted into Kyoto University, let alone placed in a class for geniuses. Are you certain it's not an SSS rank? And what of the level 72 you mentioned? Could it not be level 27 instead? Chen, are you jesting? An F-rank World Destruction Gun God at level 72? Haha, that is the most ludicrous joke I've ever heard. Surely he must have walked into the wrong school." After a moment, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter, each student voicing their disbelief. Whether it was the F-rank or the level 72, both were astonishing claims. Level 72? How audacious. Even someone as talented as Manhwaedit had only reached level 54, and the other SSS ranks had barely crossed level 40. To claim level 72 was audacious. Some scoffed, regarding Chen as a mere jest. Gradually, attention shifted toward the instructor, Chen. "Silence." With a sharp rap of her slender pointer against the podium, she commanded the room's attention. "I assure you all, Chen's introduction holds no falsehood. To put it plainly, none of you combined could hope to contend with him." Xian's words sent ripples of astonishment through the class. Indeed, if it came to a confrontation, even if you all banded together, you would still be no match for him, including myself. After all, with over 3 million in combat power, who could possibly withstand that? Could it truly be so formidable? Is he genuinely an F-rank? When did F-ranks become this powerful? Awakened for just a month and already at level 72. How is that possible? Surely, he must have been guided by some extraordinary mentor. You must be foolish. A mentor can only assist in leveling up by a maximum of 5 levels. That implies someone provided him with exceptional equipment. Yet, if the equipment isn't earned by oneself, any significant disparity in level would lead to restrictions. Otherwise, one could simply have a high-level warrior assist a novice, and the novice would be leveling up by dozens of levels in no time. In that moment, the classroom was abuzz with incredulity and speculation. Glances directed at Chen filled with astonishment, envy, and admiration. How did an F rank achieve level 72 in just a month? This is the most remarkable feat imaginable. Your high school teachers must be incompetent, failing to impart even the most fundamental knowledge. Let me clarify, having a high-level warrior assist a novice is futile, as exceeding 5 levels results in experience point restrictions. Furthermore, equipment not earned through one's own efforts will also face limitations. Tell me, what dungeon did you all venture into after awakening? Nangongxian sighed, having heard what she deemed foolish questions. Did your high school instructors truly neglect to teach you these basic concepts? I am a novice at the difficult level. I too am at the difficult level. I also belong to the difficult level. I am at the ordinary level. I am at the difficult level. I am at the dire level. Upon hearing the inquiry from Mentor Nangongxian, everyone began to respond. 90% opted for the difficult level. After all, they were predominantly A or S rank or above. Only Jin chose the dire level. The revelation of Jin's choice astonished everyone. Their gazes filled with admiration as they turned towards her. Then, Chen. What level have you chosen? Mentor Nangongxian's gaze shifted to Chen. The others, taken aback, also looked at him. Could it be that he had something different in mind? F level. It should be the ordinary level, or perhaps the difficult level. Mentor, I have chosen the calamity level. Chen stood up to respond. This mentor certainly had a flair for creating tension. What? The calamity level. I have finally encountered someone who has emerged from the calamity level. It was no wonder, after all, that he had come from such a perilous realm. Chen, is the calamity level difficult? It seemed that the calamity level was not as formidable as they had imagined. The room erupted in shock and excitement, surpassing even the astonishment when Chen declared himself to be level 72. The calamity level, a realm where survival was nearly impossible. In the annals of the Great Xia Empire, no one had ever returned alive from the calamity level. It was a historical truth. Chen, do enlighten us about your experiences within the calamity level, Mentor Nangongxian instructed, gesturing towards him with her teaching rod, indicating for him to take the stage. The calamity level presents varying degrees of difficulty at each stage. The calamity level I entered may not have been as daunting as you envision. Upon my entry, a spirit of the artifacts appeared, informing me that I was the 98 billionth individual to set foot there. Although I cannot recall the exact number. It was indeed 98 billion, and my terminal number was 9527. The spirit revealed that all those who had previously entered had met their demise, and to escape alive. I had to complete 2 tasks. The first was a slaughter task, to hunt 666, 655, 554, 444, 333, 322, 221, 111 of the mutated beasts across the first 6 ranks. Upon completing this task, I was to undertake another challenge, which was the true test of the calamity level. The slaughter task was merely an appetizer. The genuine peril begins when you enter the challenge area, where you find yourself immobilized, and the mutated beasts attack you. The final stage features beasts of the 9th rank. Chen approached the podium, speaking steadily as he summarized the tasks within the Qingluo world. Of course, he omitted many details and concealed significant aspects, even refraining from mentioning the name of the Qingluo world. As he spoke, the entire assembly was rendered speechless. Surely it cannot be as easy as you suggest. Is this truly not difficult? How ironic. They mused. The novice dungeons typically opened a week after awakening, meaning many had not even ventured into the wilderness for experience, lacking levels before attempting the dungeons, while he had directly approached the calamity level. The initial slaughter task seemed insurmountable even for a level 60 powerhouse, unless one were a 100-level giant. Yet, who among novices possesses a level of 100? Now, tell us about the second task. Being immobilized and facing attacks from the mutated beasts, surely that leads to certain death. It was no surprise that out of hundreds of billions who entered, none emerged alive. Then, how did you prevail in the final challenge? Someone curiously inquired. As for the slaughter task, we shall not dwell on it, for it is unachievable. Let us discuss the final task instead. In comparison, the slaughter task is merely an appetizer. Even as an appetizer, none in this class could accomplish it. Discretion is key. If questioned, simply attribute it to good fortune. Chen chuckled in response. He then offered a slight bow to Mentor Nangongxian before returning to his seat. Very well. On the first day of enrollment, there are just 30 of you in this class. That concludes today's session. Classes commence tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I do not tolerate students lacking in punctuality. Mentor Nangongxian stated, officially ending the day. Goodbye, Mentor. Goodbye, Mentor. Goodbye, Mentor. Students, like clockwork, relished the sound of the dismissal bell and the announcement of a break. In an instant, everyone rose and made their way out of the classroom. Chen followed suit. Chen, where do you reside? Came Jin's voice from behind. Though it was their first meeting on the first day of school, her voice was distinct, cold, clear, and melodious, leaving a lasting impression. I live by the riverside. Chen replied. That is not on my way. Farewell, Jin said, waving her hand in parting as she turned to leave. By the way, do you recognize this? She inquired, seemingly recalling something as she walked a few steps. Chapter 38. Ranked 99 on the talented list, Chen Xiaofeng. By the way, do you recognize this? She asked again, having paused mid-stride. What? Su Chun turned to look at Inha. This. Inha expression remained calm as she held up a necklace. Its material unknown, shimmering like a galaxy suspended in the heavens. The pendant sparkled with the brilliance of celestial bodies, appearing quite exquisite. I do not recognize it. Su Chen replied, shaking his head. The necklace was indeed beautiful, but he had never seen it before. Are you jesting? This is our first encounter. How could I possibly know your belongings? Oh, Inha responded, her tone flat yet cold and clear, tinged with a hint of disappointment. She then turned and walked in another direction, swiftly disappearing around the corner. Brother, at that moment, Su Chun, who had been lost in thought, heard the soft, melodious voice of Luo Xing pulling him back to reality. Class is over for you as well, he remarked, glancing at Luo Xing. Indeed. Let us go? Take me shopping. It's our first time in Kyoto, and while school is not yet demanding, we should explore and enjoy. Luo Xing extended her delicate hand, grasping Su Chun's without hesitation, the action entirely natural, devoid of any awkwardness. Let us be off then, Su Chun nodded, and the two departed hand in hand. The sound of Luo Xing's laughter, akin to silver bells, resonated, revealing just how joyful and content she was. As the two walked away, they vanished around the corner. Galactic Jean gazed at the distant figures, her eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. It was only after those two silhouettes had completely vanished from her sight that she finally departed. Brother, I was assaulted at school, Chen Xiao whined, his demeanor akin to that of a petulant child. At that moment, he was lamenting to his elder brother. Although he was aware that his brother looked down upon him, he recognized that his current standing in school was solely due to his brother's reputation. Without it, his A-grade talent would amount to nothing. To make matters worse, someone had dared to challenge him today, even going so far as to retaliate. The most infuriating part was the insult directed at his level, 48. So what if I'm at level 48? With an A-grade talent, isn't it normal to reach level 48 within a year? Being beaten is hardly unusual, is it? Who attacked you? Chen Xiaofeng replied with an expression of disdain, genuinely looking down upon his half-brother, whose talents were mediocre at best. He merely exploited his brother's name to misbehave in school. Peking University was the finest institution in the entire Xia Empire, with B-grade talents at the bottom. A-grade talents were commonplace, and S-grade talents were abundant. Chen Xiao could only bully those with inferior backgrounds and talents. However, when faced with true prodigies, being beaten was hardly surprising, especially by a newcomer. He took my parking spot, and then struck me, mocking my level 48. He didn't even regard you with respect. If he had merely insulted me, it would have been one thing, but he humiliated you, brother. How can I tolerate that? Can you endure it like a turtle? Chen Xiao grew increasingly animated, secretly thinking to himself, I am truly a genius. Though his talent and strength paled in comparison to his brother's, his skill in sowing discord was not lacking. Assaulted by a newcomer, how impressive. Useless, you are nothing but a disgrace to the Chen family. Who is he? Have you identified him? Chen Xiaofeng looked at his brother, wishing he could kick him out of frustration. Simultaneously, he understood that his brother had exaggerated the situation. The other party did not even know Chen Xiaofeng, so how could he have insulted him? Thus, it was merely his half-brother stirring trouble. But so what? Even if he knew the other party had not insulted him, the atmosphere had escalated. Could he simply let it go? Where would that leave Chen Xiaofeng's dignity? Although his face was not particularly significant, it still mattered. Brother, the other party lacks a background. They must have come from afar. Just their grandparents. With nothing more than a bit of dirty money, Chen Xiao responded. Previously, he had gathered information indicating that the newcomer had no substantial background, merely possessing a flashy car indicative of a wealthy, but insignificant origin. In Kyoto, a little bit of money held little sway. What was needed was a powerful background and influence. If the opportunity arises, let me know. Sighing, Chen Xiaofeng felt reassured. No background, just an outsider, easy to bully. With that, he departed in a nonchalant manner. The following morning, Su Chun and Luo Xing arrived at school by car. No parking spaces left. The spot he had occupied yesterday had already been taken, and several individuals were waiting there. Observing this situation, a faint smile crept across Su Chen's lips. So, they struck the small fry to provoke the bigger one. He noticed Chen Xiao, the senior who had been beaten, along with his sycophants. Additionally, there was a more imposing young man, around whom everyone seemed to orbit, making them feel inferior in his presence. Brother, someone seems to be looking for a fight, Luo Xing remarked, her expression devoid of any worry. In school, no one dared to resort to lethal violence, as long as it didn't end in death. The institution's powerful healing arts could revive the injured. Moreover, her brother was already at level 72, an immensely formidable force. She believed that even a level 100 warrior would not stand a chance against him. Naturally, she felt no trepidation. In fact, she felt a thrill at the prospect of a confrontation. If they seek a fight, Let them have it, Su Chen declared, stepping out of the car and striding forward. That parking space was rightfully his, and others parking there simply could not be tolerated. Is it you who struck my brother? The young man in the center inquired, eyeing Su Chen with a cruel smile. Yes, Su Chen acknowledged. The sycophants remained silent, which slightly improved his mood. He detested their incessant chatter. You have two options. 1. Apologize and compensate for medical and emotional damages totaling 20 million. I will personally oversee this matter for a fee of 30 million. 2. I will beat you into submission, requiring 40 million for medical and emotional damages, and a fee of 60 million for my appearance. Choose one within 10 seconds, Chen Xiaofeng stated flatly, attempting to resolve the issue with money. You have some dirty money, so hand it over. Otherwise, be prepared to beg for mercy and pay double. You are even more foolish than he is, Su Chen chuckled, realizing his own misfortune. In just 2 days at Peking University, he had encountered 2 imbeciles, both remarkably dim-witted. 20 million for medical and emotional damages, and 30 million as an appearance fee? You really think you're someone of importance? Very well. It appears you are still unaware of who I, Chen Xiaofeng, am. Allow me to inform you. I possess an S-grade talent, level 66. And I am ranked 99th on the Peking University prodigy list. Are you beginning to feel intimidated? Chen Xiaofeng assumed Su Chen would meekly pay up. Instead, he was met with a direct insult. A sense of humiliation washed over him as he realized his brother's uselessness, and the sycophants looked on. It seemed that this newcomer was oblivious to his reputation. Useless, Su Chen's gaze was laced with disdain. S-grade talent, level 66, ranked 99th on the prodigy list? What does that amount to? You are still just a waste. Chapter 39. Do you still feel wrong when I call you useless? What did you just say? Chen Xiaofeng was utterly stunned. Initially, he believed the newcomer was simply unaware of his reputation, hence his impudence. He thought that once he revealed his background, the newcomer would quickly seek to ingratiate himself. Never did he anticipate that the newcomer would dare to call him useless. In that moment, he questioned whether he had misheard. Useless? To be berated as a useless being by a mere freshman was utterly beyond his imagination. It is important to note that even within the prestigious halls of Kyoto University, he was regarded as a paragon, ranked 99th on the esteemed Tianjiao list. Such an accolade was nothing short of glorious. At this moment, however, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from him, manifesting as 8 menacing crimson spear lights that twisted the very fabric of space within 100 meters. Observing this, Su Chen realized that Chen Xiaofeng's marksmanship had ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th tier, dangerously close to the 5th tier. Yet, before him, he was still but a trivial opponent. You call yourself useless? Do you truly believe I have wronged you? Su Chen's eyes flickered, causing the air to tremble. In an instant, a spear light erupted forth. Seeing only a single spear light, Chen Xiao and Chen Xiaofeng, accompanied by a few sycophants, nearly erupted in laughter. A single spear light indicated a mere 1st-tier marksmanship. However, before their laughter could escape, their expressions shifted dramatically. Su Chen's spear light was imbued with a devastating intent. Indeed, this spear light was a manifestation of his destructive will. With a thunderous sound, Su Chen's spear light collided with Chen Xiaofeng's, the 8 spear lights shattering like glass under the sheer force of Su Chen's will. Simultaneously, his spear light obliterated Chen Xiaofeng's defenses. With a resounding crash, Chen Xiaofeng was pierced through and pinned against a large tree. At that moment, the spear light remained, solidifying to an extreme degree. What? How is this possible? Senior Chen Xiaofeng has been defeated? Defeated? He is on an entirely different tier than me. Is this freshman truly that formidable? Such terrifying spear light. I have struck a steel plate. At that moment, Chen Xiao and the sycophants' faces paled drastically. I concede, Chen Xiaofeng's face twisted in agony. Although Su Chen had no intention of killing him, the pain was unbearable. He was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute. He understood that this freshman was a formidable force, one that could not be measured by the mere label of a newcomer. If it weren't for the school, you would be finished. Now, let us discuss compensation for mental distress. Su Chen's gaze was as cold as ice as he approached Chen Xiaofeng. Isn't there a fee for mental distress? Then let us converse earnestly. I truly do not possess much gold. At most 5 million. Chen Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. Enduring the pain, 5 million was the maximum he could muster, and even these coins were drawn from his scholarship, family support, and some acquired from others. After all, he was merely a student with limited resources. And you? Su Chen's eyes shifted towards Chen Xiao and the sycophants. We did not provoke you. Indeed, we have never wronged you. This matter has nothing to do with us. The sycophants could only claim to be temporary workers when the situation escalated to their involvement. Who would be foolish enough to remain on Chen Zhao's side? If you strike us, then it concerns us. Su Chen smiled, his eyes glinting. At that moment, the destructive will of his spear erupted once more. What? No, this cannot be. I will pay. I will contribute as well. Faced with Su Chen's actions, they were left dumbfounded. Such audacity was unprecedented. They had no desire to suffer, hastily bowing their heads. In no time, Chen Xiao and the sycophants pooled together 5 million coins, adding Chen Xiaofeng's 5 million to total 10 million, which they transferred to Su Chen. How impoverished, Su Chen scoffed. You, such illustrious figures, should not be so destitute. As he spoke, he moved behind Chen Zhao's car and kicked it forcefully. The vehicle was violently thrust several meters away. Hearing Su Chen's remarks about their wealth, the sycophants, Chen Xiao and Chen Xiaofeng were nearly driven to the brink of fury. You robbed us and yet criticize our financial state? Is there no justice in this world? After parking the car, Su Chen clapped his hands, departing with Luo Xing'er, completely disregarding Chen Xiaofeng and his entourage. Brother, let me take the lead next time, Luo Xing'er exclaimed with excitement. Just moments ago, her brother's display of strength had been truly impressive. She regretted not participating in such an exhilarating affair. Next time, she vowed to join in, eagerly anticipating someone to provoke Su Chen so she could unleash her own prowess. Off to class with you. Su Chen ruffled her hair affectionately. What a peculiar personality for a young lady. Brother, farewell, Luo Xing'er shook her head, smoothing her tousled hair and waving goodbye as she headed towards her classroom. Soon, Su Chen arrived at his own classroom. Just as he stepped in, the instructor Nangongxian followed closely behind, narrowly avoiding tardiness. Good morning, instructor. Good morning, instructor. The students greeted in unison upon the instructor's arrival. Good morning, Nangongxian nodded. It was only then that Su Chen returned to his seat. Subsequently, Nangongxian began to announce the curriculum at Kyoto University. Now that they were in university, where all students were martial artists, their objective was to enhance their levels, combat prowess, and skills. These topics were undoubtedly intertwined. I shall now discuss the courses offered at Kyoto University. You are all aware that our aim is to become stronger. But the path to strength is divided into levels, combat power, skills, dungeons, combat experience, and teamwork. You are all freshmen, with the vast majority ranging from levels 20 to 40, so the focus will primarily be on elevating your levels, combat strength, and skills. The school will only impart knowledge and provide genuine talents with accessible resources, notably dungeon resources, along with various rewards. Beyond this, all must rely on their own efforts to obtain what they desire. Nangongxian spoke earnestly. University serves merely as supplementary education. It does not guarantee your ascension to strength. Whether you become formidable ultimately depends on your own endeavors. After awakening, you will have a novice dungeon. Upon entering university, you will similarly have access to dungeons. But the quality of these dungeons will depend on your own efforts. The means of striving for better dungeons are the Tianjiao list and the rankings of the Daxiao Empire. The higher you rank, the more advanced dungeons you will obtain. In just 1 week, the deadline for your best performance will arrive, and resources will be allocated based on your highest achievements. By the way, the school does not impose restrictions on brawls, although fatalities are strictly forbidden. As Nangongxian spoke, her gaze, whether intentional or not, flicked towards Su Chen. It was evident that she was already aware of the events that transpired either this morning or yesterday. Chapter 40. Dungeon Levels. Entering the Virtual Realm, the Battle of the Talented. Did you engage in a fight? Inha Jin inquired softly of Su Chen upon noticing the mentor's gaze upon him. Despite her usual haughty and frigid demeanor, there was no trace of coldness in her tone when addressing Su Chen. Well, I encountered someone rather oblivious, Su Chen replied casually. Fighting is quite normal, isn't it? After all, martial artists exist in this world, and the beauty of it lies in the fact that force can resolve everything. Nangongxian continued. As for the local resource rewards, they have already been transferred to the school. The school will distribute these resources in batches. When you are not out in the wild honing your skills or entering dungeons, make sure to immerse yourself in the virtual world as much as possible, whether by observing competitions or participating in them. She went on to elucidate the conditions for acquiring this batch of dungeon resources. The resources are categorized into 5 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and legendary. Each of these tiers has been traversed countless times by adventurers. Naturally, the higher the tier, the more advantageous the resources. However, it is important to note that the Calamity tier is seldom ventured into, and even the Deadlock tier sees few visitors. A bronze ordinary dungeon is certainly inferior to a silver ordinary dungeon. Therefore, obtaining access to a higher tier dungeon is crucial. The rankings are as follows. For the Daxia Empire's rankings, those in the top 10, 000 qualify for silver dungeons. Ranks 100, 001 to 1, 000 for gold. Ranks 99, 910 for diamond, and rank 91 for legendary dungeons. As long as you secure these positions within the Daxia Empire's rankings, you will earn the eligibility to enter the corresponding dungeons, specifically for students of Kyoto University. For the talented rankings, those ranked 500 to 300 qualify for silver dungeons. Ranks 299 to 100 for gold, ranks 99 to 10 for diamond, and rank 91 for legendary dungeons. This is the competitive landscape within Kyoto University. If one cannot contend in the Empire rankings, perhaps they might find a place in the talented rankings. Conversely, if one fails to secure a position in either, they will only have access to the bronze dungeons. Alright, now everyone may proceed to the virtual chamber, Nangongxian concluded, making her way out of the classroom. The students hurriedly followed her, heading towards the virtual chamber. Though referred to as a virtual chamber, It resembled computer labs from a millennium ago, where students collectively learned the fundamentals of computer operations and knowledge. This virtual chamber allowed students to enter the virtual world. Before long, the 30 students, alongside Chen, arrived at the expansive virtual chamber, imbued with a sci-fi ambience. The chairs resembled those used in esports. Chen gestured for all students to select their seats and settle in. Chen took his place, and Jin sat beside him. Beep, beep. Once all students were seated, the beeping sound echoed, and the virtual chamber sealed itself. Simultaneously, a luminous barrier enveloped each student's seat, ensuring their protection from external disturbances and attacks. Entering the virtual world, Chen announced. Following her words, she commenced the connection to the virtual realm, quickly entering a meditative state, her consciousness evidently merging with the virtual world. Chen also connected to the virtual realm and soon found himself within it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he entered the virtual world, streams of light and shadows appeared around him, with other classmates following suit into the virtual domain. Once inside, their seating arrangements remained unchanged, mirroring the outside. In the virtual world, gambling is permitted, yet one must act within their means. It is advisable to opt for public mode during competitions, as it not only offers the chance to earn gold coins, but also allows for practice under external pressure, a benefit absent in closed mode. Chen surveyed all the students and remarked, indeed, competing under watchful eyes can induce considerable pressure and external influence, which is beneficial for training and overcoming psychological barriers. Mentor, what are we to do now? Several students queried. Curiosity piqued about their next course of action, whether to compete or observe. Observation, Chen responded, a smile gracing her features as she turned her gaze towards Chen. Chen, I have arranged a match for you. Upon hearing her words, Chen was taken aback, sensing an underlying trap. It was evident that the mentor had orchestrated this plan in advance. Yet, apart from Luo Tianxiang, no one else was privy to the tier of his martial skills, leaving him uncertain about the opponent she had assigned him. Go for it, Chen. You can do it. His classmates cheered, their surprise palpable. Is there really such an arrangement? Chen's elevated status was acknowledged, though his true strength remained a mystery. Just yesterday, the mentor had claimed that the entire class combined could not match his prowess, stoking a sense of rivalry among his peers, all of whom considered themselves prodigies. Now, with the mentor calling him to the arena, it was the perfect opportunity to gauge Chen's skills against their own. Chen, Talented Battle, Arena 8. Let us proceed to the viewing platform, Chen instructed, guiding the other students towards the stands. In the next moment, her figure vanished, evidently having entered the Talented Battle Arena 8. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other students soon disappeared as well. Chen, watching his mentor and classmates vanish, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Wait, I never agreed to compete, he thought. Oh well. He summoned Xiaoer, instructing her, Xiaoer, Talented Battle, Arena 8. We need to get started, others are waiting. After all, it was merely a competition, victory or defeat was inconsequential. Moreover, with his 6th tier marksmanship, unless faced with a 7th tier opponent, he felt little trepidation. Talented Battle, Arena 8. The next opponent will be the Daxiao Empire's ranked 1921 combatant. Marksmanship, 6th tier. Do you wish to challenge? In a mere 2 seconds, Xiaoer accessed the information and promptly relayed it to Chen. In a mere 30 seconds, the challenge commenced. Chen responded with a mastery of the 6th tier of gunplay. Ranked 1921st on the earthly list, his prowess was not to be underestimated. This was the earthly list, not the human list, and to secure a position on it, one must be under the age of 25. Within the vast expanse of the Great Xia Empire, countless prodigies and monstrous talents below this age existed. Gaining entry to the earthly list was a Herculean feat, especially considering the formidable presence of someone ranked 1921st. Just by observing the opponent's tier of gunplay, it was evident that he was not to be trifled with. However, what was there to fear? After all, Chen himself was also at the 6th tier. No matter, he decided to elevate his skills first. System, enhance the annihilation gun technique. Chen communicated with the system, prompting it to upgrade his technique. Consuming 10,000 attribute points. Your annihilation gun technique advances from 6th tier 0 to 6th tier 1. Consuming 10,000 attribute points. Your annihilation gun technique advances from 6th tier 1 to 6th tier 2. Consuming 10,000 attribute points. Your annihilation gun technique advances from 6th tier 2 to 6th tier 3. Consuming 10,000 attribute points. Your annihilation gun technique advances from 6th tier 99 to 7th tier 0. With a total expenditure of 1 million attribute points, Chen elevated the annihilation gun technique to the 7th tier. 1,000,000 points indeed. Furthermore, the next upgrade would require 50,000 attribute points for just a single tier advancement. This implied that ascending from the 7th to the 8th tier would necessitate a staggering 5 million attribute points. Chapter 41, 7th tier gunplay, confronting the earthly list expert Lei Yiming. With a consumption of 1 million attribute points, The Annihilation Gun Technique reached the 7th tier. Notification: your Annihilation Gun Technique has attained the 6th tier. You can unleash 64 gun rays. Speed: 80. Defense Penetration: 80. Penetration: 80. Gun Intent: 64. Battle Power Augmentation: 140. Immediately thereafter, the notification sound chimed. Following the enhancement of his gunplay, with a single shot, he unleashed 64 unparalleled gun rays, boosting his speed to 80. While both defense penetration and penetration reached 80, marking a significant enhancement. Additionally, it contains 64 gun intents. The augmentation of battle power rose from 130 to 140. Challenge application successful. You will enter the public arena once the countdown concludes. You believed you had concealed your gunplay tier. Please be informed, Master. Countdown: 20191-817. The voice of the sprite, Xiaoer, resonated. The challenge application was successful, and he would enter the arena in 20 seconds. Simultaneously, Xiaoer had concealed the tier of his gunplay. The countdown diminished second by second. Su Chen's mood grew exceedingly tranquil. Although he had attained the 7th tier, if his opponent was only at the 6th tier, he thought it prudent to play at the 6th tier for now. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Su Chen's figure was enveloped in a radiant light, causing him to vanish from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself on a colossal arena. The arena was circular, with a diameter of approximately 500 meters, surrounded by a multitude of viewing positions arranged in a tiered fashion. A cursory glance revealed an audience densely packed, numbering over 100,000. At that moment, he spotted Nangong Xian and her companions. Greetings, everyone. This is the Talented Battle, Arena number 8. The individual before you is Lei Yiming, ranked 1921st on the earthly list, boasting 33 consecutive victories and a 6th tier gunplay. Nearby the arena, a host's voice resonated through the entirety of Arena number 8 as he introduced Lei Yiming. This Lei Yiming was indeed a formidable figure, ranked 1921st on the earthly list, having achieved 33 consecutive victories in the Talented Battle. Lei Yiming, Lei Yiming, Lei Yiming. As the host concluded his introduction, the crowd erupted into cheers, chanting the name of Lei Yiming. In this world where strength reigned supreme, all revered the powerful. And it was evident that Lei Yiming was the idol of countless spectators present. This individual, according to the records, was ranked 1st on the Jiang City human list and 97th in Jiangnan province. His gunplay tier remained undisclosed. The host's gaze shifted towards Su Chen on the arena. Momentarily stunned, for the youth appeared exceedingly young. Upon reviewing the information, he was rendered speechless. The 1st on the Jiang City human list and 97th in Jiangnan province. Indeed a genius, yet he was on an entirely different level from Lei Yiming. Ranked 1921st on the earthly list, to say nothing of being the 1st in Jiang City. Even the top of the Great Xia human list would likely not stand a chance against someone ranked 1921st on the earthly list. The disparity between the human and earthly lists was astronomical. What was the point of keeping his gunplay tier a secret? By the looks of him, he must have awakened just this year, with barely a month since his awakening. In such a short span of time, no matter how prodigious he might be, he could only attain a tier 1 or 2 gunplay. However, as a renowned host with ample experience, he would not let emotions sway his judgment. What? Are you jesting? A mere 97th on the provincial human list, challenging the earthly list. Do you not comprehend the vast chasm between the human and earthly lists? Only the top 10 of the Great Xia human list might be worthy opponents for Lei Yiming, who could easily dispatch them with a single shot. The 6th tier gunplay was capable of annihilating all human list prodigies. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena was electric. Many spectators were discontent, feeling that this was not a genuine talented battle. They perceived it as a farce. With a provincial 97th challenging the 1921st on the earthly list, a blatant mockery of the audience. Nearby Nangong Xian of the Kyoto University, a group of 20 students gazed in astonishment upon seeing Lei Yiming's information. What is this? Su Chen, a mere freshman, is set to battle with the 1921st on the earthly list, who wields a 6th tier gunplay. This is an entirely different realm. Initially, they believed Su Chen's opponent to be a 2nd tier skilled warrior, a gap that seemed manageable. Even if Su Chen were to lose, he could still gain valuable combat tactics and experience. However, upon learning of the opponent's gunplay tier and ranking, their perspectives shifted dramatically. Should Su Chen step into the arena, it would be an utter massacre. A massacre? It would depend on the opponent's mood. If Lei Yiming were in a foul mood, he could easily eliminate Su Chen with a single shot. Everyone, please be silent. The battle will commence shortly. The host, noticing the audience's rising agitation, hastily sought to calm them, no longer concerned with Su Chen's dignity. What dignity does a weakling possess? Upon hearing the host's words, the audience gradually quieted down. The spectators were akin to deities, for although they were in a virtual realm, attending this event required the expenditure of gold coins. Each individual needed to purchase a ticket costing 1,000 gold coins. The arena was filled with an audience of 100,000. Let us calculate the wealth amassed here. Beep. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At this moment, the countdown echoed through the venue. A mere 5 seconds remained. Upon hearing the countdown, the spectators fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on Lei Yiming, for they were keenly aware that he would obliterate his opponent with a single shot. What they longed to witness was solely Lei Yiming's devastating marksmanship. As for the identity of his adversary, they were indifferent, for they understood that Lei Yiming's opponents invariably faced defeat. "Youngster, my apologies for the audience's fervor," he quipped, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Remember, I am Lei Yiming." As the countdown concluded, Lei Yiming chuckled and addressed Su Chen with a tone that was nonchalant, yet unmistakably laced with disdain. This was understandable. After all, he held the esteemed rank of 1921 in the leaderboard, an achievement that countless individuals aspired to attain. He possessed the merit to utter such words. "My apologies, but I have no intention of remembering your name," Su Chen replied with a faint smile, exhibiting no concern for Lei Yiming whatsoever. Lei Yiming refrained from further remarks, fully aware of the need to cultivate the atmosphere. At this juncture, the tension in the air was palpable. With a sly grin, he swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of gunfire aimed at Su Chen. Simultaneously, he propelled himself towards Su Chen with astonishing speed. The audience erupted in excitement. The 6th-tier marksmanship was simply magnificent. They comprehended that Su Chen was insufficiently skilled to contend with Lei Yiming. Otherwise, they would have witnessed a more formidable display of attacks and marksmanship. In a fleeting moment, many spectators felt a sense of regret, even casting blame on Su Chen for his lack of strength. 6th-tier marksmanship? Is this all there is? How superficial. As Su Chen observed the overwhelming barrage of gunfire, he exhibited none of the panic anticipated by the audience. Instead, he remained remarkably calm. His gaze met the destructive display of gunfire, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke in a tranquil voice. His words provoked a wave of irritation among the spectators. Even at this critical juncture, he chose to feign superiority. Was it truly amusing? Chapter 42. 6th-tier duel, Su Chen's victory. Su Chen's utterance rendered the audience speechless. What a charade. About to be obliterated, and yet he continues to put on an act. Is this entertaining? However, just as everyone believed Su Chen was destined for annihilation, he blinked, and a beam of annihilating gunfire erupted forth, imbued with an overwhelming intent. One beam of gunfire clashed against 32. The disparity was staggering, and thoughts raced through the minds of the spectators. Indeed, this fellow is weak and pretentious. One beam of gunfire represents 1st-tier marksmanship. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Chen's annihilating gunfire effortlessly shredded Lei Yiming's 32 beams to pieces. Whoosh! Boom! The gunfire surged toward Lei Yiming. In that moment, everyone was rendered dumbfounded. What just transpired? Lei Yiming's 32 beams were dismantled by Su Chen's solitary beam. This shattered their preconceived notions. Simultaneously, some began to sense an anomaly. How could 1st-tier marksmanship manifest such power? Moreover, Su Chen had not employed any form of representative gun, yet the gunfire materialized. 6th tier. You two are 6th tier. Lei Yiming's expression shifted dramatically. Being a formidable fighter, he quickly discerned the irregularity. In a blink, he conjured a beam of gunfire that easily dismantled his 32 beams, which indicated something profound. It suggested that the youth before him had indeed attained 6th-tier marksmanship. Only at the 6th tier could one manifest gunfire through intent. Bring forth your utmost strength, Su Chen stated calmly. Around him, the rebounding gunfire spiraled rapidly. His opponent, a 6th-tier powerhouse, was undeniably formidable. Humph, let's see just how strong you truly are, Lei Yiming scoffed, a powerful sense of threat coursing through him. For the young man was also a practitioner of 6th-tier marksmanship. Even more daunting was the realization of the youth's age. Achieving 6th-tier marksmanship at such a tender age was nothing short of terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. In no time, the gunfire unleashed by Lei Yiming clashed incessantly with Su Chen's. The air twisted in the space between them. Both wielded 6th-tier marksmanship. On the competitive arena, the contest was solely about marksmanship, independent of combat prowess and rank. With their realms being nearly equivalent, overcoming one another was not a matter of mere moments. On the 500-meter arena, gunfire crisscrossed, saturating the atmosphere with a sense of annihilation. What is happening? He has not been obliterated. This is astonishing. 6th tier. This youth also practiced 6th-tier marksmanship. A battle of titans. This was the clash of prodigies. Incredible, truly incredible. It appeared he might surpass Lei Yiming. What a formidable duel. Among the audience of 100,000, spectators were left in a state of shock. Moments ago, Su Chen's gunfire had obliterated Lei Yiming's, revealing his true strength. Furthermore, Lei Yiming confirmed Su Chen's 6th-tier status. The scene was one of sheer astonishment. No one had anticipated that Su Chen, at such a young age, had attained 6th-tier marksmanship. From the unfolding battle, it was evident that Su Chen's marksmanship surpassed that of Lei Yiming. A true pinnacle duel, 6th tier against 6th tier. Indeed, it is 6th tier. Nangong Xian's eye sparkled. As a paragon of her generation, an extraordinary prodigy, it was no wonder she had reached level 88 by the age of 26. However, Her skills had yet to breach the 6th tier, remaining trapped at 5th tier 99 for over a year, nearly driving her to despair. Just days ago, upon noticing Su Chen's information among the new students, she had taken note of him due to whispers of his prowess, though she had been skeptical. Yet, she arranged this duel, never anticipating that Su Chen's marksmanship would truly be at 6th tier. Su Chen has reached 6th tier marksmanship. How did he cultivate such power? This is astonishing. It seemed Lei Yiming, ranked 1921, could not contend with Su Chen. With 6th tier marksmanship, Su Chen might even grace the top 3 of the Tianjiao list at Kyoto University. He had concealed his strength remarkably well. Su Chen was indeed formidable. His classmates were equally astounded. Initially, they had doubted Su Chen's capabilities, merely perceiving that Su Chen possessed a slightly elevated rank. They were utterly convinced upon witnessing the ferocity of his combat prowess. A 6th tier marksmanship, indeed. It becomes evident why the instructor claimed that the entire class combined would be no match for Su Chen. This revelation of his formidable strength was astonishing. If one's capabilities were limited to this extent, there would be little reason to persist. Standing upon the arena, Su Chen remained motionless throughout. For his gun's brilliance emanated solely from his profound intent, engaging his adversary from a distance. To defeat me is no simple feat. Lei Yiming understood all too well that Su Chen surpassed him. The prospect of besting him through mere marksmanship was futile. It would necessitate relying on combat experience and technique. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a disdainful smile crept across his face. The endeavor to conquer Lei Yiming was far from straightforward. Oh, is that so? Su Chen replied, a smile gracing his lips as he gently blinked his eyes. In an instant, the annihilating intent of his marksmanship warped the very fabric of space. Subsequently, 32 beams of gunlight, infused with destructive intent, enveloped the entire arena. Although his marksmanship was at the 7th tier, he wielded the ability to manipulate the number of gunlights. Thus, onlookers could not ascertain the true level of his marksmanship, at least, not with certainty. Should he unleash 64 beams, it would be glaringly obvious that he had attained the 7th tier. The 32 beams, suffused with annihilating intent, struck Lei Yiming in a heartbeat. Terror and resentment filled Lei Yiming's gaze, yet it was too late. Or rather, there was no remedy to counter such overwhelming prowess. As the beams descended upon him, his form shattered, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Su Chen emerged victorious. After a prolonged moment, the announcer declared Su Chen the victor. In truth, even without the announcement, it was clear to all that Su Chen had triumphed. Su Chen, Su Chen, Su Chen. At that moment, the arena erupted with a deafening cheer, reminiscent of a tidal wave. While Lei Yiming indeed possessed strength, it was a strength that existed prior to Su Chen's emergence. As Su Chen showcased his terrifying marksmanship, every spectator was left in awe. That marksmanship was profoundly fearsome. It was sufficient to extinguish the fighting spirit of countless warriors, let alone engage in battle. With a swish, Su Chen's figure vanished from the arena. In reality, the entire confrontation had lasted less than a minute. Within that fleeting minute, Su Chen had treated Lei Yiming as little more than a target. Otherwise, with his marksmanship, he could have dispatched Lei Yiming with a single shot. Upon Su Chen's return, Nangang and the others were also transported from Arena 8. Su Chen, you are astonishing. How did you cultivate such 6th tier marksmanship? I truly did not anticipate your marksmanship had reached such heights. Remarkable, simply remarkable. I am still at the 2nd tier of swordsmanship. The 6th tier feels so distant to me. It is impossible not to admire your prowess. A throng of admirers encircled Su Chen, chattering excitedly. His strength had thoroughly stunned them. This was the chasm of disparity. While they were still grappling with 2nd or 3rd tier skills, Su Chen had already attained the 6th tier, effortlessly defeating Lei Yiming, who ranked 1921. If it were they facing Lei Yiming, they would have lacked even the courage to fight. Chapter 43, Ascending to the Pinnacle. First place in the Great Xia Empire's human rankings. Su Chen, put in some effort over the next few days. Whether in the human rankings or the prodigy rankings, strive to secure a place in a legendary dungeon. Alright, you may either observe or compete on your own. The quality of dungeon resources you obtain will depend entirely on your own diligence. As your instructor, I can only guide you thus far. Generally, warriors can sustain their spirits in the virtual realm for half a day, though this varies from person to person. You must manage yourselves if you become mentally fatigued. Exit the virtual world. Nangang regarded Su Chen with satisfaction. This young man possessed truly extraordinary marksmanship. With his 6th tier abilities, he was certain to secure a position among the top 10 in both the Great Xia human rankings and the capital's prodigy rankings. Regardless of whether he ranked within the top 9, he would be eligible for legendary dungeon resources. With that, her figure dissipated, vanishing from the virtual realm and returning to reality. Goodbye, Su Chen. Once Nangang departed, the other students greeted Su Chen before embarking on their respective pursuits. They either chose to spectate or to compete, with the majority opting for the latter, as only by attaining a certain rank could they access superior dungeon resources. Though they did not aspire to diamond or legendary dungeons, they at least sought to avoid ordinary dungeons. A silver dungeon was the least they could aim for. Su Chen nodded slightly in response. After everyone had left, he too began to have Shower match him for competition. Having secured first place in Jiangxing and ranked 97th in the province, with a score of 6,000 points. He needed just one more point to surpass the provincial rankings and enter the Great Xia human rankings. In fact, his position in the Great Xia rankings was likely not low. Previously, he had overlooked this leaderboard, deliberately controlling his score to remain at 97th in Jiangnan province. Shower, match me, Su Chen instructed. Today, he aimed to utilize this time to elevate his ranking. Matching. Match successful. Countdown. 20191-817. The matching process was swift, completing in a mere 3 seconds, followed by a 20-second countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, a radiant beam enveloped Su Chen, transporting him away. Upon his reappearance, he found himself atop the arena, in a closed mode, devoid of spectators around the edges. Name, Zhang Kueixing. Age, 18. Points, 6,001. Win rate, 51. Swordsmanship, 5th tier, 17. Upon arriving at the arena, Su Chen quickly absorbed the basic information of his opponent, who had not concealed it. Naturally, even if his adversary had hidden their details, the system could unveil the complete information for him. However, generally speaking, such a necessity was rare. With 601 points, Zhang Kueixing had entered the Great Xia human rankings. Yet, his win rate was rather unimpressive, and his 5th-tier swordsmanship appeared feeble. Hiss hiss, whoosh whoosh. The opponent, swift and decisive, brandished his long sword upon noticing Su Chen's arrival. A terrifying sword energy erupted, bearing down upon Su Chen with an overwhelming force. In a fleeting moment, Su Chen's gaze flickered, and the very air around him twisted, coalescing into a destructive spear of light, imbued with a domineering intent. In that instant, the spear surged forth, striking at his adversary. A subtle crack echoed through the air. With a soft hiss, the battle came to a close. The entire encounter lasted but a second, a veritable instant kill. Su Chen victorious. Score, 10. Current total, 6,010 points. Su Chen, congratulations on entering the Daxiao Empire's leaderboard. Currently ranked 10,298. A notification chimed, announcing Su Chen's triumph and the awarding of 10 points, culminating in a total of 6,010 points. Additionally, he had secured a position on the Daxiao Empire's leaderboard at rank 110298. This indicated that over 110,000 individuals had surpassed the 6,000-point threshold before him. However, he had merely begun his ascent on the leaderboard. A slight increase in his score would propel him upward significantly. Shower, continue the matchmaking, Su Chen instructed the sprite. Matching in progress. Match found. Countdown, 20191-817. The matchmaking was successful, and Su Chen swiftly plunged into battle once more. Points accumulated, 10. Points accumulated, 10. Points accumulated, 10. Daxia Empire Leaderboard, 110001. Daxia Empire Leaderboard, 102888. Daxia Empire Leaderboard, 100003. Daxia Empire Leaderboard, 1. Time passed, second by second. Su Chen spared no moment, averaging 2 competitions per minute. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 4 hours slipped away. In essence, Su Chen had engaged in relentless combat for almost 4 hours, each minute yielding 2 matches, in which he annihilated his opponents in an instant. After all, he wielded the 7th-tier spear technique. With the accruement of points, Su Chen's total had surged to 10,000. Su Chen victorious. Score, 10. Current total, 10,000 points. Su Chen, congratulations on claiming the top position on the Daxiao Empire leaderboard. The notification rang out, heralding Su Chen's ascendance to the pinnacle of the leaderboard, boasting a total of 10,000 points, 300 points ahead of the second-place contender. Though this margin may seem modest, it constituted an insurmountable chasm for countless prodigies, as the final battles were against the most formidable foes. I'm exhausted. That will be all for today, Su Chen declared as he exited the arena. Continuous combat for nearly 4 hours had propelled his score to 10,000. Securing the first place on the Daxia Empire leaderboard, it was only natural that he felt fatigued. Impressive, Su Chen. Brother Chen, you are extraordinary. First in the Daxiao Empire. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Your spear technique is unparalleled. We have witnessed the ascent of the first living individual on the leaderboard. As Su Chen emerged from the virtual realm, he found the external world safe, the protective barrier dissipating. Once he acclimated to his return to consciousness, he observed all his classmates present. They greeted him warmly. Having learned that the title of first on the Daxiao Empire leaderboard had changed hands, now held by none other than Su Chen. Though they marveled at the reality of his achievement, disbelief flickered in their eyes. In no time, they showered him with congratulations and compliments. Just fortunate. Su Chen replied with a smile. Haven't you all finished class yet? Classes are over, but we wanted to see you reach the top of the leaderboard. One of them responded, while others nodded in agreement. Though envy lingered, the prevailing sentiment was one of joy for Su Chen. After all, they were not adversaries, but classmates, and a bond had formed among them. To be a true prodigy Mere jealousy is insufficient. One must strive to become stronger. That is the true path. Chapter 44. The Legendary Instance. Preparing to enter the instance. Chen, please come to my office. The instructor, Chen, approached him, stating her request before turning and exiting the virtual room towards her office. Chen was momentarily taken aback, hurrying to follow, curious about the reason for her summons. Soon, he arrived at Shen's office, which left a striking impression on him, neat and spacious. What is it, instructor? Chen inquired. Congratulations on ascending to the top of the leaderboard. Your spear technique skills should easily allow you to enter the Earth leaderboard. Thus, I advise you to refrain from participating in the Kyoto University Prodigy rankings. While it is acceptable to be ostentatious at times, excessive visibility can attract unwanted attention. Tomorrow, continue competing, surpass the 10,000 point mark, and secure your place on the Earth leaderboard. This way, few will be aware of your position as the top contender on the leaderboard, Shen advised earnestly. Prodigies may be prominent, but excessive prominence can lead to scrutiny, especially considering the ongoing conflicts between humans and other races and beasts. They tend to keep a close watch on human prodigies. I understand, Chen nodded. He had never intended to vie for the title on the Kyoto University Prodigy leaderboard, as achieving that rank held little value unless it granted access to a legendary instance, something he had already secured. Therefore, there was no need to compete further. Unless there is anything else, you may leave for the day, Shen concluded, gesturing for him to depart. At Kyoto University, half-day classes allowed students to manage their time independently. However, the students, being prodigies in their own right, even those who had gained admission through connections, were not lacking in talent. In such a competitive environment, even the laziest individuals would be inspired to cultivate a desire for strength. Thus, even after classes ended, they continued to engage in virtual competitions to enhance their skills. Goodbye, instructor, Chen waved as he exited the office. In the days that followed, the atmosphere of competition at Kyoto University surged, invigorated by the arrival of new faces as the school year commenced. After the commencement of the academic year, both new and returning students are presented with a quest, the quality of which is contingent upon their ability to vie for resources. The Tianjiao rankings and the Daxiao Empire's Ren rankings serve as the benchmarks for assessing the exceptional talents. Consequently, Kyoto University allocates its quest resources based on these two lists. The higher the ranking, the more superior the quest resources. Unbeknownst to them, 7 days have elapsed, marking the closure of the rankings. A hush falls over the room as the rankings have been compiled, according to the Daxiao Empire's Ren rankings and Kyoto University's Tianjiao rankings. Many students have secured commendable quest resources this time, particularly in our class, where 2 individuals have attained legendary quest status, 4 have secured diamond quests, and 3 have been awarded gold quests. Everyone is well aware of their standings. Those who did not receive prestigious quests should not despair, for ample opportunities lie ahead. Even if one did not obtain a quest above silver level, the ordinary quests at Kyoto University are significantly superior to those encountered in high school. This morning, Shen entered the classroom, her countenance radiating joy, for 2 students in her class had qualified for legendary quests. As their mentor, how could she not be elated? Mentor, are we embarking on the quest today? One student inquired. Indeed. The quests commence at noon, Shen replied. The list of names would be announced in the morning, and the students would set off for their quests in the afternoon. Subsequently, Shen revealed the names. Chen and Inhajin have both earned resources for legendary quests. Chen, previously ranked first in the Daxiao Empire's Ren rankings, is no longer at the top, having entered the Earth rankings, where he currently holds the 819th position, a rather modest ranking, indicating he has only just breached the Earth rankings. This is largely due to the lenient requirements of the Earth rankings, which allow anyone under the age of 25 to qualify, provided they possess sufficient prowess. Given the plethora of exceptional talents and strong individuals in the Daxiao Empire, it is not unusual for hundreds of thousands to enter the Earth rankings before reaching that age. Of course, being ranked 490,000th comes with its own reasons. Primarily his lack of continued competition. With his 7th-tier marksmanship, he could have easily secured a spot within the top 100 had he chosen to compete. Inhajin attained her legendary quest status through the Tianjiao rankings of Kyoto University, where she ranks 6th. In addition to the legendary quests, there are 4 students who have secured diamond quests, and 3 who have received gold quests. The remaining students will only be able to embark on ordinary quests. As the competition is exceedingly fierce, it is worth reiterating that each tier of quests is further categorized into ordinary, difficult, desperate, and calamity. Students should choose wisely according to their capabilities. We will not have classes this morning. Everyone should rest well. Please gather at the school's Magic Formation Square by 11:30 a.m. sharp to prepare for entering the quests, Shen concluded before exiting the classroom. With 3 hours free from classes, the students were able to conserve their energy and focus, as they would be entering the quests at 11:30. The choice of quest tier was left to the students themselves. The school only provides the quest resources. The rest depends on the students' luck and effort. What tier are you choosing? Hejin quietly asked. Calamity tier, Chen replied softly. His combat prowess is already formidable, capable of handling any task related to battle. Since he has secured resources for a legendary quest, he intends to make the most of it. If we're going to do it, let's aim high. Calamity tier it is. Good luck. Be careful, Hejin encouraged, revealing her own decision to also choose the Calamity tier. After all, she possesses an SSS level talent. Good luck to you too. Chen, momentarily taken aback by Hejin's choice, offered her a reassuring gesture before leaving the classroom to find Luo Xing'er, wondering how she was faring. Over the past few days, they had been attending school and returning home together, occasionally spending time together, but due to the competitive nature of their studies, Luo Xing'er had been largely engrossed in the virtual world. He had not inquired about her situation or what quest she had received. Brother, over here, Luo Xing'er exclaimed with delight upon spotting Chen downstairs in class 2, waving enthusiastically. Xing'er, how have you been? Chen approached her and sat down, asking. I received a diamond quest and am preparing for a desperate tier, she replied, pouting her enticing lips. Although she possesses SSS level talent, her skills do not afford her an advantage. Securing a diamond quest is already quite an achievement. I am preparing for a Calamity tier legendary quest, Chen responded. Choosing Calamity tier again. You need to be cautious, Luo Xing'er expressed her concern, despite knowing Chen's extraordinary prowess. After all, it is still a Calamity tier quest, particularly a legendary one from Kyoto University. Chapter 45, a second choice of Calamity tier. Before entering the quests, the two left the school and purchased numerous daily necessities and provisions on the street. Both possessed spatial rings, allowing them to carry ample supplies. Time flew by, and by around 11:10 a.m., Chen and Luo Xing'er returned to school, arriving at the Magic Formation Square, which was already bustling with students preparing to embark on their quests. Even those who did not secure prestigious quests were still required to participate in ordinary quests. Kyoto University is one of the top 10 prestigious schools in the Dacia Empire, consistently ranking within the top 3. The students at Kyoto University are the creme de la creme, and aside from a few scions from prominent families, those aspiring to attend must possess at least B-level talent, resulting in a relatively small student body, approximately 8,000 each year. In total, the university hosts around 30,000 students at any given time. At this moment, all students participating in the ordinary quests were lined up by class, while those with silver, gold, diamond, and legendary quests were granted priority entry. A hush fell over the Magic Formation Square as the principal, an elderly man of unimposing appearance yet formidable strength, rumored to have surpassed level 150 years ago, began his address. Quests present both opportunities and risks. Thus, exercise caution in your selections. Now, students eligible for silver quests, please choose your quests. The principal's words were succinct, as he refrained from unnecessary elaboration, knowing that the mentors had already conveyed all pertinent information. After all, he is a figure of considerable stature. What can one say to a group of young children? The Silver Dungeon consists of 3 distinct levels, each of comparable quality. The choice between normal, hard, or the more formidable levels of desperation and cataclysm lies entirely in the hands of the students. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within a mere 10 minutes, the students who secured access to the Silver Dungeon entered based on their selections. The majority opted for the hard level, while a minority chose the desperation level. No one dared to select the cataclysm level, as it is a realm where survival is virtually impossible. Now, let those who obtained access to the Golden Dungeon make their choices. The Golden Dungeon also offers 3 levels, showcasing the abundant resources of Kyoto University. After all, this is a dungeon of golden caliber. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The number of students granted access to the Golden Dungeon was even fewer, with selections mirroring those of the Silver Dungeon. Most chose the hard level, while a few opted for desperation. Neither the Cataclysm nor the normal levels were pursued, as the opportunity to enter the Golden Dungeon is rare. Naturally, no one would squander the chance by selecting the ordinary difficulty, especially when those who obtained access to the Golden Dungeon possess extraordinary talent and formidable strength. Go for it, brother. As the Diamond Dungeon approached, Luo Xing'er waved at Chen and positioned herself at the desperation level of the Diamond Dungeon, awaiting the activation of the teleportation. You can do it. Chen waved back. Soon, the students destined for the Diamond Dungeon were enveloped by a radiant golden light and transported inside. Now, let those who secured access to the legendary dungeon make their choices. The principal surveyed the few students near the magic array, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The top 9 from the talents list of Kyoto University, as well as the top 9 from the Dacia Empire's rankings. These are undoubtedly prodigious talents. However, only 11 individuals were granted access to the legendary dungeon, with 9 hailing from the Kyoto University talents list and 2 from the Dacia Empire's top ranks. In terms of status and capability, the Dacia Empire's ranks undoubtedly hold greater prestige, for they encompass the competition among prodigies in the entire empire under the age of 20. Whereas the talents list of Kyoto University reflects only internal competition, the legendary dungeon offers only 2 levels. Rapidly, The 11 students, under the envious gazes of countless peers, made their choices regarding the difficulty levels. 9 selected the desperation level, while 2 opted for the cataclysm level. Incredible. The minimum is desperation. 2 freshmen chose the cataclysm level. Is this for real? Such a choice is either a sign of recklessness or immense confidence. The desperation level is already a harrowing place, let alone the legendary dungeon of Kyoto University. This is worlds apart from the novice dungeons encountered after awakening, with difficulty levels soaring to unimaginable heights. Surprisingly, among these students, 9 chose desperation, with none selecting the normal or hard levels. Even more astonishingly, 2 freshmen boldly opted for the cataclysm level. Have you thought this through? The principal glanced at Chen and Inhajin for final confirmation. After all, this is the cataclysm level of the legendary dungeon. Even he would not dare to venture there. Of course, with his current standing, he could no longer enter the dungeon, having to instead engage in the greater world and the outer battlefield. We have made our decision. Chen and Inhajin nodded in response to the principal. Commenced the teleportation. The principal uttered no further words, allowing the array master to proceed. Boom, boom, boom. The magic array activated, and 11 radiant beams of temporal light illuminated the sky, descending to envelop Chen and the others. In an instant, the light swirled and vanished, along with Chen and the others. At that moment, the 11 prodigies were all transported away. Those 2 freshmen are remarkably bold, seemingly oblivious to the risks. If you knew who they were, you wouldn't say that. They are indeed prodigies, but to choose the cataclysm level shows a certain blind confidence. The male freshman ranks first in the Daxiao Empire, and he has reportedly experienced the cataclysm level before. The female freshman is also an SSS level prodigy. Are they truly that formidable? A freshman, ranking first in the Daxiao Empire. Surely this is a jest. In the square of the magic array, countless students whispered among themselves. The 9 who chose the desperation level had little to discuss, as they were all top-tier prodigies from the talents list of Kyoto University, familiar faces to many, each one an object of admiration. However, the 2 freshmen remained enigmas, having secured entry to the legendary dungeon and boldly chosen the cataclysm level. Is it any wonder that they sparked such conversation? Now, line up to enter the dungeon, the principal announced, his interest seemingly lacking. In his eyes, only those who secured access to the silver dungeon or higher were worthy of attention. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the temporal light, Chen swiftly traversed through. Although Inhajin and he had chosen the same legendary dungeon and both selected the cataclysm level, during the teleportation, the beams of light did not converge, meaning they were separated. Nevertheless, their ultimate destination would undoubtedly be the same world, though their landing points might differ. Time passed, second by second. Having gained experience from the previous dungeon, he felt no trepidation during this teleportation. He had personally endured the collapse of worlds. Thus, he was unfazed by the process of teleportation. Approximately 20 seconds later, a brilliant light illuminated his surroundings as the teleportation concluded. Instinctively, Chen levitated in midair, concerned about the risk of falling. Upon opening his eyes, he surveyed the environment around him. A wilderness. Indeed, the place he had arrived at was a desolate expanse, devoid of human presence or life forms. This scenario mirrored his journey to the Qingluo world. Perhaps it served as a protective mechanism, ensuring that those transported would not arrive in a precarious manner. Gradually, Chen descended to the ground, awaiting the manifestation of the spirit of the world. Each realm possesses its own spirit. What sort of dungeon awaits this time? What will the task entail? Chapter 46, The Dungeon of Penglai Wonderland, Summoning the Qingluo Divine Bird. Waiting. After about 10 seconds, the voice of the spirit finally resonated. Welcome to Penglai Wonderland. I am the spirit of Penglai Wonderland. Currently, there are a total of 999 individuals in Penglai Wonderland. You may remain here for a month, but after a month, no beings will remain in Penglai Wonderland. Therefore, you must find a means to depart in advance. The spirit will provide you with 3 methods. 1. Fortuitous slaughter. In Penglai Wonderland, 999 ordinary exotic beasts will appear, with levels ranging from 5 to 9. Ordinary exotic beasts may drop diamond or even king-tier equipment, and 99 beast kings will be unleashed, each guaranteed to drop exclusive items. Those who obtain exclusive equipment will secure a spot. The first 10 individuals to assemble a complete set of perfect diamonds, as well as the first 10 to acquire the perfect king set, shall be granted a coveted spot. Those fortunate enough to secure a spot will be transported to the ethereal Penglai Mountain, where they will comprehend the divine words of the immortals. This will serve as both the ultimate trial and reward. The voice of the artifact spirit lingered in the air, swiftly announcing the rules. Chen grasped the task at hand. It was deceptively simple. Obtain a spot within a month. Should one fail to secure a spot within this time frame, they would face obliteration. For only those with a spot would be spared. The task was deemed simple solely because it involved acquiring equipment. Furthermore, the Beast King was guaranteed to drop. However, is it truly as simple as it seems? With 999 individuals hunting 999 999 ordinary beasts, all of whom are of varying tiers from 5 to 9. Could the average person prevail? Even if one were to vanquish these ordinary beasts, would they yield the necessary equipment? Could one amass the perfect diamond set and the perfect king set? Moreover, the perfect diamond set only has 5 spots available, as does the perfect king set. The Beast King, a guaranteed drop creature, exists solely in a quantity of 99 within the entire Panglai realm. Could one even locate them? And if found, could they be defeated? Thus, this seemingly straightforward task is, in reality, fraught with challenges. To add to the complexity, there are only 109 spots total. Yet the Panglai realm is populated by 999 individuals, indicating a mere 1 in 1,000 chance of securing a spot. As for the divine words of the immortals, that is a matter to be addressed post-acquisition of a spot. Choosing this calamity-level challenge was indeed the right decision. Su Chen mused quietly. This dungeon, these rules, were tailor-made for him. With heightened luck, increased drop rates, and superior combat prowess, he would swiftly hunt the beasts. Summon, Su Chen commanded. The Qing Luo divine bird was summoned, a feature of his Qing Luo world. He had yet to test it. Buzz. Boom. Suddenly, the space distorted, revealing a green phantom that materialized into a colossal divine bird. Its wings spanned 100 meters, radiating a brilliant azure glow, its formidable aura suffocating. With a swift motion, Su Chen leapt onto the back of the Qing Luo divine bird. Its back was expansive and comfortable. With a clear cry, the divine bird transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the heavens at an astonishing speed. Now, Su Chen's objective was to seek out the beasts. Having ventured into this dungeon, he was determined to enhance himself, levels, attributes, equipment. He sought it all, leaving none behind. Of course, given his current power, he would not resort to using the Qing Luo divine bird in combat unless absolutely necessary. Its utility lay in its speed and defense. The Panglai realm was vast, with an abundance of ordinary beasts. Yet, only 99 beast kings existed. Should fortune not favor him, he might not even encounter a beast king before the dungeon concluded, let alone hunt one. The beast king was a guaranteed drop. The mere thought thrilled him. Perched atop the Qing Luo divine bird, Su Chen glanced at its details. Name, Qing Luo divine bird. Rank, divine. Race, subdivine. Remarks. The Qing Luo divine bird of the Qing Luo subdivine race possesses the strength of a beast king from birth, maturing into a peak divine beast. The Qing Luo divine bird enhances itself by devouring the essence of beasts. Status, 1-star Beast King 00. Seeing this information, Su Chen was astonished. This truly was a divine beast, albeit still in its youth. Upon maturity, it would become a peak divine beast. Furthermore, as long as it hunted and consumed the essence of beasts, it would grow stronger. Currently, it boasted the power of a 1-star Beast King. Clearly, when he hunted the beasts, allowing the Qing Luo divine bird to absorb their essence would yield dual benefits. Whoosh, whoosh, zing. The Qing Luo divine bird flew with incredible swiftness. However, Su Chen noted that in all the time they had flown, not a single beast had been sighted. Aside from flora, there were no signs of life. This was peculiar, considering they had traversed nearly 3 hours, covering vast distances. 3 hours without encountering a single beast? Was that not strange? Did the Panglai realm not contain 999 ordinary beasts and 99 beast kings? Where were they? Su Chen pondered, his mind perplexed. At this rate, what was he even playing for? Zing. Chirp. Continuing their flight, approximately half an hour later, the Qing Luo divine bird slowed its pace and began to chirp. As Su Chen's summoned creature, it shared a telepathic bond with him, now conveying information. Ah, so it was. The message relayed to Su Chen indicated that beasts had appeared ahead. Looking up, he was met with a dense throng of beasts. At the center, radiating an aura of destruction, was a formidable presence. No doubt, among these numerous beasts, a powerful entity resided. With over 10,000 beasts gathered and a beast king in their midst, Su Chen calculated that this location likely harbored 111 ordinary beasts and 1 beast king. Indeed, these beasts were congregated together, a veritable nest. Discovering a cluster was a stroke of fortune for him, yet for other warriors, it would spell disaster. A horde of beasts and a beast king. How could the weak prevail? But for him, this was merely a minor inconvenience, or even a boon. As he excelled in area attacks, devour their essence and keep your eyes on that beast king. Su Chen instructed the Qing Luo divine bird. The combat would be his responsibility while the divine bird focused on absorbing the essence and keeping watch over the beast king. Chirp. In what seemed a response to Su Chen, the Qing Luo divine bird chirped once. Whoosh. Su Chen's figure flickered, and with wings of space unfurled, he hovered in the air. Extending his hand, the flame divine spear materialized, and he thrust it forth. At this moment, 64 beams of destructive spear light, imbued with unparalleled intent, surged forth. Simultaneously, ice rain and heavenly fire manifested. Boom, boom, boom. The annihilating rays of gunfire, the obliterating intent of the weapon, and the cataclysmic ice rain of fiery destruction descended upon the world like a tempest. The relentless onslaught was overwhelming. In an instant, a multitude of aberrant beasts perished. Hiss, hiss. Their life essence was swiftly consumed by the azure divine bird. Experience points surged, 0, 15, 10, 2. Attribute points soared, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 5. With the extinction of the aberrant beasts, Chen's attribute points skyrocketed, and his experience escalated. The thrill of hunting these creatures was utterly exhilarating. Chapter 47, Slaying the Beast King, dropping the exclusive Heavenly Emperor battle garb. Experience points surged dramatically. Attribute points skyrocketed. However, Chen suddenly recalled something. Damn it. He had forgotten to use the double experience scroll. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a scroll into his hand and promptly activated it. The double experience scroll was successfully utilized. Experience points, 0, 2, 20, 4. The double experience scroll allowed for a twofold increase in experience. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 73. Combat power, 2000. With a radiant golden light appearing, it spiraled above Chen's head before entering his being. The notification chimed. He had leveled up. Now at level 73. The elevation granted him an additional 2000 combat power. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged on. Thousands of ordinary aberrant beasts, ranging from the 5th to the 9th tier, each contributing varying amounts of experience and attribute points. Yet, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Time ticked by. Chen wielded his blazing divine spear, the world around him resembling an apocalyptic scene. Flames scorched the heavens, akin to hell itself, as swathes of aberrant beasts vanished. After approximately an hour, Chen ceased his assault, for he had eradicated all ordinary beasts. His level had ascended from 73 to 87, primarily due to the scarcity of 8th and 9th tier foes. Otherwise, his level would have been even higher. Now he faced a terrifying Beast King. Indeed, the Beast King was formidable. Towering at nearly 100 meters, it resembled a small mountain, exuding an aura of terrifying demonic power. Its blood-red eyes glowed ominously, akin to lanterns. Pitiful human, you shall perish, the Beast King intoned, slowly rising, its gaze radiating a crimson light, its voice deep and resonant, laden with oppressive force. Fortunately, Chen was equipped with gear to withstand such pressure. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the Beast King's might. Just a beast, after all. Who truly knows what it means to be pitiful? Chen's eyes were as cold as ice. The aberrant beasts were humanity's nemesis. Their invasion a millennium ago had transformed the world into what it was today. Pitiful. Who truly embodies that notion? Seeking death, the Beast King swiped its colossal claws, unleashing a devastating attack. You shall be the one to die, Chen retorted, thrusting the blazing divine spear at the Beast King. The spear's radiance pierced the fabric of space, and in an instant, over 300,000 units of power struck the Beast King. Boom. A muffled thud echoed as the Beast King was struck. In that moment, the Beast King's claws came crashing down, but Chen nimbly evaded the assault. Boom, boom, boom. With the wings of space and the shoes of wind, his movements were as fluid as the breeze. In midair, Chen darted about, landing relentless strikes upon the Beast King, while the latter could scarcely graze his attire. Even more infuriating for the Beast King was Chen's ability to inflict rebound damage, a terrifying retaliation that caused the Beast King considerable distress. It came to an end, filled with excitement and anticipation. Chen delivered a final blow to the Beast King's head. Elation surged within him at having slain the Beast King, and anticipation heightened regarding the exclusive gear about to drop. Boom. The annihilating ray of the spear, infused with formidable combat prowess, struck the Beast King's head with ferocity, shattering it into fragments and showering the air with blood. The massive form of the Beast King collapsed to the ground. Beast King slain. Experience, 50. Attribute points, 100, 000. Dropped, Heavenly Emperor Garb, exclusive, X1. The notification chimed, heralding the successful drop of the exclusive item. Slaying this Beast King had yielded an exclusive piece of equipment. A stroke of fortune, as he had feared that the exclusive drop might be unusable. Furthermore, he had gained 50 experience points and an increase of 100, 000 attribute points. Congratulations, Chen successfully hunted the Beast King and obtained an exclusive item, with one slot available. The voice of the artifact spirit resonated at that moment, declaring Chen's victory and granting him the opportunity to leave the Panlai immortal realm in a month. Hiss, hiss. Nearby, the azure divine bird was fervently consuming the life force, its aura markedly stronger than before. Chirp, chirp. At this juncture, the azure divine bird chirped melodiously, and with a swift motion, it grasped the lifeless Beast King, extracting a massive inner core from within. The azure divine bird immediately devoured the core. As it consumed the Beast King's inner core, a mysterious energy erupted from its being. Chen gazed at the azure divine bird, now transformed into a 4-star Beast King, 38,182. With a heart brimming with excitement, Chen awaited the azure divine bird to absorb all the remaining life force in the vicinity. For he knew not when he might next encounter a nest of aberrant beasts. 20 minutes passed, and all the life essence of the aberrant beasts was devoured by the azure divine bird. Let us depart. Chen gracefully leaped onto the back of the azure divine bird, which transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the horizon. He had completed his mission, the slaying of the Beast King and the acquisition of exclusive equipment. It seemed he was not far from achieving his goal of eliminating the Beast King, though the challenge remained modest. In the Punlai immortal realm, on the periphery of a remote maritime expanse, Galaxy Jean, upon hearing the artifact spirit's announcement, looked up at the sky. A sweet smile graced her exquisitely beautiful face, and her gaze fell forward, for not far ahead, she had spotted the aberrant beasts. Yes, aberrant beasts, and not just a few, but a vast horde. In the presence of 111 ordinary beasts and a singular Beast King, a glimmer of resolve flickered in the depths of Inha Jin's eyes. Without hesitation, he vanished, transforming into a luminous streak akin to a galaxy. Upon reappearing, he found himself amidst the beasts, and at that moment, a fierce battle erupted. Chen proved to be exceptionally formidable, swiftly dispatching the Beast King, a stroke of remarkable fortune indeed. The exclusive item he acquired further augmented his prowess. With 99 Beast Kings, only 98 remained. Within the confines of the Punlai Wonderland, the voice of the artifact spirit resonated, informing all warriors of Chen's triumph over the Beast King and his acquisition of an exclusive item. While the specifics of this exclusive remained undisclosed, it was undoubtedly powerful, marking it as the first of its kind to emerge from the Punlai Wonderland. Swish, whoosh, swish. The Qingluo divine bird darted swiftly through the skies, its flight lasting a full 4 hours. Regrettably, Chen encountered no further beasts. As dusk approached, he resolved not to continue his search, but rather to seek a place to rest. His anticipation centered around the exclusive equipment nestled within his elemental realm, the Heavenly Emperor's battle garb, which filled him with eager expectation. In short order, Chen discovered a spacious, dry cave, suitable for his respite. After a brief arrangement, he stationed the Qingluo divine bird at the entrance. With a mere thought, he retrieved the exclusive equipment from his elemental realm. Chapter 48. The Heavenly Emperor's battle garb and the fiery divine spear forged a bond. A radiant light, imbued with otherworldly hues, manifested, a hallmark of exclusive equipment. The Heavenly Emperor's battle garb, when not adorned, was merely the size of a palm. Name, Heavenly Emperor's battle garb, exclusive. Rank, unranked. Attributes, multicolored. Combat power, 88, 888. Effect 150 chance to ignore attacks during combat. Effect 2, defense increased by 300. Effect 350 immunity to water-based attacks. Effect 4, upon sustaining damage, a death transfer occurs, granting teammates and allies an immortal status, covering an area of 1,000 by 1,000 meters. This information materialized in Chen's gaze. It was a quintessential exclusive item with 4 formidable attributes, the most terrifying being the fourth. Within the 1,000 by 1,000 meter radius surrounding him, if allies perish from an attack, they would experience a death transfer, entering a state akin to immortality. Could one not deem this extraordinary? Indeed, it was nothing short of miraculous. With a swift motion, Chen donned the Heavenly Emperor's battle garb. Ding! The Heavenly Emperor's battle garb and the fiery divine spear have triggered a bond. The Heavenly Emperor's battle garb is upgrading. The fiery divine spear is upgrading. As Chen adorned the garment, a notification sounded, indicating the activation of a bond. At that moment, both the Heavenly Emperor's battle garb and the fiery divine spear commenced their upgrades. Surprised, Chen marveled at this unexpected synergy. The garments and weapons had indeed triggered a set property. Moreover, the enhancement of exclusive equipment through bond formation rendered their effects, and might even more astounding. An endless anticipation blossomed within him as he pondered the upgraded forms of the Heavenly Emperor's battle garb and the fiery divine spear. The Heavenly Emperor's battle garb has successfully upgraded. The fiery divine spear has successfully upgraded. Soon, the set attributes of the 2 pieces stabilized, achieving successful upgrades. Name, Heavenly Emperor's battle garb, exclusive, bond. Rank, unranked. Attributes, multicolored. Combat power, 888, 888. Effect 1, 90 chance to ignore attacks during combat. Effect 2, defense increased by 500. Effect 3, 90 immunity to water-based attacks. Effect 4, upon sustaining damage, a death transfer occurs, granting teammates and allies an immortal status, covering an area of 5,000 by 5,000 meters. Name, Fiery Divine Spear, exclusive, bond. Rank, unranked. Attributes, multicolored. Combat power, 888, 888. Effect 1, inflicts 500 fire damage upon attack. Effect 2, penetration power increased by 500. Effect 3, 90 immunity to fire-based attacks. Effect 4, 50 chance to unleash a fiery rain of ice and flames. covering an area of 2,000 by 2,000 meters. The attributes of the two exclusive items surged dramatically post-bonding, with combat power skyrocketing from 888 to an astounding 888. Such an ascension was nothing short of monumental. In addition to the combat power increase, the other attributes underwent significant transformations. These attributes were indeed extraordinary. Su Chen gazed at the two pieces of equipment, murmuring to himself, it seems exclusivity is paramount. If garments and weapons can forge bonds, what of bracelets and rings? Could necklaces also form bonds? The potential for such combinations is astonishing. Subsequently, Su Chen glanced at his current combat power, astonished to find it at 9,708,600 points. Nearly 9.7 million combat power. This was to be expected. The bond between the Heavenly Emperor's battle garb and the fiery divine spear alone accounted for over 1.7 million. And with the 250 from his elemental realm and 140 from his marksmanship, his power surged by 5.91 million. The final tally stood at an impressive 9.7 million combat power, approaching the elusive 10 million mark. This suggested that with a few more diamond-grade perfect items or king-grade perfect items, his combat power might indeed reach the coveted 10 million. And what if another exclusive item emerged, triggering yet another bond? The mind could scarcely fathom such potential. Yet, the prospect was tantalizing, especially considering that today marked merely the first day of a month-long endeavor. With 99 Beast Kings still at large and only one hunted, there remained 98 to pursue. Finally, Su Chen examined his attribute points, noting a substantial accumulation, with over 1 million remaining from the Qingluo realm. Alongside the points earned from hunting beasts in Area 293, his attribute point balance soared to an impressive 24,216,038 points. Remarkable indeed. In the realm of extraordinary beasts, a staggering 11,000 were hunted down, culminating in a bounty of over 20 million. With a remaining balance of 24,210,000, a figure that needs little elucidation. The essence of the dungeon lay in its bountiful harvests. A smile graced Su Chen's lips. This was merely the first day. Should fortune favor him once more with another wave of beasts, he could amass an additional 20 million attribute points, thereby elevating his skills, domain, and spatial abilities to unprecedented heights. He deactivated the virtual screen and retrieved a mat, blanket, and quilt from his spatial ring, swiftly arranging them. Following this, he produced bottled water and provisions, indulging in sustenance to rejuvenate himself in anticipation of continuing his quest for beasts the next day. By the lakeside, as dusk fell, a luxurious sports car glided to a halt at the entrance of Villa Number 8, whereupon the villa doors opened slowly to allow its entry. Once the vehicle came to a standstill, an exquisitely beautiful woman descended. Appearing to be in her 20s, she possessed an alluringly tall and perfect figure, with long, slender legs that were irresistibly enticing. Yet, an aura of coldness emanated from her, evoking a sensation akin to ice, a juxtaposition of youth and maturity. Her chill intermingled with a seductive charm, embodying the quintessential icy goddess. Grandfather, grandmother, she greeted as she approached Luo Tianxiang and Su Yunji, a rare smile gracing her delicate features. Qinger has returned. Su Yunji exclaimed with boundless joy. Yes, indeed, responded Luo Bingqing, the elder sister of Luo Qinger, a prodigious talent from Kyoto University with an SSS level aptitude. However, she had departed from the academy this year to hone her skills on the outer battlefield, recently returning via spacecraft. You're injured. How are your parents? Luo Tianxiang inquired, his keen eyes immediately noticing the severity of her wounds, injuries that ordinary healing techniques, even those surpassing level 100, could not mend. Logically, with the powerful support and healing capabilities available on the outer battlefield, she shouldn't have returned in such a condition. Grandfather, mother and father are both well. My injuries are somewhat difficult to treat, so I've come back to recuperate for a time. By the way, where are Xiao Chun and Qinger? Luo Bingqing replied, wishing to alleviate her grandfather's concern, her face adorned with a smile as she spoke. Remembering her sister and Su Chun, she realized that since their grandparents were in Kyoto, it was likely that they had also come. Xiao Chun and Qinger went to the dungeon today, Su Yunji informed her. What are their talents? Luo Bingqing queried with curiosity. They both excel. Qinger shares your SSS level talent, while Xiao Chun possesses an F level aptitude. However, he has a hidden profession. Luo Tianxiang replied. An F level is weak, yet the hidden profession is extraordinary, even surpassing an SSS level in its potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't have elevated his skills to the 6th tier in just a matter of days. Beyond skills, other aspects are equally astonishing, exceeding all expectations. Indeed, what hidden profession does Xiao Chen have? What is his current status? Luo Bingqing inquired, unperturbed by her sister's SSS level awakening, having expected as much given her own prowess. Her curiosity lay with Su Chen's hidden profession and its utility, particularly as hidden professions were often peculiar. Unclear, though it seems related to luck. He rose to prominence during his first foray into the wild, emerging unscathed from a catastrophe-level dungeon. while training with Xinger and Jianqing. She reached level 74 in just 2 days. This time, at Kyoto University, he has chosen a legendary dungeon with a catastrophe level challenge, Luo Tianxiang spoke. Admiration evident in his gaze as he regarded Su Chen. As a martial artist, he naturally envied Su Chen's talents, particularly the hidden profession rather than the superficial F level. Catastrophe level. How remarkable! Luo Bingqing exclaimed, her expression transforming with excitement. Observing his granddaughter's reaction, Luo Tianxiang was puzzled. As an astute elder, he could sense there was more to her exhilaration than mere success in the dungeon. Perhaps she had uncovered something significant on the battlefield that warranted Su Chen's involvement. Or perhaps it was linked to her injuries. Grandfather, no need for questions. You will know in due time, Luo Bingqing responded, aware that she could not conceal matters from this astute elder. As she made her way to her room, it was clear she intended to whisk Su Chen away upon his return. Noting her assent, Su Yunji smiled knowingly. Having raised both granddaughters, she understood their dispositions well. To become true powerhouses, they must emerge from the crucible of life and death. Real strength is never born in the confines of a classroom, nor nurtured in a greenhouse. Strength embodies the essence of slaughter and survival. Without traversing the threshold of life and death, how can one claim to be strong? Luo Tianxiang asserted. The following day in the ethereal realm of Penglai, Su Chen awoke, stretching his limbs before washing up, dressing, and preparing to venture forth. Emerging from his cave, he mounted the back of the Qingluo divine bird and ascended toward the horizon, harboring little expectation of encountering any beasts today. For the expanse of the Penglai realm was vast, with beasts often dwelling in clusters. Finding them was a matter of chance. Should he be fortunate enough to encounter a nest, it could yield 11,000 ordinary beasts and one beast king, a veritable windfall. Yet, for others, such an encounter would spell disaster. Who could single-handedly contend with 11,000 ordinary beasts and one beast king? Even a level 100 martial artist would falter. With a swift motion, the Qingluo divine bird soared through the skies, while Su Chen reclined upon its back, drifting into slumber. He had communicated with the bird, instructing it to alert him should any beasts appear, and to refrain from disturbing him otherwise. Indeed, as the day unfolded, tranquility reigned. He failed to locate the otherworldly beasts, spending an entire day in vain. However, he did receive some remarkable news. Inhajin had successfully hunted the Beast King, acquiring an exclusive piece of equipment and securing a coveted spot. He never imagined she possessed such extraordinary strength. When Su Chen heard this news, he was utterly astonished. He acknowledged that Inhajin was a prodigy, yet he hadn't anticipated her ability to slay the Beast King. After all, one needed a combat power of at least 1 million to achieve such a feat. To put things into perspective, his own combat power was over 3 million when he defeated the Beast King. Naturally, he hadn't exerted his full strength during that battle, so it wasn't a matter of desperation. Had he truly given it his all, coupled with his unique talents, he could have slain the Beast King. This implied that Inhajin's combat power was roughly around 1 million. Honestly, he felt genuinely happy for her, as she was his classmate, and they had chosen the same dungeon. Days passed. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and now 8 days had elapsed since they arrived in the realm of Penglai. Apart from the first day when he encountered a strange beast, he had not seen another since. Not a single creature, not even a human soul. On the morning of the 9th day, just half an hour after Su Chen had taken flight on the Qingluo divine bird, it emitted a series of chirps, signaling that he had encountered otherworldly beasts. Otherworldly beasts. Where were they? Lost in contemplation, Su Chen was jolted to attention by the bird's call. After 8 days of utter boredom, the prospect of a new encounter invigorated him. If the Qingluo divine bird had detected them, it surely indicated a significant gathering, likely including a beast king. The presence of a beast king meant that an exclusive piece of equipment would surely drop. In the past 8 days, aside from Inhajin, 3 others had also slain a beast king, highlighting the rarity of these creatures and the difficulty of defeating them, which in turn reflected the strength of those warriors. Roars echoed from afar. Su Chen gazed into the distance, and, indeed, a multitude of otherworldly beasts appeared, clearly indicating yet another horde. As usual, you absorb the essence, and I will deal with the beasts. Keep an eye on the Beast King and ensure it doesn't escape. Su Chen instructed the Qingluo divine bird. Of course, this was merely a jest. The idea of a Beast King escaping from him was laughable. Even when his combat power exceeded 3 million, he had not used his full strength, and now, with nearly 10 million combat power, defeating a Beast King would be a trivial task. The Qingluo divine bird chirped in response, and in the next moment, Su Chen transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the horde of otherworldly beasts. He quickly ascended above them, unfurling his spatial wings and hovering in midair, brandishing his flame divine spear. Instantly, a torrent of destructive spear energy surged downward, overwhelming the otherworldly beasts. Simultaneously, the ice rain and heavenly fire descended, with his combat power tripled and the attributes of his equipment enhanced to unprecedented levels. The resulting devastation was nothing short of terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The scene of annihilation unfolded as swathes of otherworldly beasts perished. Experience points surged, 015, 03, 022. Attribute points multiplied, 1,000, 5,000, 2,000. As the beasts fell, Su Chen's experience rapidly increased. At level 87, leveling up had become a slow endeavor, far from the terrifying pace of his first day. Nonetheless, his experience continued to climb swiftly, as each strike obliterated countless otherworldly beasts. Attribute points surged dramatically due to the fixed quantity awarded for slaying these beasts. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 88. Combat power, 5,000. With the appearance of a golden light, Su Chen's level was raised to 88, matching that of his mentor, Nangongxian. However, he recalled that his mentor was at level 99. The level up granted him an additional 5,000 combat power. After this wave of otherworldly beasts, he was certain he would level up again. There are still plenty of beasts remaining, he murmured to himself. Chapter 50, the exclusive equipment with the holy attribute. The battle and destruction transcended the realm of ordinary warriors' imaginations. Every strike from Su Chen was cataclysmic. Approximately half an hour later, he ceased his onslaught. The ordinary otherworldly beasts had been dealt with, leaving only the Beast King. Its level was already pushed to 90, 2,212. Awaken, for death awaits you. Su Chen calmly addressed the Beast King, a sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. In his previous encounter with the Beast King, he had intentionally restrained some of his power to hone his combat skills and experience. Now, such restraint was unnecessary. The Beast King's blood-red eyes fixated on Su Chen, letting out a deafening roar that shattered the surrounding space. Oh dear, a beast that cannot speak human language. The outcome is inevitable, Su Chen declared, as the flame-divine spear in his hand erupted with destructive energy. In an instant, the spear's energy struck the Beast King. Boom. The devastating spear energy instantly annihilated the Beast King, whose massive body crashed to the ground. Beast King slain. Experience, 20. Attribute points, 100,000. Dropped. Icebound staff, holy, exclusive. As the Beast King fell, the notification chimed. Experience surged by 30, primarily due to his high level. Even though he had slain a Beast King, the experience gained varied. Along with experience, there were certainly attribute points as well. Defeating a mandatory boss guaranteed exclusive drops. However, when Su Chen heard the notification, he was filled with surprise, quickly followed by disappointment. The surprise stemmed from the uniqueness of the exclusive item, which bore an additional suffix of holy. Since acquiring the Qingluo Yao Shi, he understood that the more suffixes an item had, the more powerful it became. Yet the disappointment arose because the icebound staff was a weapon, and he already possessed one. Therefore, this exclusive item was redundant for him. Congratulations, Su Chen has successfully hunted the Beast King and obtained an exclusive item with a quota of 1. In 2 days, he will be automatically transported to Penglai Fairy Mountain. In the sky, the voice of the artifact spirit resounded once more. This time, it announced that Su Chen had slain the Beast King and earned an exclusive item with a quota of 1. He had single-handedly defeated 2 Beast Kings, thus acquiring 2 exclusives. In an instant, countless martial artists within the Penglai Wonderland were filled with envy and resentment, wishing fervently that it was they who had vanquished the Beast King. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Only by slaying the Beast King and obtaining an exclusive could one secure a chance to leave the Penglai Wonderland alive. Naturally, those who first gathered a complete diamond set or a perfect king set would also gain a chance to depart. Alas, only 2 days remained. Upon hearing the artifact spirit's words, Su Chen felt a pang of regret. If only he had a bit more time, he could have sought out more extraordinary beasts and beast kings. However, with just 2 days remaining, the opportunities to encounter extraordinary beasts and beast kings were significantly diminished. In 2 days, he would be transported to Penglai Fairy Mountain. He was quite curious about what the words of the immortal would entail, yet he held little hope. It appeared that only by obtaining 2 exclusive items could one reach Penglai Fairy Mountain. Within the vast wilderness of the Penglai Wonderland, Jin was racing swiftly. Her previous encounter with the Beast King had left her injured, primarily due to the overwhelming number of ordinary extraordinary beasts, over 111 of them. Slaying these ordinary beasts had drained her energy, and ultimately, the Beast King had awakened, pursuing her throughout the night until she finally defeated it the next day. Incurring significant costs, she had lain incapacitated for 3 days. The price was steep, yet the rewards were formidable. Her level had risen to 77, and she had acquired an exclusive item, greatly enhancing her combat prowess. At this moment, upon hearing that Su Chen had again slain a Beast King and obtained an exclusive item with a transport to Penglai Fairy Mountain in 2 days, she felt that only by hunting down 2 Beast Kings could she secure an earlier transport to the mountain. In an instant, she was eager to locate her next batch of extraordinary beasts. This way, her level could rise further, and she could obtain another exclusive item before being transported to Penglai Fairy Mountain. At Kyoto University, in the initial days, the campus was eerily quiet. Apart from the mentors, not a soul could be seen, as the students had all ventured into instances. As time passed, students returning from the ordinary bronze instances began to trickle back, restoring a semblance of liveliness to the school. 3 days passed, then 7. Those who had entered the ordinary and hard difficulty instances had all returned. Those who had not were presumed to have perished within the instances. Although the mortality rate in both the ordinary and hard instances was not high, death was an all too frequent occurrence for martial artists. Wherever there was combat, the possibility of death loomed. Time flew swiftly. Now, the mentors and the principal were increasingly anxious, as only a little over a day remained until the students who had entered the extreme difficulty instances would return. Those students were the true prodigies of Kyoto University, and losing even one would be a significant blow. It was truly worrisome. In the office, Chen remarked that in her class, 2 students had been selected for a legendary instance. Ironically, both had chosen the calamity level instance. The difficulty of a legendary instance at the calamity level was indescribable. A 10-fold chance of death was a mild estimate. It could be said that entering a legendary instance at the calamity level was tantamount to a near-certain death sentence, with little hope of return. Even though Chen had prior experience with calamity level instances, that was during his novice phase. Moreover, each calamity instance was unique. Who could guarantee that having succeeded in one instance would ensure success in the next? I hope you all returned safely, Chen sighed. As a mentor, she could only guide her students in their training and impart knowledge, but she could not assist them in clearing instances. Swish, swish. After the Qingluo divine bird consumed the essence of the Beast King, Chen departed alongside it, seated upon its back as they swiftly traversed the space. Though only 2 days remained, he would not squander this time. Even the slightest opportunity must be seized, for fortune favors the prepared. Within these 2 days, what if he encountered extraordinary beasts once more? At that time, his level could rise to 91, and he would gain over 20 million attribute points. He soared, directly soaring through the air. He sat cross-legged, his expression serene and composed. With a flick of his consciousness, an item from the primordial realm appeared before him. Though he could not wield this weapon, examining its information was certainly within his capabilities. This was the first time he had encountered such an exclusive item, which bore an additional sacred character. Curiosity filled his heart. Name, Icebound Staff, Sacred Exclusive. Rank, Unranked. Attributes, Colorful. Combat Power, 555, 555. Effect 1, Ice damage increased by 400. Effect 2, Immunity to fire damage by 50. Effect 3, Defense increases by 300 when attacked. Effect 4, Attack speed increased by 50. Effect 5, when attacking, there is a 40 chance of unleashing an Ice Peak Sword Rain, covering an area of 300 by 300 by 300 meters. Upon reviewing the information, Chen thought that if he did not possess the Flame God Spear and were instead an Ice-type user, this weapon would indeed be a divine artifact. Each of its 5 attributes was astonishingly powerful, and its combat power was directly at 555, 555, several times higher than that of a typical exclusive item, equivalent to a significant portion of a complete exclusive set. Truly, the more suffixes an item had, the mightier it became. Oh, Divine One, bestow upon me another Beast King and a horde of extraordinary beasts, Chen silently prayed as he stored away the icebound staff, his heart filled with hope for another encounter with extraordinary beasts and a Beast King. Chirp, chirp. Just as he finished his prayer, the Qingluo divine bird chirped twice melodiously. Hearing this sound, Chen furrowed his brow, momentarily doubting his own hearing. Could it be that his prayer had truly been answered? How miraculous! He gazed into the distance, and his heart jolted. A dense throng of extraordinary beasts appeared on the horizon. It seems I possess a hidden vocation as the god of prayer. Chen muttered to himself. In the future, perhaps he should pray more often, for no matter the circumstance, let us engage in a more elevated form of prayer. Indeed, he was merely jesting at his own expense. After all, in this world, there exists a deity of prayers, and if such invocations were effective, what need would there be for effort? As usual, Chen spoke to the Azure Phoenix. Upon finishing his words, he vanished in a flash, reappearing above the distant beasts, where he summoned the Flame Divine Spear with a flicker of his consciousness. The battle ensued. No, the slaughter officially commenced. Boom. The spear's radiance pierced through the fabric of space, ultimately colliding with the beast's form. The second shot erupted in a cataclysmic downpour of ice and fire, a veritable apocalypse. Roar, roar, boom. The scene of destruction was akin to the end of the world, with hordes of demonic beasts obliterated. Experience gained, 1. Experience, 0, 6. Attribute points, 10. 0, 0, 0. Attribute points, 2, 0, 0, 0. Such bloodshed was precisely to Chen's liking, for each shot yielded rewards. Experience and attribute points surged uncontrollably. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 91. Combat power, 7, 0, 0, 0. A golden radiance flashed across him, shimmering like a golden dragon. After a moment, the light melded into Chen's being. The notification sounded, indicating a level increase. His current level had reached 91, with a combat power of 7, 0, 0, 0 granted upon leveling up. However, The actual increase in combat power was far beyond that. 7,000 multiplied by 25, multiplied by 1, 424, 500. Leveling up. Where would the thrill of combat be? Thus, Chen paid no heed and continued fighting. Time passed, minute by minute. After another half hour, however, when he finally paused, the Beast King had already succumbed. Beast King slain. Experience, 20. Attribute points, 100, 000. Dropped item, Ring of Light, exclusive. The notification chimed. Upon hearing it, he felt relieved that the equipment did not overlap and was of a type he could indeed utilize. He had dreaded the possibility of weapons or garments that were incompatible with him. That would have been truly unfortunate. After all, how disheartening would it be to obtain an exclusive item that he could not use? This time, he had obtained the Ring of Light, which he could undoubtedly wear, as he had yet to acquire an exclusive ring or bracelet. Congratulations, Chen has slain the Beast King, gaining an exclusive item, slot 1. Due to occupying too many slots, you will be teleported to the Penglai Immortal Mountain in 15 minutes. Please prepare yourself. The voice of the artifact spirit announced, indicating that he had acquired another exclusive item, signifying he had gained a slot. However, due to occupying too many slots, he was to be teleported to the Penglai Immortal Mountain shortly. The implication was clear. He had slain too many beasts, and thus, he was barred from accumulating further experience, equipment, or exclusives. Hearing the artifact spirit's final words left Chen puzzled. Really? Is this a game I cannot afford to play? Humph. If you're so capable, then don't send me to the Penglai Immortal Mountain. I could still slay a few more beasts. Hurry it up. Displeasure aside, there was little he could do. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. In this realm of Penglai, the artifact spirit was the sovereign. One had to abide by its rules, or else face dire consequences. With that, Chen urged the Azure Phoenix to consume faster. In a quarter of an hour, he would be transported to the Penglai Immortal Mountain. Chirp, chirp. As if in response, the Azure Phoenix emitted a couple of melodic calls before resuming its consumption of essence. Akin to a glutton, time flowed rapidly. Once the Azure Phoenix had completed its consumption, Chen promptly summoned it back. Though he was unsure of its precise location, perhaps within the metal of Azure Glory. Teleportation is about to commence. Countdown, 30, 29, 28, 27. As the seconds ticked away, the voice of the artifact spirit echoed once more, announcing the countdown. 3, 2, 1. When the countdown concluded, Chen was enveloped by a force of time and space. A gentle radiance enveloping him. Shortly thereafter, Chen vanished from his spot, as if evaporated. The teleportation concluded swiftly, perhaps in 3 seconds, with a brief shudder. Phew. The teleportation ended, and his surroundings brightened. Chen landed gracefully on the ground, surveying his surroundings. Safe. No threats. This place was a range of continuous peaks. Within this mountainous expanse, one could hardly discern the true nature of the mountains, yet everything here resembled a celestial realm, breathtakingly beautiful. Welcome to the Penglai Immortal Mountain. The Penglai Immortal Mountain consists of 9 peaks, each overlapping with the next. Atop each peak stands a celestial tablet. By deciphering the scriptures upon the tablets, one can cultivate them for personal use. When the scriptures of the 9 tablets merge, the voice of the immortals will be restored. Each time a tablet's scriptures are deciphered, substantial rewards will be granted. Note: no fighting is allowed upon Penglai Immortal Mountain. Otherwise, there are no restrictions. In the sky, the voice of the artifact spirit resounded, proclaiming the rules of the Penglai Immortal Mountain. After the announcement, the world fell silent. What does the voice of the immortals signify? Who cares? As long as there are rewards, that suffices. Chen gazed at the peaks, wondering how lofty they must be. Moreover, with 9 peaks stacked upon one another, it implied that each was higher than the last, akin to the 9-layered mountains. Only by deciphering and cultivating the scriptures atop each peak could one be deemed successful. Damn. Isn't this a test of talent and knowledge? Scriptures, who understands those? Chen took a deep breath, then summoned the Azure Phoenix. Did not the artifact spirit state that as long as one refrained from fighting on Penglai Immortal Mountain, there were no other restrictions? Ascending or flying up was of no consequence. Summoning a divine beast to soar upward was perfectly reasonable. Whoosh, whoosh, swish. The Azure Phoenix appeared, and Chen settled upon its back. With a powerful flap of its wings, the divine bird soared toward the summit of the first layer of mountains. The speed was remarkable. However, the first layer soared higher still. After nearly 10 minutes of flight, the summit remained elusive, despite the Azure Phoenix's extraordinary speed, which was commendable even in ascent. Hiss hiss. The air was rent by gusts of wind. Finally, after 15 minutes, the Azure Phoenix arrived at the summit of the first mountain. Although it stood at the pinnacle, the sensation was akin to being at the base. For the peak of the first mountain essentially constituted the foundation of the second mountain. It felt reminiscent of a journey back a millennium to Chongqing, where one might believe they were on the 9th tier, only to realize they were merely on the first. So vast, so grand. Chen marveled. Having reached the summit of the first mountain. Chapter 52, The Sutra of the Celestial Steel, Reward, Gun Dao Fruit. So expansive, so immense. Su Chen exclaimed as he beheld a towering stone tablet at the mountain's peak. The stone tablet was rectangular, measuring approximately 10 meters in width and 100 meters in height. It was Su Chen's first encounter with such an imposing monument. At first glance, it appeared to be crafted from stone. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was not made of ordinary stone, and Su Chen could not discern the exact material from which it was fashioned. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shifted his gaze to the inscriptions adorning the stele. The characters were few, each one resembling a dance of dragons and phoenixes, imbued with strength, as if inscribed by celestial art. Furthermore, the script exuded an enigmatic power. While Su Chen recognized some individual characters, piecing them together left him bewildered. What is this? He pondered, feeling a sense of confusion wash over him. In that moment, he felt his head swell with the realization that he was perhaps unworthy of comprehending the language of the immortals. Perhaps it is best for me to descend the mountain to avoid embarrassment. Just then, a prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. System scanning in progress. What? Scanning? Since when do I have this function? Was it always there, or is it a randomly appearing feature? As time ticked by, approximately 2 minutes elapsed. Scan complete. Interpretation in progress. Interpretation successful. The system had successfully translated the scanned inscriptions into comprehensible text. As he gazed at the words displayed on the virtual screen, Su Chen sighed in relief. How simple it is. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? Subsequently, he sat cross-legged, commencing his cultivation according to the newly understood text. He remained uncertain of the sutra's full significance, as this was merely a fragment of the celestial language, an initial portion. Only by integrating the inscriptions from all 9 peak stele could he hope to grasp their true meaning. After a while, Su Chen noticed a refreshing sensation enveloping his entire being. Though his combat prowess did not increase, his spirit felt as though it had been cleansed. The feeling of lightness and joy was beyond description. Gradually, he entered a state of blissful oblivion. Time passed unnoticed. Congratulations, Su Chen, for successfully deciphering and cultivating the inscriptions of the first stele. Reward, 99 gun Dao fruits. The notification jolted Su Chen back from his trance. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming joy within his soul, his demeanor radiant. I succeeded with the first mountain's inscriptions. Was it truly this easy? What a remarkable reward. Especially since I have never heard of such a thing before. Could the gun Dao fruit assist in my cultivation of the gun Dao? Regardless, he decided to proceed to the summit of the second mountain. With a flutter of wings, the azure phoenix soared toward the peak of the second mountain. Su Chen thought to himself, I am grateful for the azure phoenix. Otherwise, traversing the first mountain alone would leave me utterly exhausted, let alone deciphering and cultivating the inscriptions. The language of the immortals, seemingly straightforward, proved to be exceedingly challenging. Half an hour later, at the summit of the second mountain, Su Chen once again exclaimed, so long. So grand. It was even more expansive than the first mountain. The text on the stele was similar in length to that of the first mountain, though the form of the inscriptions differed. Prior to the system's scan, he could not decipher them, only noting their distinct appearance. System, commence scanning. With the experience from before, Su Chen directly initiated communication with the system, delegating the arduous task to it. Scanning in progress. The system seemed momentarily exasperated, responding with a reduction of 2 characters. This is not the crux. Do not focus on the details. Scan complete. Interpretation complete. Soon, the simplified and comprehensible text appeared on the virtual screen. Su Chen read for a moment before sitting cross-legged to begin his cultivation anew. Unbeknownst to him, he had already grown accustomed to the practice. Perhaps it had been since the winter, or more likely, half an hour ago. Time flowed steadily, seconds melting into minutes. Before he realized it, the sky had darkened. Congratulations, Su Chen, for successfully deciphering and cultivating the inscriptions of the second stele. Reward, 99 sword Dao fruits. Another fruit. He wondered if there were any devil fruits or quake fruits among them. The second stele was complete, yet 7 remained, each becoming increasingly difficult with greater time demands for cultivation. Thus, Su Chen did not pause despite the fading light. Next, he rode the azure phoenix toward the summit of the third mountain. In the canyon, Manhwaedit coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her body bore numerous grievous wounds, remnants of her battles with ferocious beasts. Gazing at the fallen beast king before her, she could no longer restrain herself, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, painting a strikingly tragic scene. Yet, a smile flickered across her face, for she had finally slain 2 beast kings, earning 2 exclusive rewards. Furthermore, her level had surged to 82. Though the sacrifices were immense and harrowing, the rewards were equally formidable. At last, we shall meet again. Manhwaedit sat weakly on the ground, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Congratulations, Manhwaedit, for slaying the beast king. You have earned 1 exclusive reward. In light of your successful hunt of 2 beast kings, you will be teleported to Penglai Immortal Mountain in 15 minutes. The voice of the artifact spirit resonated in Manhwaedit's ears. Upon hearing this, a joyous smile illuminated her face. She seemed to have recalled something. Having hunted down 2 beast kings, The spirit of the weapon forbade her from further slaughter and intended to transport her to the immortal peaks of Penglai. For her, this was undoubtedly a matter of joy. Yet, what of Su Chen, who was ahead of her? That fellow possessed terrifying strength and was likely still searching for beast kings, only to be prohibited from doing so. One could only imagine the expression on his face at that moment. It must have been one of distress. With a hissing sound, she struggled to sit up, her hands forming a mysterious and esoteric gesture. The very essence of the world began to surge towards her, and her wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. In a mere span of seconds, her injuries were completely mended, and even her vitality was restored to its zenith. Penglai's immortal peaks, the language of the immortals. What could this celestial language be? Her anticipation grew as she gazed at the sky, awaiting her transport to the immortal peaks. She pondered what this celestial language truly entailed. Time elapsed minute by minute. After a quarter of an hour, a wondrous light appeared in the heavens. This was the light of transportation. It enveloped her, and as swiftly as it came, the light vanished, leaving her seemingly evaporated from her location. Throughout the transport, her heart brimmed with eager anticipation, a meeting at the immortal peaks. Chapter 53, The Sixth Immortal Steel, the Universal Fruit. Before long, she found herself transported to the immortal peaks of Penglai. At the mountain's base, she learned the rules. Her gaze swept around, as if in search of someone. However, no one was in sight. They must be atop the first mountain, she mused. Calculating the time, she deduced that Su Chen had undoubtedly reached the summit of the first mountain. The primary reason being that the announcements from the immortal peaks were inaudible to warriors in other areas of Penglai. Otherwise, she would not have assumed that Su Chen was still at the first mountain's peak. At that moment, however, Su Chen was already at the summit of the third mountain, diligently practicing. With the system and the scriptures deciphered, he had no need to worry about such matters. His sole focus was on cultivation. Time continued to pass. In the deep of night, an announcement resonated. Congratulations, Su Chen has successfully deciphered and cultivated the scriptures of the third immortal steel. Reward, Blade Dao Fruit 99. The scriptures of the third immortal steel had also been conquered. After his cultivation, Su Chen felt an invigorating energy coursing through him, his physique undergoing a miraculous transformation. This change bore no relation to his equipment's combat prowess. Continuing onward, Su Chen glanced up at the night sky. Sleep eluded him. Furthermore, time was of the essence. He could not afford any delays. He subsequently mounted the Azure Phoenix and soared towards the summit of the fourth mountain. Was it that simple? The third steel had already been completed. At this very moment, at the peak of the first mountain, before the immortal steel, Manhwaedit was engrossed in the scriptures inscribed upon it. To her, the scriptures resembled an ancient tome, difficult to comprehend. Despite her extensive reading, she found herself grappling with the text. Just then, she heard the voice of the weapon spirit announcing that Su Chen had completed the scriptures of the third immortal steel. In an instant, doubt crept into her mind. Was it truly that simple? If so, how had he already completed the third steel scriptures? Yet, she struggled even to decipher these scriptures. Could it be that the scriptures we viewed were different? 3 full hours passed before Manhwaedit finally grasped the scriptures of the first immortal steel, and it took her an additional 3 hours to fully comprehend it. By the time she completed the cultivation of the first immortal steel, 9 hours had elapsed. This meant she had spent 15 hours on the first steel. Congratulations. Manhwaedit has successfully deciphered the scriptures of the first immortal steel. Reward, Ice Wind Fruit 99. The voice of the weapon's spirit echoed, announcing her success in deciphering the first steel scriptures. The reward was also a fruit, albeit one with attributes aligned with Manhwaedit's innate talents. How splendid. The Ice Wind Fruit will serve me immensely, she thought, overjoyed. Congratulations, Su Chen has successfully deciphered the scriptures of the fourth immortal steel. Reward, Hammer Dao Fruit 99. Just as she received her reward, the voice of the weapon's spirit resounded once more, this time announcing Su Chen's success in deciphering the scriptures of the fourth steel. How impressive. Manhwaedit felt a blend of admiration and curiosity, yet not a trace of jealousy. She genuinely rejoiced for Su Chen. On this day at Kyoto University, numerous mentors and the principal awaited at the Array Plaza. Today marked the return of students who had ventured into the perilous dungeon. Each student who entered this perilous realm was an unparalleled prodigy. The loss of even one would be a tremendous blow. A total of 11 had entered the perilous level, with 2 embarking on the catastrophe level. The catastrophe level bore no date, meaning there was no definitive timeline, even if they returned alive. One could not ascertain when that would be. Today, however, was undoubtedly the day for the return of those from the perilous level. If they did not return today, it would imply they had perished within the dungeon. As time ticked away, at 9:20 a.m., several beams of light appeared in the sky. The lights dove toward the ground, and as they landed, the brilliance faded, revealing human figures. The transport concluded. 1 prodigy, 2, 3, 7. Only 7 returned. Upon seeing the number, the mentors and principal turned their gazes skyward, hoping for more to emerge. Yet, after waiting a while, the sky remained eerily silent, signifying that no one else would return. Of the 9 prodigies who entered the perilous level, only 7 had returned. The mentors, Long Hao and Chen Feiyong, would not be coming back. One unparalleled talent spoke to the mentors, his voice trembling. It was evident that he was still haunted by the horrors of the dungeon, underscoring just how terrifying the perilous level truly was. And what of the catastrophe level? Well, it is fortunate that you could return safely. Please proceed to the lounge. I have a few questions for you, and you may submit your dungeon report tomorrow. The principal consoled the returning students, though inwardly he felt a deep sorrow. However, the events have transpired, and lamentation serves no purpose. Moreover, becoming a warrior entails the inevitability of casualties. Indeed, the 7 students nodded in agreement, each returning to their respective mentors. Mentor, has my brother returned? Compared to the other 6, Luo Xing'er exhibited a remarkable composure. Or perhaps, within the perilous realm of the extreme dungeon, her performance and results had been the most exceptional, given her SSS level talent and her experience of rampaging alongside Su Chen. Not to mention possessing a unique piece of equipment capable of summoning the Thunder Sacred Beast. In the extreme dungeon, she had essentially cruised through. At present, her foremost concern was whether her brother had returned. As for the calamity level, that would not occur so swiftly. Song Shiyu chuckled softly. It certainly won't be that quick. After all, that is the legendary calamity level dungeon, where the odds of survival are 10-fold against 1. Whether he can return remains uncertain, she mused, though she would never utter words of despair. Luo Xing'er nodded. Indeed, calamity level. However, my brother's strength and fortune are extraordinary. He has also traversed the calamity level. At the peak of the 5th mountain, midday, Su Chen stood as motionless as a statue, remaining in this state for nearly a day. Although he appeared like an unmoving figure, the mountain's body exuded a mysterious force that continuously flowed into Su Chen, cleansing his body and inducing subtle transformations. These changes were imperceptible, yet undeniably real. After an indeterminate period, the mysterious energy could no longer penetrate Su Chen's being, as if he had reached a saturation point. Congratulations, Su Chen has successfully deciphered the scriptures of the 6th celestial steel. Reward, Universal Fruit X99. At last, Su Chen had triumphed over the trials of the 6th mountain, mastering the scriptures inscribed upon the 6th celestial steel and earning his reward. This time, it was indeed a fruit, albeit a universal one. The 6th mountain, time was of the essence. He needed to hasten to the 7th mountain. Su Chen opened his eyes, and in a flicker, he ascended onto the back of the Qingluo divine bird, urging it to soar toward the summit of the 7th mountain. Simultaneously, he retrieved bottled water and provisions from the elemental realm, consuming them to make the most of every fleeting moment. His objective was the peak of the 9th mountain, to unravel the scriptures of the 9th celestial steel and discover the essence of the celestial language. What exactly is the celestial language? Chapter 54. The fusion of the 9 celestial steel. I become an immortal, suppressing all under heaven. Let us commence. Upon arriving at the summit of the 6th mountain aboard the Qingluo divine bird, Su Chen had replenished himself and restored his peak condition. His gaze fell upon the towering celestial steel, and he seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, awaiting the system's scan. Scanning. Scan successful. Swiftly, the system completed its analysis, and the interpretations were revealed. After a brief observation of the virtual screen, Su Chen began his cultivation. Drawing from prior experience, he soon entered a state of focused practice. In truth, from the scriptures of the earlier celestial steels, it became apparent that the scriptures inscribed upon the 9 celestial steels constituted a methodology of cultivation, albeit divided into 9 segments, each etched onto a celestial steel. Having mastered the 5th segment, he rapidly entered the zone for the 6th. A day passed. Congratulations. Su Chen has successfully deciphered the scriptures of the 6th celestial steel. Reward, Universal Fruit X222. After a little over a day's effort, he had successfully cultivated the scriptures of the 6th celestial steel, with the reward once again being the universal fruit, this time doubled in quantity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without the slightest pause, Su Chen continued his ascent on the Qingluo divine bird toward the summit of the 7th mountain. While he journeyed, Manhwaedit successfully cultivated the scriptures of the 2nd celestial steel. Upon hearing the announcement from the artifact spirit, Manhwaedit could only feel a sense of awe. Only through personal experience could one grasp the difficulty of such cultivation. Meanwhile, Su Chen had astonishingly completed the scriptures of the 6th celestial steel in such a brief span. On the 4th day, Su Chen successfully deciphered the scriptures of the 7th celestial steel. Reward, Universal Fruit X333. On the 7th day, Su Chen accomplished the same feat with the 8th celestial steel. Reward, Universal Fruit X444. The 11th day arrived. Nightfall. Su Chen had been seated cross-legged at the peak of the 9th mountain for 4 days, utterly motionless. The mountain's enigmatic power continuously flowed into him, as though he were an insatiable black hole, devouring the boundless mysterious energy. Buzz. At that moment, the 1st mountain, the 1st celestial steel, erupted with an unparalleled radiance, shooting straight into the heavens. The formerly dark night sky was illuminated by this extraordinary light, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that swept across millions of miles. Buzz. Soon after, the second celestial steel followed suit. Buzz. The third celestial steel. Buzz. The fourth celestial steel. The fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth celestial steels, all erupted with magnificent light. Gradually, the 9 celestial steels ascended into the sky, radiating brilliant, multicolored luminescence, ultimately swirling in the air above the 9th mountain. The 9 celestial steels formed a circular formation. Spinning rapidly, gradually, they transformed into beams of light, creating a luminous halo in their rotation. This spectacle was nothing short of extraordinary. The illustrious figures atop the Panglai Immortal Mountain, including Inhajin and several other exceptional warriors, were left astounded. They found themselves unable to continue their cultivation without the celestial steels. Even with the steels, the commotion was too great for them to concentrate on their practice. What could this possibly mean? Such a mesmerizing sight. Could it be that he has successfully cultivated the 9th celestial steel as well? It appears he is about to merge the 9 celestial steels. Truly, he is an unprecedented prodigy. The formidable beings upon the Panglai Immortal Mountain gazed in awe at the resplendent light and the halo suspended in the heavens, their astonishment reaching new heights. They were merely at the first or second mountains, while Su Chen had already ascended to the 9th, evidently having deciphered the scriptures of the 9th celestial steel and was in the process of merging them. The disparity was beyond description. Hiss, hiss. At the pinnacle of the 9th mountain, Su Chen opened his eyes, gazing at the 9 celestial steels revolving above. In that moment, he remained tranquil, observing the spectacle above with a serene demeanor. 4. He had thoroughly mastered the scriptures of the 9 celestial monuments and cultivated to a certain extent, rendering him impervious to the state of the celestial monuments hovering above. At this moment, the 9 celestial monuments were in the process of merging, revealing their true essence. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 celestial monuments spun rapidly, stirring the winds and clouds of this realm. Simultaneously, Su Chen gradually discerned a connection forming between himself and the 9 celestial monuments. They felt as if they were an integral part of his being. This sensation was simply extraordinary. As time passed, the 9 celestial monuments unveiled their authentic forms. Initially resembling stone tablets, they now shimmered with chaotic gold. Furthermore, they had expanded to an imposing 300 meters in length, 200 meters in width, and 3,000 meters in height, exuding an aura capable of suppressing all existence. Together, the 9 celestial monuments intensified this overwhelming pressure, assaulting both sight and soul. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the moments slipped by, it felt as though the very essence of the Panglai Immortal Realm was being devoured by the 9 celestial monuments, causing the 1st through 9th peaks to tremble as if they were on the verge of soaring into the sky. Panglai Immortal Mountain, scripture fusion successful. All must evacuate swiftly. In the sky, the voice of the artifact spirit resounded as a warning. In truth, even without the spirit's admonition, the powerful beings atop Panglai Mountain would have to flee, for the circumstances before them suggested imminent destruction. To remain was tantamount to courting death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, several prodigious experts hastened down the mountain, striving to escape before the annihilation of Panglai Mountain. Rumble, rumble. The Panglai Immortal Mountain quaked, the space trembling and fracturing. Boundless thunder shattered the void. This scene was akin to the apocalypse. Just then, atop the 9th peak, Su Chen felt the gravitational pull of the 9 celestial monuments, propelling his body swiftly toward them until he hovered at their very center. The 9 celestial monuments circled around him, catalyzing a transformation of his physique, an elevation of his essence, and a metamorphosis of his understanding. At an indeterminate moment, a cracking sound emanated from the Panglai Immortal Mountain, as the vast expanse of the mountain rose from the ground, shining in harmony with the 9 celestial monuments. In essence, the 9 celestial monuments were the core of the Panglai Immortal Mountain. Words of the immortals manifest. In the void, the voice of the artifact spirit echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Su Chen's spirit surged. He had always been unaware of the true nature of the words of the immortals. At last, they had manifested. However, when he beheld them, an epiphany washed over him. The inscriptions on the 9 celestial monuments, which had originally been scriptures, coalesced into a single phrase. I am the immortal, destined to suppress all worlds. These mere 9 words, yet they struck Su Chen with an endless spiritual impact. Each word resonated with the laws of the universe. I am the immortal, destined to suppress all worlds. Su Chen, almost instinctively, voiced these 9 words. Suddenly, the 9 celestial monuments erupted in unparalleled radiance, and the Panglai Immortal Mountain unleashed a force of annihilation. The blinding brilliance and destructive power were sufficient to reduce this realm to nothingness. Moreover, he realized he had completely grasped the Panglai Immortal Mountain and the 9 celestial monuments. As he felt the power of destruction, Su Chen's heart trembled. At this moment, he finally comprehended the essence of the words of the immortals. Striving to control the force of annihilation, he understood that should this power erupt, All humanity within the Penglai immortal realm would be rendered to nothingness. The fate of others was inconsequential, but among them was his classmate, Inhajin. After a prolonged effort, Chen managed to restrain the imminent force of destruction. Whoosh, whoosh. Upon mastering this force, the 9 celestial monuments and the Penglai immortal mountain underwent rapid transformation. Chapter 55. The 9 celestial monuments, divine attributes. The impending force of annihilation was subdued. The 9 celestial monuments and the Penglai immortal mountain were currently experiencing profound changes. The 9 celestial monuments rapidly diminished in size, and the Penglai immortal mountain also shrank swiftly. Within mere seconds, the 9 celestial monuments were reduced to a height of only 1 meter, circling around Chen, while the Penglai immortal mountain transformed into a diminutive hill, resembling an antique replica found in a collector's shop. Yet, this mountain exuded an air of mystery. Chen began to inspect the 9 celestial monuments that revolved around him. Name: Chaos Creation Celestial Monument, Divine Chaos. Rarity: Unique. Attributes: Colorful Chaos. Combat Power: 1, 888, 888. Details: The Chaos Creation Celestial Monument was birthed from the primordial chaotic universe, not classified as equipment, but capable of bestowing its master with 1, 888, 888 base combat power, merging seamlessly without the need for wearing it. Divine Trait 1. Utilizing 1 celestial monument in battle doubles overall strength, employing 2 celestial monuments quadruples it, and so forth. Divine Trait 2. When facing destructive attacks, the 9 celestial monuments automatically shield the user and activate absolute defense, rendering them impervious to 100 of attack damage. Divine Trait 3. Uttering "I am the Immortal," destined to suppress all worlds, activates the 9 celestial monuments and the Penglai immortal mountain, unleashing the power to suppress all worlds. Upon reading the information regarding the celestial monuments, Chen was taken aback. The significance of these 9 celestial monuments was immense. Moreover, they were not mere equipment, rather, they were the Chaos Creation Celestial Monuments, which did not require wearing, as they had already fused with him. Although not classified as equipment, they nonetheless augmented his base combat power by 1, 888, 888. The attributes were not merely ordinary descriptors, they were referred to as divine traits. 3 divine traits, each one astonishingly formidable. The true nature of the words of the immortals was revealed to be overwhelmingly dominant. Chen marveled at this revelation. Thus, he continued to examine the Penglai immortal mountain. Name: Penglai immortal mountain, divine chaos. Rarity: Unique. Attributes: Colorful chaos. Combat power: 1, 888, 888. Details: Birth from the Sea of Chaos, a place where many immortals attain enlightenment, not classified as equipment, but capable of bestowing its master with 1, 888. 888 base combat power, merging seamlessly without the need for wearing it. Note: When united with the Chaos Creation Celestial Monument, its might can suppress all worlds. Note: The Chaos Creation Celestial Monument and Penglai Immortal Mountain will grow alongside their master. This Penglai Immortal Mountain was immensely powerful, however, it did not appear independently, as it had already merged with the Chaos Creation Celestial Monument. Hence, it lacked divine traits. Chen gazed upon the 9 celestial monuments and the Penglai Immortal Mountain. With a mere thought, the 9 celestial monuments and the Penglai Mountain vanished from sight. Though their whereabouts were unknown, Chen could distinctly sense their presence. Perhaps, the 9 celestial monuments and the Penglai Mountain had become an integral part of his being. Congratulations, Chen has successfully merged the scriptures of the celestial monuments. Reward: Universal Fruit X 999. Reward: Universal Immortal Fruit X 99. In the heavens, the voice of the artifact spirit resonated once more. Chen, intrigued, pondered the whereabouts of this enigmatic spirit. The Penglai Immortal Realm has concluded ahead of schedule. Teleportation will commence in 15 minutes. At this moment, Chen perceived the artifact spirit's voice growing faint, as if it were on the verge of extinguishing. It was over. The surplus slots were inconsequential now. As he heard the announcement, Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. It was indeed the end. However, what to do about the 2 extra slots? He dismissed the thought. He had already claimed the celestial monuments and the Penglai Mountain, so what did it matter? As for the other formidable beings within the Penglai Immortal Realm, the difference between an early conclusion and a timely one was negligible. Even if they were granted additional time, they could not vanquish the aberrant beasts and their kings. Death was merely a matter of time. Not far from the Penglai Mountain, the hair of Inhajin was drenched in sweat. Just moments ago, she had fled from the Penglai Mountain with all her might, but to no avail. Her speed had proved insufficient to escape the impending destruction. However, she observed a remarkable occurrence. As the Penglai Mountain was about to unleash annihilation upon the world, the force of destruction ceased. From a distance, she witnessed Chen exerting all his efforts to control the powers of the 9 celestial monuments and the Penglai Mountain. She understood that Chen was concerned for her life. Simultaneously, she realized that had she not been present in the Penglai immortal realm, Su Chen would have allowed the forces of destruction to obliterate it without hesitation. The words of the immortals were undeniably potent. Hujing, feeling utterly drained, sat upon the ground, awaiting the arrival of the teleportation. This calamity had finally reached its conclusion. Time passed, second by second. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a quarter of an hour, 7 or 8 beams of light appeared in the sky, the lights of teleportation. The beams descended, enveloping the strong individuals who had secured their slots. Subsequently, the beams whisked them away from the Penglai immortal realm. At the very moment they were teleported away, the Penglai immortal realm began to collapse, plunging the entire world into destruction. 20 days had elapsed. At Kyoto University, the plaza of the magical formation, a place typically devoid of visitors, was only frequented when dungeons were activated. Yet, during these days, Nangongxian visited 4 or 5 times daily, yearning to see if Su Chen and Hujing had returned from teleportation. As time dragged on, her heart grew increasingly anxious, fearing they may have perished. After all, it was a calamity-level endeavor. I hope you both returned safely. Nangongxian sat on a chair beneath the awning, gazing at the magical formation's location, her mind wandering. She glanced at the time. It was time for class. Moreover, this moment had already surpassed the designated entry time for the dungeon. Rising, she prepared to depart for her classroom, where there were still 28 students waiting. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom. Just then, ominous thunder rumbled in the sky, heralding an impending storm. Instinctively, Nangongxian looked up. Upon witnessing the spectacle above, her expression transformed. 2 streaks of light appeared in the void, with the space behind them disintegrating rapidly. The collapsing space followed closely behind the beams of light. Had those lights been even slightly slower, they would have been reduced to ashes in a world of destruction. Thankfully, the world's inherent power emerged, suppressing the annihilation of space until it vanished entirely. The 2 streaks of light swiftly descended upon the magical formation. As the lights dissipated, 2 figures emerged. Upon seeing these figures, a joyous smile illuminated Nangongxian's face, and she felt an overwhelming urge to leap with excitement. In her heart, she thought, calm, graceful, composed. Yes, one must be elegant and reserved, for she was a mentor at Kyoto University and needed to embody the dignity of her position. Yet, what could she do about her bubbling excitement? Restraint. She inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. Su Chen, Hujing, Nangongxian called out, making the utmost effort to appear composed. Her gaze fixed upon the two, her lips curling into a smile. Her students had successfully navigated the calamity-level dungeon, and both had returned alive. What they had gained was of little significance compared to their survival gains. Surely, one could not return from a calamity-level dungeon without some reward. Mentor, mentor. Su Chen and Hujing greeted their mentor with joy, approaching Nangongxian with enthusiasm. Indeed, returning is what matters most. Nangongxian patted Su Chen on the shoulder, though she had to rise onto her toes to reach him. Height was a disadvantage. Thank you for your concern, mentor. Su Chen and Hujing responded humbly, feeling deeply touched. The first thing upon their return was to see their mentor waiting for them, clearly having anticipated their arrival. The coincidence of her presence indicated that she must have come daily. Finally, we meet, Hujing remarked, turning to Su Chen with a smile, extending her delicate hand. Haha. Su Chen chuckled heartily, shaking her hand. Her small hand was cool and delicate, a pleasant sensation. Did the two of you not encounter one another in the dungeon? Nangongxian observed the interaction between Su Chen and Hujing. Her curiosity piqued. You both chose a dungeon, entered together, and emerged together after a full 20 days. Is it not strange that you did not cross paths? The dungeon is quite an enigma, Hujing replied, her voice crisp and cold yet melodious. Let us rest for now. We shall return home and draft a dungeon report tomorrow. Nangongxian scrutinized the two, confirming their well-being before leading them towards the passage of the magical array, a route that every individual returning from a dungeon must traverse, designed to detect and prevent any foreign entities from infiltrating human ranks. Once they successfully passed the inspection, Nangongxian instructed Su Chen and Hujing to return home and rest, assuring them that the report could wait until the morrow. Farewell, mentor. They waved as they departed the school together. Grandfather, grandmother, I have returned, Su Chen exclaimed as he stepped out of the car upon arriving at Villa No. 9 by the riverside. Little Chen, you're back. Let me have a look at you. Oh dear, you've lost so much weight, Lan exclaimed as she opened the door, her face lighting up upon seeing her beloved grandson. Following her was Su Jingtian, who leaned on his cane as usual. Very well, Su Jingtian remarked, casting a satisfied glance at Su Chen and nodding approvingly. That is quite a feat. Though his demeanor was calm, he was internally elated. His grandson had returned twice from a disaster-level dungeon. How could he not feel joy and excitement? Do not linger here. Quickly, take a shower and change your clothes. Then come down for dinner, Lan urged, guiding Su Chen towards the living room and eventually directing him to his room to freshen up. Meanwhile, she began instructing the servants to prepare the meal. This child has grown so much, Su Jingtian sighed softly, falling into deep contemplation as he settled onto the sofa. Have Su Chun and In Hajin returned? Where are they? In the principal's office, Nangong Xian informed the principal of Su Chun and In Hajin's return. Upon hearing the news, the principal was filled with exuberance. Peking University is one of the top 10 prestigious institutions in the Great Xia Empire, consistently ranking among the top 3. However, this does not imply that Peking University is the very best in all of Great Xia. Furthermore, there exist the Western and European empires, each harboring their own formidable champions and prodigies. The competition among universities is fierce, driven not just by reputation, but by tangible resources as well. The stronger the institution, the more resources it garners from the human alliance. In recent years, Peking University had felt immense pressure, leaving the principal at a loss for solutions. However, a while back, a student from Peking University had achieved the top rank on the Great Xia Empire's leaderboard, providing a brief respite of joy. Yet, this student had chosen to enter a disaster-level dungeon. Additionally, another SSS-level prodigy had also ventured into the same perilous realm. As time passed, the principal's heart sank further. Resigned to the belief that these two prodigies would not return, a devastating loss for Peking University. Yet now, Nangong Xian announced that both students had indeed returned from the disaster-level dungeon. What an honor this was. Principal, I have verified their condition. They are unscathed, albeit somewhat fatigued. I allowed them to return home to rest, and will have them draft the dungeon report tomorrow, Nangong Xian stated proudly, her voice resonating freely in the presence of the principal. Excellent. Truly excellent. The principal beamed. Their return is a blessing. The rewards from a disaster-level dungeon must be significant, and their growth will undoubtedly accelerate. Soon, Peking University will boast 2 exceptional powerhouses. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, the focus was on selecting elite students to participate in the upcoming Tianjiao battle, a competition among global universities to vie for ranking supremacy. The higher the rank, the greater the prestige and resources obtained, along with substantial rewards for the students. Principal, each university is allowed 10 participants. Su Chun and In Hajin will join. Is that acceptable? Nangong Xian inquired, ardently recommending her students. Of course, this recommendation stemmed from their undeniable excellence. She would not jeopardize the school's reputation for personal gain. Su Chun is certainly qualified. As for In Hajin, let us assess her performance tomorrow. If she meets the criteria, I shall permit both to participate. Notably, the Western Empire has 2 formidable prodigies, the principal articulated. Without hesitation, he agreed to Su Chen's inclusion, acknowledging his status as the top-ranked student in the Great Xia Empire. The combat footage from the virtual world had showcased Su Chen's extraordinary marksmanship, nearly at the 7th tier, making him a valuable asset for Peking University. However, he could not guarantee In Hajin's capabilities, given that her entry into the legendary dungeon was based on her ranking on the Tianjiao list. Nonetheless, her return from the disaster-level dungeon indicated her formidable strength. The principal decided to wait until tomorrow to assess In Hajin closely. Very well. I will examine the performances of Su Chun and In Hajin tomorrow, Nangong Xian affirmed with a nod, exiting the principal's office with anticipation. How much progress had these 2 young talents made? Chapter 57, Luo Tianxiang. This task appears simple, yet it is a deadlock without resolution. At Villanelle, 9 by the riverside. In the afternoon, after Su Chen finished bathing and changing clothes, he had dinner and retreated to his room to sleep. Having gone without rest for over 10 days at Penglai Immortal Mountain, he felt no fatigue during the ordeal, but now, after relaxing, he was quite exhausted. Oh, a brief nap of more than an hour should suffice, Luo Xinger thought to herself as she tiptoed into Su Chen's room, opening the door quietly. Upon seeing Su Chun soundly asleep on the bed, she mused softly. Grandma Murong said my brother has been sleeping since 10 this morning. By now, he has been asleep for 5 hours. She must have had enough sleep. Brother, it's time to wake up, Luo Xinger softly called out as she approached the bedside. Subsequently, she reached out to pull Su Chun. This action was executed with remarkable familiarity, undoubtedly due to countless repetitions. Earlier that morning, she had overheard Nangong Xian mention Su Chen's return, which filled her with unparalleled joy. Thus, right after school, she rushed to Villa number 9, where she enjoyed lunch and then endured the passage of time. Unable to withstand the wait any longer, she decided to wake Su Chun. A nightmare. This is a nightmare. The position is wrong. Let me sleep more. Su Chun was roused from slumber, rubbing his eyes, and, upon seeing Luo Xinger, muttered to himself. As he spoke, he was tempted to drift back into sleep. Humph. Brother, is it a nightmare just because you see me? Wake up, Luo Xinger huffed, puffing out her cheeks as she tugged at Su Chen's hand, as if attempting to haul him out of bed. Hey, you go out first, Su Chen said, sitting up helplessly, with Luo Xinger's gaze fixed upon him. How could he possibly return to sleep? After a few hours of rest, he felt rejuvenated. It was clear he could not continue sleeping. He needed to rise to face her and could always return to slumber later that night. All right then, hurry up. Luo Xinger released her grip and skipped out of the room, heading downstairs. As she exited, she reminded Su Chun, don't forget. Got it, Su Chen replied, quickly dressing and making his way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted his grandparents, as well as Luo Tianxiang and Su Yunji. Additionally, there was an extraordinarily beautiful woman present. The sight of this stunning lady brought a smile to Su Chen's face. Sister, he greeted, delighted. After nearly 2 years apart, he noticed that she had grown even more radiant. Little Chen, look how much you've grown, Luo Bingqing remarked, a gentle smile gracing her exquisite features. Her demeanor matched her name. Proud and aloof, she exuded an air of detachment, akin to an ethereal goddess unblemished by worldly affairs, normally reserved and seldom smiling. Her current expression was a testament to her happiness. Grandfather, grandmother, Su Chen greeted Luo Tianxiang and Su Yunji, feeling a bit awkward for addressing Luo Bingqing before the elders. Kid, you're doing quite well. Luo Tianxiang, with his boisterous personality, was fond of Su Chen, treating him like his own grandson. Learning of Su Chen's return from the calamity level, he felt immense joy. After all, this family had come together twice, both times. Su Chen had returned safely from the brink of disaster. What did that signify? It was nothing short of miraculous, a true prodigy. Thank you, grandfather. Just luck, really. Su Chen humbly replied. As he spoke, he settled onto the sofa beside Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing, the 3 younger generations gathered together. So, what were the differences between this calamity level and the last? Luo Tianxiang inquired eagerly. This young man had awakened and ventured into 2 instances of the calamity level. Both times, he had chosen the most perilous path. It was well known that calamity levels represented destruction and death, a near certain demise. Yet, Su Chen navigated them with ease. Who could he discuss this with? Well, regarding the 2 calamity levels, how should I put it? The one in Jiangsheng was the novice stage, whereas this one was from the university's legendary instance. In terms of difficulty, if we align it with the martial artist level and strength, there isn't a significant difference. The strength level and the instance corresponded directly. However, in my personal view, I found the calamity level at Kyoto University to be somewhat easier, with simpler tasks, of course. This is considering absolute strength. Without it, both calamity levels posed a lethal threat, Su Chen articulated at a leisurely pace, sharing his experiences and analyses while selectively concealing certain details. What about the tasks in this calamity level? Luo Tianxiang persisted, his curiosity piqued. This instance, based on my classmates' descriptions, was quite complicated. The tasks were as follows. Within the instance, there would emerge 999 ordinary beasts, ranging from levels 5 to 9, alongside 99 beast kings. Slaying ordinary beasts might yield diamonds and king's equipment, while defeating beast kings guaranteed exclusives. Collecting 5 sets of diamonds or 5 sets of king's gear earned a spot, a ticket to safely exit the instance. I thought I was in for a windfall. But after flying around for days, I encountered not a single beast. Eventually, I found a horde, 111 ordinary beasts and 1 beast king in a single group. Over the course of nearly 10 days, I encountered 3 waves of beasts. However, the spirit refused to let me continue my slaughter and teleported me to the final task, which was optional, a sort of bonus, and I completed it. Su Chen recounted the instance's tasks, infused with a hint of exasperation. If only the spirit had played fair, I might have secured 1 or 2 exclusives. Thankfully, I was teleported to Pinglai Immortal Mountain in advance. Otherwise, I might not have been able to attain that either. The task seemed straightforward, yet it was truly a deadlock without resolution. Strength aside, anyone with even a hint of bad luck could perish within. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianxiang was astounded by the peculiar distribution of the beasts. 111 ordinary beasts paired with a single beast king, divided into 99 groups. Finding a single group in such a vast instance was no small feat. Even if one did locate a group, facing a horde of beasts alongside a beast king was tantamount to delivering oneself to slaughter. Sister, I have an equipment piece for you that will suit you perfectly. Su Chen suddenly thought of something. Equipment was precious. While he could sell it for gold or trade it for something useful to him, it seemed unnecessary. After all, his family was of utmost importance. Oh, then thank you. Little Chen, Luo Bingqing exclaimed, her joy evident. Regardless of the tier of equipment, she cherished it dearly, for it was a gift from Su Chen. Curiosity welled within her. What manner of equipment could it be? Chapter 58. Inventory of Gains, the Extraordinary Universal Immortal Fruit. Upon hearing that Su Chen intended to present Luo Bingqing with equipment, an overwhelming curiosity enveloped everyone. After all, this equipment originated from the legendary disaster-level dungeon, and it was bound to be exceptional. In an instant, all eyes turned to Su Chen, eager to discern the nature of the equipment. With a flicker of his consciousness, Su Chen summoned an item from his spatial ring. As it materialized, it radiated a dazzling array of colors, its brilliance nearly blinding. The equipment then hovered gracefully before Su Chen. Following that, his consciousness propelled the item towards Luo Bingqing, a weapon specifically tailored for her. Witnessing this resplendent weapon, everyone was utterly astonished. Such exclusivity was exceedingly rare, especially in the form of a weapon. Soon, Luo Tianqi and the others began to examine the weapon's attributes. As they perused the stat descriptions, their expressions shifted dramatically, and Luo Bingqing was nearly beside herself with excitement, almost leaping from joy. The icebound staff, crafted entirely for her. Although she possessed a high level and extraordinary talent, she had only one exclusive piece of equipment, a mere ordinary diamond-grade weapon. Each time she ventured into dungeons or engaged in trials, she dreamt of acquiring an exclusive weapon. Yet, the harshness of reality had thwarted her hopes. Little did she expect that Su Chen would gift her an exclusive weapon, one she had longed for. What astonished her even further was that this weapon was not merely exclusive, it bore the sacred suffix, elevating its status to an entirely new echelon. It was an eye-opening experience, the likes of which she had never encountered before. Luo Tianqi sighed, his eyes brimming with envy. After living so many years, he had never laid eyes on such remarkable attributes. Is this considered a sacred artifact? Luo Bingqing inquired, glancing at her grandfather. Name, Icebound Staff, Sacred Exclusive. Grade, Unranked. Attributes, Multicolored. Combat Power, 555555. Effect 1. Increases ice damage by 400. Effect 2. Grants 50 immunity to fire damage. Effect 3. Defense increases by 300 upon being attacked. Effect 4. Attack speed increases by 50. Effect 540 chance to unleash a rain of ice spikes upon attack, covering an area of 300 by 300 by 300 meters. The sheer increase in combat power would double her strength, 555,555 combat power. Each of the 5 attributes was extraordinary. Unbelievable, Luo Tianqi muttered through gritted teeth. How could he possess such an extraordinary weapon? Alas, the beast kings encountered were too few, otherwise, it would have been different. Su Chen, with an apologetic expression, remarked. The monsters I faced were scarce. Out of 99, I only managed to slay 3. Damn it. You've truly outdone yourself, Luo Tianqi responded, momentarily stunned by Su Chen's demeanor. He then stood up and strode towards the villa's exit, exclaiming, this is infuriating. The disparity is maddening. Thank you, Su Chen. Luo Bingqing joyfully tucked her weapon away. At a loss for words. Come now, you needn't be so formal, Su Chen replied. By the way, in a while, I shall take you to the outer battlefield. What do you say? Luo Bingqing's eyes sparkled as she turned to Su Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Truth be told, she yearned to pull Su Chen along to the outer battlefield immediately. The outer battlefield? Sounds splendid. When shall we depart? Su Chen inquired, his enthusiasm palpable. He was keen on carnage, for it would allow him to elevate his prowess swiftly. Moreover, he harbored a glimmer of hope that his parents, missing in the outer battlefield, might still be alive. He had long awaited the opportunity to venture there in search of them, perhaps in half a month. The Global Student Exchange Conference is about to commence, is it not? Once it concludes, we shall head to the outer battlefield, Luo Bingqing explained. The exchange conference? Is it of great importance? Su Chen asked. Indubitably. It is a showdown among the world's elite prodigies, pivotal for the school's reputation and resources. It serves as a significant trial for growth. Each university has 10 slots, and you should have one as well, Luo Bingqing elaborated. As a student of Kyoto University and a citizen of the Great Xia Empire, it was imperative for her to strive for the glory of both. However, she refrained from delving into specifics regarding the conference, as the school would provide further details later. Subsequently, apart from Luo Tianqi, Luo Bingqing, Luo Xing, and Su Yunji gathered for dinner, leaving only later in the evening. Good night, grandfather and grandmother. As night fell at 9 o'clock, Su Chen bid farewell to his grandparents and ascended to his room to catch up on sleep. Naturally, he needed to account for the spoils acquired in the Penglai fairyland. This time, the bounty was bountiful. Lying in bed, the task of organizing and tallying the gains was promptly managed by the system. Although rich in rewards, the system efficiently compiled the statistics. A comprehensive list materialized on the virtual screen. Spear fruits, 99 pieces. Sword fruits, 99 pieces. Blade fruits, 99 pieces. Hammer fruits, 99 pieces. Universal fruits, 2097. Universal immortal fruits, 99. These rewards were obtained atop Penglai Mountain, all being fruits. Bronze grade, 2,764 pieces. Silver grade, 2,710 pieces. Gold grade, 1,001 pieces. Diamond grade, 323 pieces. Honor, 211 pieces. King's grade, 446 pieces. These items were acquired from the hunting of exotic beasts, encompassing white, red, and gold tiers. The diamond, honor, and king's grades each boasted hundreds of pieces, which was to be expected, as the exotic beasts he hunted were of the 5th to 9th tiers. Naturally, high-tier beasts yielded higher-grade equipment. System, please organize the perfect sets. Su Chen commanded the system. Assemble the equipment of each grade into sets. Sell off any surplus. Next, Su Chen examined the uses of the fruits. Spear fruits. Enhance the talent for the spear profession. Each use increases proficiency by 30, with a maximum limit of 10 uses per individual. The same applies to sword fruits, blade fruits, and hammer fruits, each increasing proficiency by 30, with a cap of 10 uses. The mastery of level 30 is not the most extraordinary feat. Rather, the most remarkable aspect lies in the ability to enhance one's class through innate talents. The universal fruit, capable of augmenting the innate talents of any profession. Each use elevates the current class by 30 mastery points, with a limit of 10 fruits per individual. This universal fruit functions similarly to the sword path and spear path, but is applicable to any vocation. The celestial fruit, capable of enhancing the innate talents of any profession above the heavenly tier. Each use increases the current class by 50 mastery points, effectively breaking through the 9th tier to ascend to the heavenly tier, with a limit of 3 fruits per individual. The celestial fruit is indeed more astonishing than others, designed to elevate professions beyond the heavenly tier. The heavenly tier refers to those above the 9th tier. Every profession has its 9th tier, followed by the heavenly tier. It was unexpected that such fruits would possess such extraordinary capabilities, Chen mused. Each of these fruits presents a fatal temptation for all martial artists. This time, the dungeon yielded significant rewards. The Penglai Immortal Mountain and the 9 Immortal Monuments are beyond reproach. Subsequently, Chen returned to the main panel of the virtual light screen. Curious about the current state of his combat power. How formidable had he become? Chapter 59. Exclusive Radiant Ring. Total combat power of 25,860,000. Upon returning to the virtual light screen, Chen remembered that he had yet to check his equipment. Indeed, he still possessed an exclusive Radiant Ring. This exclusive item must be equipped, and moreover, was there not a perfect level King-S equipment within the elemental realm? That too needed to be replaced. With these changes, would not his combat power become even more terrifying? Upon inspection, the details were as follows. Name, Radiant Ring, exclusive. Grade, unranked. Attributes, multicolored. Combat power, 88, 888. Effect 1, poison resistance 100. Effect 2, increases flame damage by 200 upon attack. Effect 3, increases attack speed by 50. Effect 4, immunity to negative emotions 100. This piece of equipment is a standard exclusive item. Standard, yet in comparison to the Qing Luo Radiant World, it is extraordinarily formidable against ordinary equipment. After donning this ring, he proceeded to replace all non-exclusive equipment with King-level perfect gear. Oh, the attributes of the King-level perfect gear are astonishing. After Chen equipped them, he took a glance at the King-level perfect gear and was taken aback. The King-level ring boasted a combat power of 200,000 points, while the other King perfect items each added 200,000 combat power. Next, Chen examined the attributes of the Diamond and Glory equipment. The combat power of these items was exceedingly high. To put it succinctly, beginning from the Diamond level, the attributes of equipment are significantly elevated. Now, let us consider only the golden equipment. Bronze, 1,000 points. Silver, 1,800 points. Gold, 6,000 points. Diamond, 20,000 points. Glory, 60,000 points. King, 200,000 points. The higher the equipment level, the more formidable the attributes. It is no wonder that those high-tier martial artists possess significant combat power even without exclusive items. Originally, it was believed that exclusivity was paramount. However, it has now become clear that while exclusivity enhances attributes, ordinary equipment scales higher with levels, thereby yielding greater combat power. After a while, Chen had completed equipping himself. The system displayed, version 10. Name, Chen. Level, 93, 601. Luck, 50,000. Combat power, 25, 863, 752. Mount, Qing Luo Divine Bird. Wealth, 77, 360,000. Skills, Annihilation Spear Technique. Basic, 7th tier 000. Superpower, Endless Domain, SSS, 3rd tier 000. Space, Elemental Realm, SSS, 000. Attribute points, 83, 150, 000. Note, Combat Power, Base Equipment, X Amplification Multiplier. Upon seeing his combat power reach 25, 860, 000. Chen could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Originally at 9, 700, 000, with the addition of King-level equipment and the Radiant Ring, along with the fusion of the 9 Immortal Monuments and the Penglai Immortal Mountain, and considering the 250 from the Elemental Realm and the 140 from the 7th tier of the Spear Path, his combat power had surged to an astonishing 25, 860, 000. Apart from combat power, his attribute points had also reached 83, 150, 000. The dungeon of the Penglai Immortal Realm is indeed formidable. Soaring to new heights, he decided to retire for the night, intending to enhance his space, domain, and spear techniques when time permitted. Chen closed the virtual light screen, feeling somewhat fatigued. With such an abundance of attribute points, he should ideally improve the Elemental Realm, Endless Domain, and Annihilation Spear technique. Yet, fatigue overcame him, and the attribute points would not vanish. There was no rush to enhance himself. After all, he was at home, in a safe environment. The next dungeon or the foreign battlefield awaited, where he would strive for level 100 and elevate the spear path to the heavenly tier. Chen murmured, setting his sights on this goal. The following morning, Chen was roused by Luo Xing'er, a scenario he had long grown accustomed to. He had ceased to wonder why she was up so early. She invariably made her way to his home for school, dragging him from his slumber. Slow down, slow down. Being a girl, one should exercise some modesty, Chen mumbled, rubbing his eyes, still groggy from sleep. Everyone experiences a bit of morning grumpiness. Initially, he too was affected. But since Luo Xing'er had matured, his morning irritability had dissipated. It was unthinkable to strike her. She was so small that a single punch would reduce her to tears. And then he would have to console her. Such thankless labor was something he adamantly avoided. Modesty? This young lady is indeed very modest. Look how elegant I am. Luo Xing'er chimed in, her laughter ringing out as she struck a demure pose, exuding elegance to the utmost degree. Indeed, at home, she could be quite unruly, yet outside, she transformed into a beloved beauty, the school's flower, the object of admiration for numerous talented individuals, a goddess sought, but unattainable. Let us head out, Chen stated. He acknowledged Luo Xing'er's beauty, yet he had grown somewhat immune to such allure. His sister was stunning, an ice goddess. Luo Xing'er was a breathtaking beauty. Inha was also lovely, and his mentor, Nangong Xian, was undeniably beautiful. In truth, he seldom encountered unattractive women. At worst, they were merely ordinary. Such is the nature of one's circle. As you command, she replied. Luo Xing'er made a playful face and descended the stairs, leaving the room. Chen rose from his slumber, freshened up, and donned his attire before heading downstairs. Upon reaching the dining area, he found Luo Xing'er at the table, devouring her breakfast like a little hamster. Where's your sister? Isn't she going to school? Chen inquired as he took a seat across from her. She is also at Kyoto University. She hasn't reached level 100 yet, nor has she completed 4 years, so she still has to continue her studies. She has already gone to school, Luo Xing'er replied. She had left with Luo Bingqing, who drove her to school, while Luo Xing'er came to visit Chen. Xing'er, what level are you at, and what tier are your skills? Chen asked. For the Kyoto University dungeon. She was in the Diamond Dungeon and had chosen the Desperate level, which should yield considerable rewards. I've used the triple experience scroll you gave me. I'm already at level 84. As for my skills, they're only at tier 4, level 77, Luo Xing'er responded. She felt a sense of pride regarding her level. Having reached 84 after just 2 dungeons, yet she felt disheartened when it came to her skills. While tier 4, level 77 is quite impressive for other warriors and prodigies. Especially since she had only awakened for less than 2 months, she still felt a significant gap between herself and her brother and sister. Here, this is for you. 1 every 5 days, Chen said, glancing at Luo Xing'er as he retrieved 3 universal fruits from the spatial realm. He could have given her more, but was concerned that she might consume them too quickly. Although her skill progression was rapid, such unexpected windfalls could diminish her reliance on treasures. Thus he decided to give her just 3 for now, intending to offer more later. What is this? Thank you, brother. You're the best. Luo Xing'er exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the fist-sized fruit. She had never seen such a fruit before. However, she quickly realized it was no ordinary fruit, but a rare treasure. She eagerly took it, examining it closely while expressing her gratitude. Truly a polite and well-mannered child. Chapter 60. The Warrior's version of the soul's triple inquiry. Luo Xing'er's cheeks were puffed as she gazed at the fruit. In no time, she comprehended the information regarding the universal fruit. At that moment, her beautifully delicate features lit up with excitement. No way. Next dungeon, I want to go with you. I never imagined such a marvelous treasure existed in this world. This is incredible. I'll soon reach tier 5 skills. Luo Xing'er exclaimed with enthusiasm. The universal fruit could enhance her vocational talent, and once her talent improved, her skill training would accelerate. Moreover, consuming this fruit would immediately boost her skill proficiency by 30. With tier 4, level 77, plus this 30, she would directly reach tier 5. Then you must work hard. Have you finished eating? Chen emphasized the importance of speed during meals. Anything exceeding 20 minutes was disrespectful towards dining, especially breakfast. Just a moment, Luo Xing'er replied, tucking away the fruit as she continued to eat. In 3 minutes, both exchanged their shoes and left the living room, driving towards the school. Soon, they arrived at the school, and the parking space was vacant. Clearly, Chen Xiao and Chen Xiaofeng had been frightened into submission. After all, Chen's ability to conquer legendary dungeons indicated his formidable strength and talent. The 2 brothers were not fools and naturally refrained from provoking Chen, avoiding him at all costs. Brother, bye? Luo Xing'er waved her tiny hand as she headed towards her classroom. Goodbye, Chen replied with a casual wave, also making his way to class. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed that most of the other students had already arrived. They were fervently discussing the Calamity level dungeon, as the emergence of Inha had left them astonished. After all, she had chosen a Calamity level dungeon. Inha, was the Calamity level dungeon difficult? How did you manage it? I'm truly impressed you survived. I wouldn't even dare to attempt a Desperate level, let alone a Calamity level. What level are you now? Did Su Chen accompany you in the dungeon? Has he returned? The classroom buzzed with excitement, filled with admiration and envy. Surviving a legendary calamity-level dungeon was an honor. And naturally, there would be rewards for such an achievement. Su Chen is here. Su Chen, tell us about the calamity-level dungeon. Enlighten us, they urged. Oh, the instructor has arrived, they noted, greeting Su Chen with enthusiasm. However, as they spoke to him, they noticed that instructor Nangong Xian had also appeared at the classroom door. Instantly, the classroom fell silent, an eerie hush enveloping the space. Such commotion. Have you reached level 50? Are your skills at tier 6? Is your combat power over 1,000,000? Nangong Xian entered the classroom, stepping up to the podium. She cast a sweeping glance over all the students before launching into a warrior's version of the soul's triple inquiry. Her question struck at the very core, leaving 28 out of the 30 students speechless, rendered utterly dumbfounded. The instructor had a penchant for dousing their enthusiasm with cold water. All right, everyone, proceed to the virtual room. Su Chen, Inhajin, follow me to the office, Nangong Xian instructed, nodding in approval at the quiet class. While their talent may have been slightly lacking, they were still relatively obedient. She then assigned the rest to the virtual room, summoning Su Chen and Inhajin to her office, presumably regarding the dungeon report, as they had returned home directly yesterday, without submitting one. In most schools, students were required to write a dungeon report upon returning from a dungeon. This practice facilitated a better understanding of the current dungeon conditions for future adventurers. However, no one had ever returned from a calamity-level dungeon before. Now, with Su Chen and Inhajin back from such a dungeon, their report would be of utmost importance, and the school was keenly interested in the details. As the situation within calamity-level dungeons was of global concern to all warriors, driven by a thirst for the unknown. Before long, Inhajin and Su Chen followed Nangong Xian to her office. You two will write the dungeon report here. I'll take it to the principal later. You need not include any personal secrets. Rather, observe the current dungeon from an outsider's perspective, Nangong Xian instructed Su Chen and Inhajin. She was also curious about how Su Chen and Inhajin accomplished their tasks. However, since it pertained to the secrets of the two, she felt it necessary to offer a word of caution. After all, as their mentor, it was her responsibility to look after them for their own good. Upon hearing this, the two nodded. Subsequently, Nangong Xian exited the office, only to observe the remaining 28 others. Allow me to take over, Inhajin remarked after Nangong Xian left, seeking Su Chen's agreement. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Su Chen replied with a nod. Thereafter, Inhajin composed the dungeon report while Su Chen observed closely. Half an hour later, the report was completed, and both Su Chen and Inhajin affixed their signatures. As they were collaborating on the same dungeon, one report sufficed. Finally back. This year, in the Battle of the Prodigies, we shall decisively crush those inept individuals from the Great Xia. At the Washington University South Array Square, a beam of light swiftly descended to the ground. As it dissipated, a figure emerged, a golden-haired youth with piercing blue eyes and a hawkish nose, exuding an air of cunning and treachery, a common trait among Westerners. His name was Pushi, the foremost prodigy of Washington University. It was said that his talent surpassed the SSS grade, earning him an SSS rating. In the mere span of a month post-awakening, he escalated his level to 90, boasting combat power exceeding 1,000,000, with his skill, Thunderhammer technique, reaching the 7th tier, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. Many exceptional individuals found themselves outmatched by him. Another contributing factor to his supremacy was his mastery of hidden professions and innate celestial techniques. During the previous Battle of the Prodigies, he had fortuitously been engaged in a dungeon, thus missing the event, which left him with profound regret. Therefore, he was resolute to sweep across the competition this time, particularly targeting the prodigies of the Great Xia Empire. Having just emerged from a dire-level dungeon, his level had now reached 100, and his combat prowess and skills were of terrifying magnitude. Pushi, Nangong Xiangming, Chen Beixian, await your fate. In this year's Battle of the Prodigies, you shall serve as my stepping stones. In the European Union, the Royal Academy stood as Europe's pinnacle institution. Even on a global scale, it ranked among the top 5, a testament to its formidable strength. Derek, the unrivaled genius of the Royal Academy, had narrowly lost to a prodigy from Jianghan University in the last Battle of the Prodigies. However, he no longer regarded that prodigy with any significance, setting his sights instead on others who, despite not participating in the previous event, possessed terrifying strength and would undoubtedly become formidable rivals in this round. Well then, this dungeon report is settled. You may return to the classroom. There are still classes to attend this afternoon. By the way, are you familiar with the Battle of the Prodigies? Upon returning to the office, Nangong Xian examined the completed dungeon report written by Inhajin and nodded in satisfaction. Internally, however, she was profoundly shaken. The calamity-level dungeon was indeed terrifying. Had she been in her current state during such an event, survival would have been utterly impossible. Mentor, I am not familiar with the Battle of the Prodigies, Inhajin admitted. Very well, I shall explain it to you shortly. But first, let us return to the classroom. Nangong Xian instructed with a wave of her hand. As they departed the office, the two walked toward the classroom in silence. Yet, an ambiguous atmosphere lingered as In-hajin walked beside him. To break the silence, Chen spoke up. What is your surname? In-he or In-hajin? I am of the In-he lineage. My name is Jean. I also have a younger sister named Lan, In-hajin replied. Her beautiful eyes searching Chan's face for something, though disappointment flickered in her gaze as she found nothing. The surname In-he. This is my first encounter with it, Chen mused, searching his memory. It seemed that in the Great Xia, such a surname was unheard of. Perhaps he was simply uninformed. But what does it matter? It is merely a surname, he concluded. Chen, In-hajin called out, halting her steps. Chen responded. You must grow stronger quickly, she urged. You too, he replied, finding her statement somewhat puzzling, yet he chose not to dwell on it, thinking it merely a common encouragement among classmates. Indeed, I must hasten my growth, he mused in agreement. A peculiar smile graced In-hajin's lovely face as she made a gesture of encouragement, then swiftly stepped ahead, entering the classroom first, leaving behind a faint trail of fragrance. Chen paused to gaze at her retreating figure, momentarily entranced, before entering the classroom himself. Inside, the other students had yet to return, leaving only Chen and In-hajin seated together in the classroom, both silent. After half an hour, Xian and the rest of the students returned to the classroom. Today's lesson focuses on the Tower of Heaven. Have any of you previously encountered knowledge regarding the Tower of Heaven? Xian began her lecture from the podium. No, I have not, replied several students. I have heard of it from my elders, but know little, others chimed in. Only a select few had heard of the Tower of Heaven, but their knowledge was scant. Chen was equally intrigued. What exactly was the Tower of Heaven? It was evident that it was related to martial artists and dungeons. Let us review the classifications of dungeons. The known classifications are bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and legendary. However, the classifications of dungeons extend beyond these few. Our limited knowledge arises from the fact that humanity has only developed these types. Do you know where dungeon resources originate? This is the crux of today's lesson. Dungeon resources are derived from the Tower of Heaven, Xian stated earnestly. As she spoke, she made annotations and notes on the electronic blackboard for the students' ease of recollection. A millennium ago, humanity was in a phase of rapid development. One fateful day, calamity struck, accompanied by the invasion of otherworldly beasts, leading to catastrophic devastation. It was then that the Tower of Heaven emerged, bestowing fundamental cultivation knowledge that transformed the world's former worldview into what we recognize today. Awakening and gaining strength all began with the Tower of Heaven. Prodigies ventured forth to conquer the Tower of Heaven, and upon succeeding, they obtained dungeons. A millennium has passed, and humanity has mastered countless resources from various dungeons. Yet the pinnacle remains elusive, the legendary dungeons, with the highest tiers still unattained due to the insurmountable challenges of the Celestial Tower. The Celestial Tower graces the world once every 30 years, and this year marks its arrival. It shall linger for a month, providing a singular opportunity for the global populace to attempt its conquest. At this juncture, Xian's emotions began to fluctuate, for this moment is pivotal, impacting the fate of humanity for the next 30 years. Whether the Great Xia can advance and grow stronger hinges upon the Celestial Tower, or rather, upon the extraordinary talents of Great Xia who dare to challenge it. Access to the Celestial Tower is restricted. Only prodigies under the age of 22 may enter. A month's time is evidently insufficient, as the number of contenders is vast. To vie for the privilege of entering the Celestial Tower, the three great empires have engaged in numerous fierce battles. Ultimately, it was resolved that a contest among the prodigies would determine the allocation of slots and resources. Teacher, may we attempt to conquer the Celestial Tower? A student inquired. With so many remarkable individuals globally, is it truly impossible to conquer the Celestial Tower? Can our esteemed university's prodigies undertake this endeavor? Yes, they can, Xian affirmed, but slots are limited, and only the most formidable talents will qualify for the attempt. Thus, the contest among prodigies has emerged. This contest occurs annually, yet the true contest of prodigies only arises once every 30 years. Globally, each institution possesses 10 slots, and the competition will determine the rankings. The top 5 universities will earn the right to challenge the Celestial Tower. Xian smiled. Prodigies may indeed strive to conquer the Celestial Tower, yet they must be incomparable geniuses. Moreover, they must triumph in competition to secure their eligibility. Clearly, among her students, only Chen and In-hajin are qualified to participate in the contest. That does not concern us, she remarked. Indeed, the matters of In-hajin and Chen are pertinent. They are eligible, correct? Teacher, to what extent has the Celestial Tower been conquered? Upon hearing Xian's words, the students in the class appeared disheartened. The most exceptional prodigies are the only ones permitted to partake in the contest, and even then, participation does not guarantee an opportunity for conquest. Thus, this matter seemed distant from them. The Celestial Tower consists of 9 levels. Currently, the 6th level has been conquered, but the 7th remains unassailable. The 6th level was successfully conquered 2 centuries ago, yet no progress has been made on the 7th. should the 7th level be overcome. It would herald a revolutionary transformation for martial artists worldwide, Chen explained. The initial levels of the Celestial Tower are comparatively easier, but the challenges intensify as one ascends. The 6th level was conquered 2 centuries ago, and the 7th has seen no movement. All attempts have ended in failure. Very well, that concludes today's lesson. The school has decided to grant Chen a slot in the contest of prodigies. As the class was dismissed, Chen remained behind. While Chen announced the conclusion of the lesson and the allocation of a slot to Chen. The reason for retaining Chen was unclear. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Chen followed his classmates out of the classroom, making his way to his vehicle. Upon arriving at the parking area, he found Luo Xing'er already waiting for him. Alongside her stood Luo Bingqing. Xing'er, sister, he called out, approaching them. Little Chen, you have a slot in the contest of prodigies, don't you? Luo Bingqing inquired. Yes, I do. Why? Chen nodded. Originally, I also had a slot, but I declined it, Luo Bingqing stated. Upon hearing her words, Chen was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely could not comprehend the reasoning behind her decision. Why? He instinctively asked,